Fog clung to the ground like a living thing the night we arrived at Briar Lake. It rolled low across the pine needles and lapped at our ankles as if trying to pull us back toward the car. The locals had warned us that the lake was strange in October, but we assumed that was just small town superstition. After all, we were only planning to stay 2 nights, a quick camping trip, a break from work, nothing serious. There were 3 of us, my older brother Mark, our childhood friend Evan, and me. We'd grown up exploring forests and fishing lakes all over northern Wisconsin, so the idea of a secluded lake with almost no visitors sounded perfect. It wasn't until much later that we realized why people avoided the place. The campsite sat at the far end of the lake, accessible only via a narrow dirt trail. Tall pines bordered the path on both sides, their branches interlocking overhead to block out the moon. Even with our flashlights, the darkness felt heavy, thick enough to touch. "You feel that?" Evan said quietly as we walked. "The cold?" I asked. "No, the quiet." He was right. There were no crickets, no owls, no rustling leaves, just the soft crunch of our boots and the distant lap of water against the shore. We set up our tents near the edge of the lake. The water stretched out like a sheet of black glass, unmoving. Even the moon's reflection looked distorted, stretched thin like someone had smeared it with their finger. Mark built the fire while Evan and I unpacked the food. The flames cast long shadows across the water. For the first hour, things felt normal. We ate, talked about old road trips, and drank a couple of beers. Then Mark pointed toward the lake. "Did you guys see that?" he asked. "See what?" "A light, out on the water." We all squinted at the lake. Nothing, just darkness. "Probably your eyes adjusting," Evan said. But Mark shook his head. No, it was like a lantern, and it swayed. We brushed it off, though uneasily, and eventually crawled into our tents. I woke sometime around 3 a.m., heart pounding like I'd been running. At first I didn't know why. Then I heard it. A faint sloshing sound. Not waves, not fish. Something moving in the water. Something large. I unzipped my tent quietly and peeked out. At the shoreline stood a figure. A man, maybe, but wrong. Too thin, too tall. His back was hunched like he couldn't quite stand upright. He wasn't wearing clothes. Not really. Just something loose and dark hanging off him in tatters. His legs were half submerged as he stared out into the center of the lake. Something in his posture froze my blood. He wasn't looking at the water. He was waiting for something in it to look back. I pulled back inside and held my breath, listening. After a few moments, the sloshing stopped. When I finally dared to peek again, the shoreline was empty. The next morning, I didn't tell the others. Not yet. I just asked if they slept well. "No," Evan said immediately. "Someone was walking around the camp. I heard footsteps." Mark nodded. "I heard something too, like humming, low humming. Thought it was just the wind." There had been no wind. We explored the lake that day, keeping close to each other. Briar Lake was small, almost circular, with a few broken docks jutting out from the far side. They looked old, abandoned decades ago. Every time we approached one, an icy feeling washed over me, like the water itself was warning us away. Around noon, we found tracks near the trees, bare footprints, long, narrow, and deep enough to be fresh. But what bothered me most was how the tracks ended abruptly near the waterline. Not turned around, not walked back, just stopped, as if whoever made them had stepped into the water and vanished beneath it. We agreed silently not to mention the footprints again. That evening, fog settled early. Thick, wet, suffocating fog. It swallowed up the lake until we couldn't see more than 10 feet beyond the fire. And that's when we heard the knocking. Soft, rhythmic, coming from the water. Knock, 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 knock. Mark stood. "That's not random." Evan grabbed the flashlight and pointed it toward the lake, but the fog swallowed the beam. The knocking grew louder, closer. Then a voice drifted through the fog, a man's voice, but strained and wet-sounding like someone speaking through a flooded throat. "Help! Me." Evan's eyes widened. "Oh, hell no. Nope. We're not doing this." Mark, being the idiot older brother he always was, called, "Oh, do you need assistance?" "Mark?" I hissed. "Sit down." But before I could pull him back, something moved in the fog. A shadow. Tall. Swaying. The voice spoke again, this time right at the edge of the water. "Help me." But the tone had changed. It sounded like a mockery of a human voice now, like something imitating the way people talk, but not understanding the meaning. Mark stepped backward toward us. "That's not right." We huddled near the fire, listening as the footsteps sloshed across the shoreline, and then stopped. Silence. Minutes passed. Finally, Evan whispered, "It's gone." But he was wrong. We heard breathing. Behind us, slow, wet, rattling like lungs filled with fluid. We spun around, flashlights whipping across the trees. Nothing. But then we saw it. Bare footprints appearing in the dirt. One by one. No body making them. No shape. Just the impressions pressing down into the ground as if something invisible were stepping toward us. "Get in the tents," Mark whispered. "Now." We zipped ourselves inside like children hiding from monsters, but whatever was out there didn't care about nylon barriers. For hours, it circled the tents. We felt it brush against the fabric, heard it dragging its fingers across the seams. Every so often, it would stop and just breathe. Long, rattling breaths that made my skin crawl. At one point, something tapped on the top of my tent exactly above my head. Then the voice came again, inches from my ear. "Help me." I bit down on my fist to keep from screaming. When dawn arrived, the fog lifted and the forest came alive again with normal sounds, birds, insects, wind. But our campsite was destroyed. Footprints, circling each tent, the fire pit smashed, food bags torn open, and the lake wasn't still anymore. It rippled constantly as if something beneath the surface had stirred all night. We agreed immediately to pack up and leave. No debate, no argument. But as we were stuffing our gear into the truck, Evan froze, staring at the far shoreline. "There," he whispered. A figure stood at the water's edge, the same one I'd seen the night before. Its limbs were contorted, its head lolling to one side. Its skin looked stretched, thin like wet paper, and its mouth hung open in an impossible O shape. Too wide, too unnatural. "Go," I said. "Go now." We jumped into the truck. Mark floored the gas. Gravel spun behind us. The trees blurred into streaks of green as we sped down the dirt road. None of us looked back. It took nearly an hour before we felt safe enough to breathe normally again. Another hour before the tension in our shoulders eased, but just when we thought it was over, my phone vibrated. One new picture message. A single photo, taken sometime during the night. I knew because the timestamp showed 3:12 a.m., right around when I'd heard the sloshing. The image showed the outside of my tent. But I hadn't taken it, and right behind the thin nylon wall, the silhouette of a long, thin face pressed inward. Black, hollow eyes staring directly at the camera. The worst part wasn't the face, it was the hand. A long, pale hand pressing against the tent fabric. 5 stretched fingers leaving indents where they touched. But on the palm, a message was carved into the skin. "Stay." I dropped the phone. A minute later, Evan's phone buzzed. Then Mark's. The same picture. The same message carved into the same sickly, pale hand. "Stay." We didn't go back for the tents, didn't tell anyone what happened, didn't file a report, because we knew, deep in our bones, that whatever lived in Briar Lake didn't want attention. It wanted us. And some nights, when I'm lying awake unable to sleep, I swear I can hear that same soft knocking again. Knock, 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 coming from somewhere near the window. As if something is reminding me that lakes aren't the only places deep enough to hide in. Story the end. The second we turned off the main road and onto the narrow dirt path leading into the woods of eastern Tennessee, I felt the shift, the kind you don't notice with your eyes, but with something deeper. The trees grew closer together, light dimmed, and the forest seemed to lean inward, as if listening. I should have said something then. I should have told the others I had a bad feeling. But when you're in your 20s and your friends are hyped for a week-long camping trip, nobody wants to be the one who sounds paranoid. There were 4 of us, me, Mason, my girlfriend at the time, Kelsey, my cousin Drew, and his best friend, Nate. We'd been camping dozens of times before, but this was the first time we'd chosen a place so isolated. Most of our trips happened at state parks, well-marked trails, other campers nearby, a ranger station within walking distance. This trip was different. We were 5 miles off the grid, deep in a stretch of woodland that locals called Redwater Hollow. I'd never ever heard the name before Mason brought it up, but the way the gas station clerk looked at us when we asked for directions should have been the next red flag. You boys camping out there?" he'd asked cautiously. "Yeah," Mason replied. "Got a buddy who said it's super secluded, perfect for a week." The clerk had pressed his lips together like he was holding back a warning. He rang us up. Water, snacks, batteries. And just before we left, he said something quiet, almost like he regretted saying it the second it left his mouth. Stay close to your fire at night. We laughed about it later in the car. A weird comment, sure, but folks in rural areas sometimes said cryptic stuff. At least, that's what we told ourselves. By the time we reached the clearing, the sun was low. The woods felt heavy, oppressive, the air thick with the smell of wet soil and old leaves. The clearing itself was circular, ringed by towering trees that almost seemed to bow inward. A fallen log sat near the center, like a bench someone had placed there intentionally. Beyond the trees, dense foliage formed a wall you couldn't see through. Thick, dark, alive. We set up camp, 2 tents, a fire pit, cooking area, and cooked a basic meal while crickets began warming up around us. It felt normal enough. Calm. Maybe even peaceful if you ignored how quiet the forest had become after dark. Not just quiet, silent. No insects, no birds, no rustling, nothing. Around 10 p.m., when we were all sitting around the fire drinking cheap beer and telling dumb stories, Drew brought up something he'd read online. "You guys ever hear about the Redwater Hollow disappearances?" he asked casually, poking the fire. I rolled my eyes. "Here we go." He shrugged. "Seriously, my buddy back home said people have gone missing out here. Hunters, hikers, campers, and not like normal missing. Like they weren't attacked by animals and they didn't get lost. Their campsites were found untouched. Food still hanging from trees, boots inside tents, no sign of struggle." "Sounds like your buddy reads too many Reddit threads," Mason said, laughing. But Drew lowered his voice. "He said they never found their bodies. Not one. And that the locals don't talk about it. They just say Hollow's not a place to stay past sundown." Kelsey pulled her blanket tighter. "Well, that's comforting." "Guys," I said, trying to sound brave, "there's nothing out here." But even as I said it, something in me twisted. The woods seemed to darken behind the firelight, shadows gathering like they were listening. Around midnight, it started raining, sharp, cold droplets hitting our necks. We scrambled to protect our gear, then retreated into the tents to wait it out. I shared a tent with Kelsey. The rain was relentless, hitting the tent like fingers tapping from above. After an hour, the tapping shifted, became slower, more spaced out. Not rain. Something else. Tap, tap, tap. Kelsey whispered, "Are those footsteps?" I held my breath and listened. There was movement outside, slow, circling, not the light scurry of an animal. Heavier, deliberate, human-like, but off somehow. Too soft for boots, too heavy for bare feet. The air inside the tent felt like a vacuum, as if the pressure around us had dropped. The fire outside crackled weakly, like it was struggling. I unzipped the tent a few inches and peered out. Nothing but darkness. But it wasn't normal darkness. It felt like something was standing right beyond the firelight's reach, watching. We huddled in the tent for hours until exhaustion eventually knocked us out. Morning sunlight woke us. The forest seemed normal again. Birds chirped. Wind rustled the leaves. Everything that had felt wrong last night had been replaced by the comforting sounds of nature. But when we stepped out of the tent, I froze. Footprints. Dozens of them. All around the campsite. Not ours, and not human. They were long, too long, with deep impressions where the heel would be, but no clear toes. More like a warped silhouette of a foot than an actual footprint. Some prints circled the tents. Some faced the fire. One set led to the edge of the clearing and stopped abruptly, like whatever made them had stepped into the trees and vanished. "Dude," Nate whispered. "What the hell made those?" We looked at each other. No one had an answer. We spent the morning convincing ourselves it was a prank, a bear, maybe, or some weird erosion pattern from the rain. Anything to rationalize it. But the feeling of being watched lingered. That evening, we tried hiking a trail we'd seen on the map. The deeper we walked, the heavier the air became. After about 30 minutes, the forest noise abruptly stopped again. No wind, no bugs, no bird calls. It was like stepping into a vacuum. "Guys," Kelsey said, gripping my arm, "I don't like this." "Let's just go back," I said. We turned around, and the trail was gone. Just leaves, brush, trees. The path we'd been walking had simply vanished, like the forest swallowed it. Panic rippled through us. Nate swore under his breath. Mason pulled out his compass. "It's fine," he said, trying to stay calm. "We just follow north and we'll hit the clearing." But when he looked down at the compass, the needle spun in slow, confused circles. Not fast, slow, like something unseen was pulling it. We picked a direction anyway and walked. The forest seemed to shift around us, trees that weren't there earlier, rocks we didn't pass before. After nearly an hour, we stumbled into a clearing. not ours. This one was smaller, with a single dead tree in the center. Carved into the trunk were deep, jagged lines, symbols maybe, or letters, or scratches made by a frantic hand. The bark was peeled back in long strips. "What is this?" Drew whispered. Before anyone could answer, the wind picked up sharply, bending the trees inward toward the clearing. All at once, the forest seemed to breathe. In and out. In and out. Then we heard it. A voice. Distant. Echoed. Neither male nor female. "Come back." The four of us froze. Then Mason. Not whispered. Not yelled. Sung. Like someone trying to coax a child inside. Kelsey grabbed my arm. "Run." And we did. Crashing through brush, scrambling over logs, sprinting blindly until we burst back into our clearing. I don't know how we made it back. It didn't make sense. We had run in circles. The forest had changed itself around us. But somehow, we returned. When we collapsed by the fire, gasping for air, I noticed something new. Something that hadn't been there when we first arrived. A small pile of stones stacked near our tents. 3 stones balanced vertically, the top one carved with a shape that resembled an eye. Drew backed away. "Okay. Nope. I want to go home." But we were stuck. The Jeep, half a mile down the path, was our only way out. "Let's just go now," Mason said. It was already late afternoon, but the thought of spending another night here was unbearable. So we grabbed flashlights and started down the dirt path to where we'd left the Jeep. We reached the spot and saw it instantly. The Jeep's tires were slashed, not stabbed. Ripped, long, deep tears through the rubber, like someone had opened them with giant claws. But that wasn't the worst part. Sitting upright on the hood, placed neatly in the center, was a single item. My wallet, which had been inside my backpack in the tent. And tucked inside the wallet was a small piece of bark with a message carved into it. "Stay." Kelsey began crying. Drew leaned over and vomited. Nate stared blankly into the woods like he expected something to step out. We ran back to the campsite in terrified silence, grabbed all our gear, and made a makeshift plan. "We follow the creek," I said. "It'll lead to a river or a road." We didn't use flashlights at first, didn't want to draw attention, but the forest fell darker faster than usual, the sun dipping behind the tree line unnaturally early. Within minutes, it felt like midnight. Then the forest began making noise again, but not normal noise. Cracking, dragging. A slow, rhythmic thumping, like something hitting the ground with each step. We moved faster. The creek roared beside us, the sound comforting but drowned by the unnatural noises closing in. Once or twice, my flashlight flicked on by accident, and each time I swore I saw a tall shadow between the trees. Thin arms, long legs, head tilted like it was studying us. At one point, Kelsey screamed. We spun around. Something had grabbed her backpack and yanked her backward. Hard. She fell onto the leaf-littered ground, screaming. I lunged, pulling her away, and shone my flashlight into the trees. For a split second, the beam caught a figure. Tall, bent at the waist, eyes reflecting white. Then it melted back into the darkness. We ran until our lungs burned. The forest seemed alive, branches scraping our faces, roots catching our ankles. Twice, Nate tripped. The third time, he didn't get back up. We skidded to a stop. "Nate, get up!" Drew shouted. But Nate's eyes were wide, unnaturally wide, and he pointed with a trembling hand. "There's someone standing behind that tree." We turned. Nothing was there. When we looked back, Nate was gone. Just gone. Like he'd been lifted straight off the ground. Kelsey sobbed uncontrollably. Drew punched a tree until his knuckles bled. Mason whispered, "We're dead. We're all dead." But we kept moving. Hours later, maybe more, we saw lights through the trees. Headlights. A road. We burst from the woods, screaming for help. A truck screeched to a stop, and the driver, a middle-aged man with disbelief on his face, helped us into the cab. He took us straight to the sheriff's station in the nearest town. When we told them what happened, they looked at us like we'd gone insane. A search party was sent out. They found our campsite. They found our ripped Jeep. They found Nate's backpack. But they didn't find Nate. They also didn't find footprints. Not ours, not anything else's, just untouched forest, like it had erased everything. When we tried to leave town the next morning, the gas station clerk from earlier stopped us outside. He looked at us with something like pity. "You went into the hollow," he murmured. "People don't come out the same." Neither did we. Kelsey broke up with me 2 months later. She said she could still hear someone singing her name at night. Drew moved across the country and refuses to answer calls. Mason doesn't talk about it at all. Not even when he woke up one night to find a small pile of stones stacked neatly on his bedroom windowsill. As for me, sometimes, late at night when the house is still, I hear soft footsteps on the porch outside. Slow, deliberate, pausing beneath my window, and when I look outside, I often see a figure at the edge of the tree line, tall, thin, bent at the waist, watching, waiting, and I know Redwater Hollow didn't let us go. It just let us leave. For now. Story, the end. The plan was simple. A weekend camping trip in the Allegheny National Forest of Pennsylvania. 5 friends, Ryan, Matt, Sarah, Jenna, and Chris, wanted to escape the chaos of their college lives and the city, to hike, fish, and sleep under the stars. They left Friday morning, the sun shining and the air crisp with early fall. The forest promised isolation, the kind of quiet that only comes when civilization is miles away, and for them, it was perfect. By mid-afternoon, they found a spot near a small creek hidden from the main trail. They set up their tents, gathered firewood, and started a small campfire. The first night was uneventful. The usual sounds of the forest, rustling leaves, distant birds, the gurgling creek, lulled them to sleep. But Ryan couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't alone. Shadows seemed to move differently than they should, and every crack of a branch sounded deliberate, like someone walking carefully just out of sight. The next morning, they hiked deeper into the forest, following an old logging trail Ryan had found on a map. The path was overgrown, the trees leaning close, almost forming a tunnel. It was eerie, but exciting. As they walked, Sarah noticed markings on the trees, deep, jagged scratches. At first, they laughed it off. Probably a bear, Chris said, but the scratches seemed unnatural. They weren't claw marks. They were shapes, crude symbols carved into the bark. By the time they reached a small clearing near a hilltop, the atmosphere had changed. Jenna was the first to notice something. Footprints. Bare, enormous, and oddly spaced. Ryan crouched to examine them and noticed something even more unsettling. Some of the footprints were smudged, dragged across the ground as though the owner had stumbled or was carrying something heavy. "We should turn back," Sarah whispered, unease creeping into her voice. Ryan waved her off. "It's probably just a hunter. Come on, it's beautiful up here." But none of them were convinced. That night around 10, the forest came alive with sounds. Low growls that didn't match any animal they knew, twigs snapping, leaves rustling as if someone, or something, was moving deliberately through the trees. Chris tried to make a joke, but his voice shook. The first attack came quietly, a soft scratching at Jenna's tent, long, deliberate, followed by a low hiss. She froze, too terrified to scream. Ryan shined a flashlight toward the noise, but it revealed nothing. They could hear breathing, heavy and wet, circling their camp. The fire flickered violently, casting dancing shadows that made the forest seem alive with movement. Sarah swore she saw a figure at the edge of the firelight, a tall, thin silhouette, unnaturally still. Its head tilted at an impossible angle. The eyes, if they were eyes, glowed faintly in the dark, and for a moment, Ryan could have sworn it smiled, a grotesque, stretched smile. "Everyone inside! Now!" Ryan shouted. They piled into the tents, huddling together, barricading the entrances with sticks and backpacks. Outside, the dragging sounds continued. Something or someone was moving in a circle around them, sniffing, probing, curious. Occasionally, the fabric of the tents bulged as if the figure pressed against it, testing them. Hours passed. They counted every snap of a twig, every gust of wind, like every rustle of leaves. No one spoke. Sleep was impossible. Their phones had no signal, batteries inexplicably dead. At dawn, the forest seemed calm again. Ryan convinced them to pack up and hike back to the main trail, hoping daylight would offer safety. But the forest had other plans. Trails twisted, landmarks shifted, and the overgrowth seemed to close in. They were walking in circles. Then they found the cave. Small, partially hidden behind a thicket, the entrance lined with jagged rocks and twisted roots. Inside were scratches, hundreds of them, covering the walls and floor. The smell hit them first, rotting, metallic, like old blood. Jenna gagged, covering her mouth. Footprints led into the darkness and then disappeared. They could hear it again, a low, wet, dragging sound echoing from deep within. Something had been here. Something had left these marks deliberately. Panic set in. They ran back into the forest, as guided by instinct more than knowledge, praying they'd reach the main trail. By mid-afternoon, they stumbled onto a clearing where the sunlight streamed in, familiar and comforting. They were nearly at the trailhead when Sarah screamed. Chris spun around. Behind them, at the tree line, the figure emerged. Tall, skeletal, its limbs bent at impossible angles, its head tilted unnaturally, eyes, glowing faintly, fixed on them. Its mouth opened in a slow, wet hiss. It moved fast, impossibly fast, across the forest floor. They ran, full speed, hearts pounding, lungs burning. Ryan fumbled for the keys in his truck, hands shaking uncontrollably. Jenna tripped, scraping her arm badly on a tree. Chris grabbed her, but the figure was closer. It slowed for a moment, head tilting, studying them. Then it darted into the trees again. They didn't stop running until they reached the highway. Even then, the feeling of being watched didn't leave. The authorities never found evidence of the creature. Rangers dismissed their story as overactive imaginations, but the strange scratches and drag marks were reported again and again, year after year, often near the same areas. None of the 5 friends ever went camping again. Ryan moved to another state. Jenna never hiked alone. Chris and Sarah refused to talk about that weekend, only sharing vague, haunted glances. But sometimes, late at night when the wind is right, Sarah swears she can hear a dragging sound and a low, guttural hiss coming from the shadows beyond her window, and she remembers the tilt of that head, the stretch of that smile, and she knows it's still out there, waiting. Story. The end. It was supposed to be a simple weekend getaway. 4 friends, Jake, Lauren, Matt, and Emily, had decided to escape the city chaos for some fresh air, hiking, and camping. They chose a site deep in the Appalachian Mountains, a place Lauren's father had recommended, tucked away near a small, unnamed river. The directions were vague, but that added to the adventure. At least that's what they told themselves. They arrived on a Friday afternoon, the sky a soft mix of gray and gold as the sun began to dip behind the mountains. The drive-in had been rough, a narrow dirt road that twisted and wound like a serpent, littered with rocks and tree roots. Jake drove, tires crunching over gravel, while Matt navigated, occasionally swearing under his breath at the lack of cell service. Lauren and Emily sat in the back, teasing Matt about getting them lost, but secretly they were a little anxious too. Once they reached the clearing where the campsite was supposed to be, it felt oddly quiet. Not the peaceful quiet of nature, but a thick, oppressive quiet. No birds, no wind through the trees, just the occasional rustle of leaves as if something was moving just beyond their sight. They shrugged it off as nerves. They set up camp quickly, pitching their tents and starting a fire. The smell of pine and damp earth was strong, grounding them, and the crackling fire helped to push away the unease. They ate hot dogs and beans from a portable stove, laughing about inside jokes and past trips. But as night fell, the woods seemed to tighten around them. Shadows stretched unnaturally, and the firelight flickered in a way that made them all a little jumpy. It started subtly, a low thumping sound like heavy boots hitting the ground, far off in the trees. Jake and Matt heard it first, and it made them both freeze mid-laugh. "Probably just a deer," Jake said, though his voice lacked conviction. Emily frowned, ears straining. Lauren whispered, "Maybe bears?" The others laughed again, more nervously this time, but none of them wanted to admit they were scared. By midnight, the sounds had grown closer. Thumping, snapping branches, sometimes a low dragging noise. The fire had burned down to embers, and the darkness felt alive. They huddled in the tents, trying to ignore it, but the sounds didn't stop. Emily swore she saw a shadow moving between the trees, but when they shone a flashlight, nothing was there. Morning came with a fog that draped over the campsite like a curtain. The friends decided they'd go for a hike to shake off the fear of the night. They packed water bottles, granola bars, and first aid kits, trying to act casual. The trail was narrow, overgrown in parts, and wet from overnight dew. Birds chirped, finally, but there was a strange stillness to the forest. Jake suggested they take a shortcut his dad had told him about, a path that supposedly led to a small waterfall. The shortcut was a mistake. It started as a dirt path, but soon dissolved into thick underbrush. The fog made visibility almost zero beyond 20 feet. They pressed on, arguing sometimes about which way to go. Hours later, the waterfall never appeared, and panic began to creep in. Matt pulled out his phone, but no signal. "We should turn back," Lauren said, voice trembling. But Jake insisted they were close. Then they heard it. Not footsteps this time, but a low guttural whispering. It seemed to circle them, a sound that came from all directions at once. They froze, straining to understand. The whispers weren't words exactly, but more like a hissing, a language they couldn't comprehend. Emily started crying softly. "We need to go," she whispered. As they turned to head back, they realized something horrifying. The path they had taken was gone, completely erased, replaced by an impenetrable wall of trees and thorny bushes. It was as if the forest had shifted around them. Panic surged. Jake tried to lead them anyway, hacking at the brush with a small folding knife. Hours passed and the whispering didn't stop. Sometimes it seemed to get louder when they stopped moving, like it was waiting for them. Night fell again. They had no choice but to make camp on the trail, which offered no protection. Jake built a small fire, shaking his hands as he struggled to light it. The whispers grew louder, almost mocking. And then, for the first time, they saw them. Shadows, or maybe figures, at the edge of the firelight. They were humanoid, but impossibly thin and tall, moving with jerky, unnatural motions. Their eyes reflected the firelight like molten metal. None of the friends could move. None could speak. The shadows watched, and then they disappeared as quickly as they came. Sleep came fitfully, haunted by dreams of the shadows standing over them, whispering things they almost understood. When dawn broke, the fog had lifted, but the forest looked unfamiliar. They wandered for hours, trying to find any sign of the campsite, but it was gone. Every tree looked the same, every hill mirrored the last. By the third day, hunger and exhaustion were setting in. They tried to follow a small stream, thinking it might lead to civilization, but the stream twisted and split like a maze, always returning them to the same clearing. Then Matt disappeared. One moment he was behind them, arguing with Jake about which way to go, and the next he was gone. They called for him, screamed, but the forest swallowed their voices. In his place, there was only a fresh patch of dirt, as if he had never existed. Fear turned to hysteria. Emily wanted to give up, to sit down and wait for someone to find them, but Lauren refused. They argued, shouted, cried until they could barely stand. That night, they made a decision. They had to stick together no matter what. They pressed on. Days blurred together, food and water ran low, the whispers never stopped, the shadows never left. Occasionally, they thought they saw other hikers or campers in the distance, but every time they tried to approach, the figures vanished before their eyes. It was as if the forest was alive and toying with them. On the fifth day, they stumbled across a dilapidated cabin hidden deep in the woods. It was old, abandoned, the wood rotting, windows shattered. They entered cautiously, desperate for shelter. Inside, they found a strange sight, walls covered in crude drawings, symbols etched into the wood, all depicting figures like the shadows they had been seeing. On the floor, there were footprints, dozens of them, leading in and out, some larger than any humans. That night, inside the cabin, the whispers came again, louder and closer than ever. The shadows gathered outside, pressing against the broken windows. They tried to keep the fire going, but the wind was unnatural, blowing out the flames instantly. The whispers became screams, and then a voice, clear, human, but distorted, called out Matt's name. The friends froze. The voice begged, pleaded, and then laughed, a sound that made their bones ache. By morning, they were ready to flee. They ran without thinking, guided only by instinct. The forest seemed endless, but eventually they emerged onto a narrow road. Cars passed, the world seemed normal, but they didn't stop. They ran until a truck driver noticed them, called the police, and eventually they were taken to safety. Jake, Lauren, and Emily were the only ones to make it out. Matt was never found. The police searched the area extensively, but found nothing. No trail, no cabin, no evidence of the strange events the friends described. Even the clearing where they had initially camped had been reclaimed by the forest, leaving no trace they had ever been there. Years later, the three survivors still struggle with what happened. They speak little about it, but occasionally they hear whispers when alone, shadows that move at the edge of their vision. Some nights, they dream of the forest, the cabin, the figures, and most terrifyingly, Matt's pleading face. They never camp again. They never speak of returning to the Appalachians. And deep down, each of them knows that the forest is still out there, waiting, patient and hungry for the next visitors who wander too far. Story the end. The sun had just begun to dip below the horizon as my friends and I turned off the main road and onto the dirt trail leading to the campsite. The air was heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. a mix that always made me feel both calm and on edge. Our group consisted of four of us: me, Mark, Jenna, and Kyle. We'd all been friends since college, and the idea had been to escape the city for a weekend, pitch our tents, hike a few trails, and unwind. What we didn't know was how quickly a simple camping trip could turn into something I'll never forget. The campsite itself was isolated, tucked away deep in a national forest in northern Michigan. There were no other campers around, and the nearest ranger station was over 20 miles away. We picked a clearing near a small creek, the kind that gurgled gently over smooth stones and seemed almost hypnotic in its tranquility. We set up our tents, started a fire, and roasted hot dogs, sharing laughs and stories like we always did. It felt safe, almost too safe. As night fell, the forest came alive in ways that city dwellers like us aren't used to. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made our nerves twitch. We joked about it at first, blaming animals, the wind, or our imaginations. But the feeling in the air was different, thick, expectant, like something was watching. We sat around the fire long after our food was gone, staring into the flames, letting the warmth chase away the chill. Kyle was the first to break the silence. "You guys hear that?" he whispered. I froze, trying to pick up the faintest sound. At first, all I heard was the usual forest background, the croak of frogs, the distant hoot of an owl, but then I caught it. A soft scraping, like someone dragging something over rocks, coming from the tree line near the creek. "Probably a raccoon or something," Jenna said, though her voice lacked conviction. Mark shook his head. "No, that's not right. That's deliberate. Listen." The sound stopped abruptly, as though whoever or whatever had made it had noticed us listening. We strained our ears, the silence now feeling unnatural, oppressive. We laughed nervously, trying to brush it off as our imaginations. Later, when we had all gone to our tents for the night, I found sleep impossible. I kept hearing subtle noises outside, the crunch of leaves, a soft thump in the distance, and sometimes faint footsteps circling our campsite. I wanted to convince myself it was just animals, but something about the timing and the rhythm didn't feel natural. It was methodical, like someone was walking slowly, deliberately. Around 2 a.m., a loud rustle near the creek jolted me awake. I sat up, my heart pounding, and saw a shadow move just beyond the tree line. It was tall and thin, and I could make out the shape of a figure standing perfectly still, watching. I froze, paralyzed with fear. I whispered for Mark, but the only response was silence. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone. The next morning, I didn't mention the figure to anyone, not wanting to seem insane. We packed some gear and went for a short hike to shake off the tension. But the forest had changed overnight. The trail seemed narrower, the trees denser, and I kept noticing marks on the ground, footprints that didn't belong to any animal I knew. They were human, barefoot and strangely elongated, as if the person had unusually long toes. By late afternoon, when we returned to the campsite, we found something that made our stomachs turn. Our fire pit had been disturbed, logs moved, and what chilled me the most was that our small supply of food was rifled through, though nothing had been stolen. It was as if someone or something had been there, but only wanted to let us know they had been watching. Kyle joked about it, trying to lighten the mood. "Maybe Bigfoot wanted a snack," he said, but the joke fell flat. None of us could deny the uneasy feeling crawling up our spines. That night, we tried to stay close together, keeping the fire blazing. Hours passed with only occasional animal noises, and for a while, we convinced ourselves we were safe. Then it started, tapping. Soft at first, like someone drumming their fingers on a tree, then louder, more insistent, circling the campsite. We could hear it coming from every direction, always staying just out of sight. Mark, trying to keep calm, grabbed a flashlight and shone it toward the edge of the woods. The beam caught nothing at first, then, for just a second, I saw it. Another figure, tall and gaunt, moving between the trees. Its face was obscured, but its eyes reflected the light, cold and unblinking. The tapping stopped the moment the light hit it. We didn't sleep at all that night. At some point, Jenna swore she felt something brush past her tent, and Kyle insisted he heard whispering. The sun could not come soon enough. The next day, we debated whether to leave. The feeling of being hunted wasn't leaving us. Kyle and I hiked around to look for another path out, thinking maybe we could get back to the main road faster. That's when we found it. a crude symbol carved into a tree, dark and fresh, like the bark had been torn away with purpose. Beneath it were more of those elongated footprints leading deeper into the woods. We went back to the campsite and told Jenna and Mark. Panic started to set in. We packed quickly, leaving everything behind except what we could carry. As we were about to leave, I saw movement in the tree line. 2 figures this time, standing still, watching. They didn't run when we approached, didn't react at all, just stared. We didn't stop walking until we reached the dirt road that led out of the forest. I kept glancing back, half expecting to see them following us, but the trees appeared empty. When we finally got to the nearest town and saw people again, we laughed nervously, trying to shake off the fear, but the images of those figures stayed with me. Years later, I looked up local news reports and learned that others had reported seeing similar figures in that forest. Some called them forest spirits, others claimed they were deranged humans living off the grid. No one knew for sure. I haven't returned to that part of Michigan since, and I never will. Even now, when I hear something moving outside my window at night, I think about that weekend. I think about the way the forest watched us, about those eyes reflecting the flashlight, about the tapping that surrounded our tents. And I remember the most terrifying truth. Whatever it was, it had been patient, deliberate, and it had known exactly where we were every single second. Story the end. It was a late summer weekend when my friends and I decided to go camping in the Adirondack Mountains of upstate New York. We'd been talking about it for months, trying to pick a place that was off the beaten path, somewhere quiet, far enough from the crowded state park so we could have the woods to ourselves. I've always loved the outdoors, the smell of pine, the cool air brushing against your face, the quiet hum of nature at night. But nothing had prepared us for what we were about to experience. We arrived late Friday afternoon, the sun already dipping behind the trees, casting long shadows across the narrow dirt road. Our plan was simple: hike in a few miles, set up camp near a small creek, and spend the weekend hiking, fishing, and telling stories around the fire. There were 5 of us: me, my brother Alex, our friends Jesse and Mark, and Jesse's boyfriend Dan. None of us were strangers to camping, but we were all city kids, accustomed to streetlights and car alarms, not the total silence of an untouched forest. The trailhead was almost invisible, a barely worn path veering off the main dirt road, marked by a small, faded wooden sign that said, Pine Hollow Trail. As we hiked, the air cooled quickly, and the sound of the creek grew louder. Birds chirped above us, squirrels scurried through the underbrush, and for the first hour, everything felt perfect. We found a clearing just as the sun disappeared completely, leaving only the faint glow of twilight. It was the kind of spot you'd dream about: flat ground, the creek running just 20 feet away, and a few large boulders perfect for sitting around a fire. We pitched our tents quickly, and I volunteered to start the fire. The first few sparks caught, and soon we had a steady flame dancing in the center of the clearing. We cooked hot dogs and roasted marshmallows, laughing and telling stories like we always did. The forest around us seemed alive, but comforting. The rustle of leaves in the wind, the occasional hoot of an owl. We didn't notice that the sounds weren't all natural. There was a faint snapping of twigs that didn't match our own footsteps, the subtle echo of a footstep following the creek upstream. We joked about it, imagining a lost hiker, and settled in for the night. Around midnight, I woke to go to the bathroom by the creek. The moon was high, casting silver light through the trees. As I walked, I thought I heard whispering, soft and unintelligible, coming from deeper in the woods. My first thought was the wind, or maybe an animal, but the sound was almost human. I froze, straining to hear. The whispering stopped. My stomach knotted, and I hurried back to camp, convincing myself I was just spooked. When I got back, everyone was still asleep, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us. I told myself it was paranoia, a trick of the dark, and finally crawled back into my sleeping bag. The next morning, Mark noticed something odd. A circle of small rocks had appeared near the creek, neatly arranged, almost ritualistic. None of us had put them there, and the nearest campsite was at least a mile away. We laughed it off, joking about forest spirits or some kind of prank, but unease lingered in the air. We decided to hike further that morning, trying to put the strange incident behind us. About an hour into the trail, we found something worse. Half hidden under a fallen log, there were remnants of a campsite, a burned-out fire pit, tattered clothing, and what looked disturbingly like a torn backpack. The forest was too dense and the trail too narrow for casual hikers, which meant whoever had been there hadn't left recently. Or maybe they were still nearby. We debated turning back, but pride and stubbornness won. "It's probably nothing," Dan said, brushing off our concern. We continued deeper into the woods. By late afternoon, we had reached a small pond. The water was still and dark, reflecting the sky above. We swam, skipped stones, and tried to shake the tension from the morning. But as the sun began to drop, the forest seemed to change. Shadows stretched unnaturally, and every rustle in the underbrush made us jump. When we returned to camp, we found that our firewood had been disturbed. Logs that had been stacked neatly were scattered, and someone or something had left footprints around the perimeter of the clearing. The prints were strange, elongated, almost human, but not quite. My stomach sank. That night, sleep was impossible. Every crack of a branch, every distant howl set my nerves on edge. Around 2 a.m., Jessie woke screaming. She insisted she had seen someone standing at the edge of the clearing, just beyond the firelight, staring at us. When we shined our flashlights, there was nothing, but the feeling didn't go away. Around 3 a.m., we heard it, slow, deliberate footsteps circling our tents. Not the light padding of an animal. These were heavy, purposeful steps, moving closer, then away. My heart pounded in my chest as we whispered frantic plans. "Maybe it's a bear," Alex suggested, though none of us really believed it. Bears don't walk in circles at 3 in the morning just to stare. We stayed awake, huddled together, until dawn finally broke. The relief was immediate but brief. As the sun rose, we realized something was missing: our backpacks. They had been carefully removed from our tents, leaving only our sleeping bags. Panic set in. We gathered what little we could find: flashlights, shoes, water bottles, and started hiking back to the trailhead. The forest, which had felt alive and protective during the day, now seemed hostile, pressing in on all sides. Every sound was magnified. Every shadow seemed to move. About a mile from the trailhead, we found a small cabin, half hidden by trees. Smoke curled lazily from its chimney, and we ran toward it, desperate for help. An old man opened the door. He was thin, with sunken eyes and a grim expression. "You shouldn't be here," he said without preamble. His voice was calm, almost too calm. "People don't come here anymore." We explained what had happened, though we left out some details, hoping he could help. He listened quietly, then nodded. "You're lucky to get out," he said. "Most don't." We stayed at the cabin for a few hours, trying to calm down. The old man refused to tell us much about the forest, only warning us never to return. By the time we left, our sense of relief was tempered by fear. Whatever had been following us in the woods was real, and it hadn't tried to harm us, not yet, but the intent was clear. Back in the city, we reported the incident to the local ranger station. They were polite but dismissive, claiming no reports of missing hikers or strange activity in the area. They suggested bears, vagrants, and hallucinations. But we all knew what we had experienced. Years later, I returned to that same area alone, curiosity gnawing at me. The trailhead was gone, overgrown, almost erased. Any trace of the creekside clearing had vanished, as though the forest had swallowed it whole. I hiked for hours, but there was no sign of the cabin, the footprints, or the circle of rocks. It was as if the entire weekend had been some kind of waking nightmare. I've heard similar stories since then. Hikers disappearing, tents mysteriously torn open, strange footprints circling campsites. Some speak of a man-like figure with elongated limbs, others of whispering voices in the dark. Locals call it the Hollow, a stretch of forest that seems alive and malevolent, feeding off the fear of those who enter. I don't know what we encountered that weekend, and I don't intend to find out. I only know that there's a part of those woods that doesn't belong to this world. A shadow between the trees that watches silently, waiting. The memory of those footsteps circling our tents, the sensation of being watched, lingers with me still. Even now, years later, I can feel it at the edge of my vision, the forest's eyes. Some nights when the wind rustles the leaves outside my apartment window, I hear the whispering again. Not loud, not clear, just enough to make my skin crawl. I never camp alone anymore, and I never go off marked trails. The woods are beautiful, yes, but there are parts of them that are not meant for human eyes. The friends I went with that weekend don't speak of it much, either. We all carry the same unspoken understanding. What we saw, what we felt was real. And the forest is still out there, waiting, watching. The memory is vivid. The creek, the circle of rocks, the footprints, and the heavy, deliberate steps circling our tents. And even now, I sometimes wake in the middle of the night, thinking I hear that same slow, careful pacing outside my window as if the forest itself has followed me home. Story. The end. It began with a simple idea. Escape the city for a weekend, camp under the stars, breathe fresh air, and forget about responsibilities for a few days. 4 friends, Ryan, Sarah, Mike, and Olivia, decided to try a new spot in the Adirondack Mountains in upstate New York. Ryan had found a small, secluded campground online, advertised as off the beaten path and untouched. Perfect for them. They arrived late Friday afternoon. The drive had taken longer than expected. Narrow, winding roads through dense forest, GPS signal weak or non-existent. When they finally reached the campground, it was almost too quiet. No birds, no insects, just a dense, heavy silence. They shrugged it off, blaming it on the late hour. They pitched their tents near a small creek, setting up a fire as night fell. The water gurgled faintly in the background, and the smell of pine and damp earth filled the air. At first, everything seemed normal. They ate sandwiches and canned chili, like laughing at inside jokes, teasing each other as they unpacked. But as darkness enveloped the forest, the quiet felt unnatural. It started subtly, a snapping branch in the distance. Mike heard it first, pausing mid-laugh. Probably a raccoon, he said, trying to sound confident. Ryan nodded, but tension crept into his voice. Olivia, sitting near the fire, thought she saw movement between the trees. Someone's out there, she whispered. Though, when they shone a flashlight, nothing was there. The first night passed fitfully. Every sound, the wind through the trees, water dripping from leaves, seemed amplified, closer than it should be. In the early hours, Sarah woke to a low, guttural breathing sound outside her tent. She froze, heart hammering. When she peeked out, a shadow moved just beyond the firelight. She blinked, and it was gone. The next day, they decided to hike to a nearby waterfall Ryan had read about. The trail quickly became overgrown, narrow, and twisting. Hours into the hike, the forest seemed to shift around them. Paths that had been clear moments ago disappeared behind thick brush. Fog began to settle, reducing visibility to just a few feet. Panic started to creep in. That evening, as they tried to retrace their steps, they heard whispering. Faint at first, like a voice carried on the wind, but then unmistakable. It came from all directions, circling them. The words weren't comprehensible, just a hissing, urgent sound. Olivia clutched Sarah's arm, tears streaming. "We need to get out," she begged. Ryan tried to lead them, but the forest had become a maze, looping back on itself in impossible ways. By the third night, exhaustion and fear had taken hold. They stumbled across a small, abandoned cabin hidden in the woods. The structure was dilapidated, the roof caving in, walls etched with strange symbols and crude humanoid figures. Inside, they found old, rotted clothing and the remnants of a campfire long dead. The air smelled of decay. That night, the whispers were louder, almost deafening, and the shadows moved closer. Mike, trying to stay brave, lit a fire, but the wind extinguished it immediately. Shapes pressed against the broken windows, tall, impossibly thin figures, their faces featureless, their eyes glowing faintly. The friends huddled together, frozen with fear. Suddenly, the cabin door slammed open. One of the shadows entered, moving jerkily, unnatural, its presence overwhelming. Mike screamed as it reached for him, and then he vanished. Olivia and Sarah ran, blindly through the dark forest, Ryan close behind. Every direction looked the same. Every sound was amplified. Every shadow seemed alive. Hours, or maybe days, passed. Hunger and thirst clawed at them. Ryan tried to navigate using stars and distant hills, but the forest seemed endless, always shifting. The whispers never stopped, constantly calling their names, mocking them. They passed abandoned campsites, remnants of fires, and strange, distorted footprints leading in impossible directions. On what they assumed was the 5th day, they found a small clearing. In the center was a pit, shallow, lined with rocks, filled with bones, human bones. They didn't need to look long to realize these were hikers, campers, people like them, vanished over the years. The whispers intensified, surrounding them. Shadows emerged, encircling the clearing, moving slowly, deliberately. Ryan and Sarah tried to run, but the forest twisted and shifted, paths dissolving. Olivia lagged behind, pulled into the darkness by unseen hands. Ryan screamed, helpless, as the shadows swallowed his friends. By dawn, he was alone, stumbling back toward the road. He flagged down a passing car, and the driver called the police. Searches were conducted, but authorities found no evidence of the cabin, the clearing, or the forest he described. The campsite by the creek was gone, replaced by an unbroken stretch of forest. Ryan never spoke of the forest again, not to friends, not to authorities. The whispers haunted his dreams, and shadows flickered at the edge of his vision, even in broad daylight. Years later, he knows the forest is still out there, patient, waiting for the next group that dares to wander too far, too deep, and alone. Story the end. It started as a simple weekend trip, a quick escape from the city to the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania. My friends, Ryan, Sophie, and Mark, had been talking about it for weeks. We planned to hike, fish, and camp near a remote lake that few tourists ever reached. None of us had been there before, but the reviews online said it was beautiful and isolated, exactly what we wanted. We arrived late Friday afternoon. The sun was low, orange, and bleeding into the treetops. We parked along the gravel trail and unloaded our gear. The forest was quiet, unnervingly quiet. Birds and insects seemed to have disappeared, replaced by the occasional rustle of wind through dead leaves. I noticed it first, a faint smell of something rotting, but not quite like dead animals. Almost chemical. We set up our tents near the lake, the water calm, reflecting the darkening sky. Sophie lit the fire while Ryan unpacked the fishing gear. Mark wandered a little farther along the lake's edge, skipping stones. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. After a while, Mark called us over. "You guys see that?" He pointed across the lake. There was a figure standing among the trees on the far shore. At first, we thought it was a hiker, but it didn't move. Not a step. Not even a sway in the wind. It was pale, taller than any person should be, with limbs that seemed slightly off in proportion. Its head was tilted at an unnatural angle. "Probably someone camping on the other side," Ryan said, but even he sounded unsure. Sophie, always the skeptic, insisted we go investigate, but I had a bad feeling. That gut-twisting unease you feel when something is very, very wrong. As night fell, we decided to leave the tents and go back to the car for more flashlights and supplies. When we turned, the path seemed different. Trees that hadn't been there before blocked our way. The firelight from our camp vanished as if someone had snuffed it out. Panic set in. The figure was closer now, across the lake, but somehow larger, looming, as if it had grown overnight. Its head tilted even more, like it was studying us. We ran back to where the tents were supposed to be, only to find the shoreline empty. No tents, no fire, just the lake and the thickening darkness. Suddenly, a sound echoed through the trees, a low, guttural growl, followed by a soft, wet splashing in the water. It wasn't any animal I'd ever heard, not a bear, not a coyote. Something unnatural. Sophie screamed when a shadow moved just under the water near the shore. Something large, undulating, shifting, as if it wasn't fully solid. Ryan tried to keep us calm. "It's probably just a deer, or maybe a branch falling," he said, but his voice wavered. I glanced back at the opposite shore. The figure was gone, but now the trees were moving unnaturally, branches bent and twisted, forming shapes that shouldn't exist. Faces, mouths opening, eyes that glowed faintly in the darkness. We decided to run, following the faint trail we remembered from earlier. The forest seemed endless. Every direction looked the same. Our flashlights barely penetrated the blackness. I stumbled over roots, fell into mud, and scrambled back up. Behind us, the growls followed, but they were changing. Sometimes soft, almost whispering. Words I couldn't understand. Words that felt like they were inside my head rather than spoken aloud. Hours, or maybe minutes later, we stumbled onto a clearing. A small cabin stood there, lights on, smoke curling from the chimney. Relief flooded us. We approached, desperate for help. The door opened on its own. Inside was a single room. The walls were covered in writing, scratched, painted, scrawled in a language none of us recognized. But the floor was lined with shoes. Hundreds of them, small, worn, some fresh, some rotting. We froze. Sophie pointed at one of the shoes. It had a tiny note inside. I picked it up. In shaky handwriting it read, "Don't trust the woods, they want you." A sudden noise made us spin. The door slammed shut. The lights flickered, and the growls returned, louder now. They were everywhere, coming from the corners, the walls, the ceiling. Shadows moved independently of the light, stretching, twisting. Faces appeared in them, and mouths opening in silent screams. Mark tried to break the window. The glass wouldn't budge. Ryan banged on the door. Nothing. Then the writing on the walls began to move, twisting, forming shapes that leaned toward us, whispering words we couldn't understand. The shadows pressed closer, and I could feel a weight in the air, heavy and cold, like the forest itself was alive and watching. Then, just as suddenly as it started, everything stopped. Silence. Darkness. We opened our eyes and found ourselves outside the cabin, the forest normal, the path leading back to our campsite, or at least what looked like it. The tents were there, the fire smoldering, nothing seemed wrong. We didn't speak as we packed up. The rest of the trip was uneventful, though the forest seemed to follow us, always at the edge of our vision. When we returned to the city, life felt smaller, safer, too bright. But sometimes, when I'm alone, I hear that whispering again. Faint at first, then stronger. And I know that the forest is still out there, waiting for the next campers. Years later, I found a news article about hikers missing in that same area. Disappeared without a trace. No bodies, no signs, just vanished. I recognized some of the names, and deep down I knew that one day, maybe, I'd hear that call again. Story, the end. The gravel road twisted through the dense forest like a scar, barely wide enough for my truck to fit. The tires crunched over loose stone, and each dip in the road rattled the old toolbox behind my seat. By the time I reached the small clearing marked on the outdated forest map, the sun was already sinking behind the trees, staining the sky a burnt orange hue. It wasn't my idea to come here. It was Dan's. Dan, with his expensive hiking boots and constant need to prove he wasn't just some office guy drowning in spreadsheets. He had heard about an undiscovered part of the Shawnee National Forest in southern Illinois, somewhere remote, quiet, a place untouched by the usual hikers. "Look, man, no crowds, no noise," he said a week before the trip. "Just us, the woods, and 2 nights of real camping." Our third friend, Lacey, jumped on the idea right away. She claimed she needed a break from her roommate and her job at a veterinary clinic. "If I don't get away," she said, "I'm going to forget what fresh air smells like." By the time we parked and started unloading gear, night was creeping in. The clearing was nothing more than a patch of dirt surrounded by towering oaks and thick brush. The air was strangely still, no birds calling, no insects buzzing. Even the wind seemed to avoid this place. "Feels dead out here," I muttered. Dan shot me a grin. Perfect. Finally, somewhere not overrun with Instagram campers. We unloaded the coolers, set up the tents, and got a fire started. The flames crackled and popped, and for a while, it actually felt like a normal camping trip. Lacey roasted hot dogs, Dan tried and failed to hang our food properly, and I dug my old metal camping mug out of my pack. But as darkness wrapped around the clearing, I started to notice things. Small things. Unsettling things. The woods felt too quiet. Even the fire seemed muted, as if the forest was swallowing the sound. And a faint smell drifted in on the cool air, earthy, metallic, almost like rusted iron mixed with wet soil. "You smell that?" I asked. "No?" Lacey said, sniffing the air. "Just smoke," Dan shrugged. "Probably a dead animal somewhere." We tried to shake it off. We talked about old high school stories, bad dates, stupid pranks we used to pull. But then, somewhere deep in the woods, a tree branch snapped. Not a small twig. A thick branch, loud, heavy, deliberate. All 3 of us stopped talking. "What was that?" Lacey whispered. "Probably a deer," Dan said, though his voice was tight. "Or a boar. They're big out here." I stared into the trees, my heart thudding. I grew up hunting with my dad. I knew what deer sounded like. I knew what boar sounded like. That noise didn't match either. But nothing else happened. No animal emerged. No footsteps followed. Nothing rustled. It was just silence again. We went to bed around midnight. I climbed into my tent, zipped it shut, and listened to the forest. Normally, nighttime in the woods was loud. The chirping of insects, the hoots of owls, the rustling of small animals. But here, it was like everything held its breath. I must have dozed off at some point because the next thing I knew, I was awake, staring at the ceiling of my tent in the darkness. Something had woken me. At first, I thought it was a dream, but then I heard it, a dragging sound, something heavy being pulled slowly across the ground. I held my breath, listening. It scraped softly, then paused, then scraped again. It was close, too close. I reached for my flashlight, but before I could switch it on, I heard whispering. Low, raspy, impossible to distinguish. I froze. My throat tightened. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The whispering grew louder, circling the tent as the dragging sound resumed. Dan? I whispered, voice shaking. No answer. Lacey? Silence. Then the whispering stopped, the dragging stopped, and something brushed against the side of my tent, soft, deliberate, like fingers. I stayed there, frozen in terror, until exhaustion eventually overtook fear. Morning came, gray and cold. When I unzipped my tent, a sick, heavy dread clamped onto my stomach. The dirt around our camp was disturbed, not footprints, just dragged lines in the soil weaving between the tents and around the fire pit. What the hell happened out here? Lacey asked, emerging from her tent. Dan came out too, rubbing his neck. You guys didn't hear anything? I stared at him. You didn't hear the dragging or the whispering? He shook his head. I slept straight through. Lacey looked uneasy. I heard something, but I thought it was you guys. We tried to lighten the mood with breakfast, but the strange quiet persisted. The smell of rust was still there, stronger now, nauseating. Around noon, we decided to explore a bit of the forest, following an old overgrown trail that led deeper inside. The trees grew denser, the air colder. After half a mile, we stumbled on something we hadn't expected. An old stone structure. It wasn't a cabin or an outbuilding. It was a circular stone wall, waist high, arranged with unsettling precision. In the center stood a wooden pole carved with strange symbols. The wood was splintered as if something had clawed at it. What is this? Lacey whispered. Dan crouched to touch the symbols. Maybe old native markings? Those aren't Native American, I said quietly. I don't know what they are, but I've never seen anything like them. The ground inside the stone circle was covered in deep grooves, not footprints, not claw marks. Something like long, jagged trenches carved into the dirt. Lacey shuddered. Let's just go back. We didn't argue. When we returned to camp, something was waiting for us. A deer skull sat on top of our fire pit. Its eye sockets were filled with mud, its jaws propped open with small stones. Dan blanched. Okay, who the hell is messing with us? Nobody knew we were here, I said. And nobody followed us, Lacey added. But we all knew the truth. Something had followed us. Something was playing with us. We argued for an hour about leaving. Dan insisted it was probably some bored hunters screwing around. Lacey wanted to pack and go immediately. I felt torn. Leaving now meant hiking out near dusk, but staying felt worse. By late afternoon, storm clouds rolled in, heavy thunder growled above the mountains, rain began to fall in thick drops. Hiking out became impossible. We'll leave first thing in the morning, Dan said. This storm will blow over. Night fell earlier than usual because of the thick clouds. The storm raged. Lightning flashed, thunder cracked, and the wind whipped violently through the trees. But even over the storm, I heard something else. The dragging. Again. Closer. And this time, all three of us heard it. Jesus, what is that? Dan said, grabbing his flashlight. The dragging grew louder, as if coming from all sides at once. Then came the whispering. Dozens of voices now, fast and overlapping. Lacey whimpered. It's in the trees. Lightning split the sky, white blinding, and for a second I saw movement between the oaks. Figures, tall, thin figures. Dozens of them. Not human. Their limbs were wrong, too long, too bent, their heads cocked sideways as if broken. They stood motionless, watching us through the rain. When the lightning faded, they vanished into the dark. But the whispering didn't. Dan grabbed his pack. We're not staying another second. We ran blindly into the trees, rain pelting our faces. The thunder was deafening. My flashlight beam shook wildly. I kept seeing things in the corner of my eye, shapes darting through the trees, long arms reaching, shadows moving fast. The whispering grew louder, closer, inside my head. I stumbled and crashed into the mud. Dan pulled me up. Come on, move! Lacey screamed behind us, not a small scream, pure terror. We turned and saw her being dragged backward by something we couldn't see. Her fingers clawed at the mud, leaving deep grooves. Help me! Help me! We ran toward her, but another lightning flash illuminated something behind her. A tall figure, crouched low, its arms wrapped around her waist, pulling her into the black woods. Its head snapped toward us, jerky, unnatural. Its eyes glowed white, not reflecting, glowing. Her scream was cut off suddenly, like someone had pressed mute. She was gone. Dan lost it. He bolted, screaming her name. I chased him, but the storm, the darkness, the whispering, everything was chaos. We reached the truck near dawn, soaked, shaking, exhausted. The storm had passed, leaving the forest eerily still again. We didn't speak as we sped down the gravel road. We didn't file a police report that day. It took us 3 days to work up the courage. Search teams went out. They found our campsite, destroyed and covered in claw-like grooves. They found the stone circle. They found drag marks leading into the woods. They never found Lacey. Locals told us stories later. Old stories. Stories about thin things that moved wrong. Stories about watchers in the woods. Stories about voices that whispered during storms. We left town the same day. I haven't camped since. Dan doesn't sleep anymore, and sometimes on the darkest nights when rain taps against my window I hear it, dragging, whispering, calling my name. Story the end. The sun was beginning to dip behind the dense pines as we trudged along the narrow dirt trail, backpacks heavy and spirits high. There were 5 of us, Jake, Melissa, Ryan, Claire, and me, venturing deep into the Adirondacks for a weekend of camping, hiking, and the kind of carefree bonding only 20-somethings on a long weekend could imagine. We had chosen a remote site that promised solitude, away from the usual tourist trail. On paper, it was perfect. In reality, it would be a weekend none of us would ever forget. We arrived at the clearing just as the last sliver of sunlight disappeared. The clearing was small but flat, perfect for tents. A stream ran along the edge, a faint trickle that promised fresh water, and the air smelled sharp, like pine needles and earth. Setting up the tents was quick. Jake and Ryan took the lead on the fire pit while Melissa and Claire unpacked food. I wandered a little toward the stream, throwing stones into the water and feeling a sense of calm wash over me. Dinner was simple: hot dogs, beans, and a few bottles of beer, but the real fun came after dark. The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows across the clearing, and the night was alive with the hum of crickets and the occasional rustle of wildlife. We told stories, joked about ghosts in the woods, and laughed at our own nervousness. But as the night deepened, the laughter faded into a more cautious silence. There was something about the woods that night that felt off. I was the last one to fall asleep. Lying in my sleeping bag, I listened to the wind whisper through the trees and the distant call of an owl. Then, faintly, I heard it, a crunching sound like boots on leaves coming from just beyond the firelight. I froze, straining my ears. The others were asleep, oblivious. The crunching continued, slow, deliberate, circling our campsite. My heart pounded. I wanted to wake the others, but feared it might be nothing, or worse, attract attention. The noise stopped suddenly. Then came a whisper, so faint I thought I imagined it. "Hello?" No response. Then a shadow moved just at the tree line, crouched low, moving silently but with purpose. I could barely make it out against the dark, but I knew it was there. The next morning, we joked about my midnight paranoia, but the unease lingered. We hiked further along the trail, thus trying to shake it off. But signs of something unusual were everywhere. Broken branches at odd angles, footprints that didn't match any of us, and a strange arrangement of rocks in a circle that none of us had seen before. Ryan brushed it off as animals. Claire said it was probably kids, but even they didn't seem entirely convinced. We decided to hike to a nearby waterfall. The path became rougher, overgrown, and at some points we had to scramble over fallen trees. The deeper we went, the more isolated it felt, and a sense of being watched settled over us. At one point, I noticed a figure in the distance, a man, tall, thin, wearing a dark jacket. He stood perfectly still as we passed, just staring. Melissa saw him too and froze, whispering my name. By the time we reached the spot where he had been, he was gone. No footprints, no signs of passage. We tried to dismiss it and enjoy the waterfall. The sound of rushing water was comforting, almost normal. But while we were there, Claire realized her phone was missing. She was frantic, retracing steps, while the rest of us searched the surrounding brush. Nothing. Just before we left, Ryan spotted something carved into the trunk of a nearby tree. "Leave now." Panic set in. We rushed back to our campsite, only to find the tents slashed. Not torn haphazardly, but deliberately cut with something sharp. Our food was gone. The fire pit had been doused, and in the ash, someone had drawn a crude symbol we didn't recognize. Fear gripped us all. We had no idea who or what had done this, but there was no mistaking that it was intentional. We debated leaving immediately, but our cars were over a mile back, and the trail was already difficult in daylight. We tried to secure the remaining belongings and stick together. That night, none of us slept. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made us jump. Around midnight, the crunching returned, louder this time, accompanied by a soft hum, a low, unsettling tune. It moved around the clearing, and we huddled together, holding flashlights in shaky hands. Then, suddenly, it stopped. Silence. Then a voice, clear and close, whispered, "You shouldn't be here." It wasn't a shout, not even angry, just certain. I grabbed my flashlight and swung it toward the tree line. The beam caught something standing among the trees, a man, or something like a man, thin, hunched, wearing the same dark jacket from the waterfall, holding a long object in his hands. Before I could scream, he vanished. By dawn, we decided we couldn't stay another night. We packed frantically and started back down the trail. The woods seemed alive with whispers and movement. Once, I saw a flash of red in the corner of my vision, like eyes reflecting the morning sun. Every time we stopped to catch our breath, I felt the presence closer, circling, watching. We didn't speak much. Only when we reached the main trail, closer to the road, did the tension start to ease. We ran the final stretch, adrenaline carrying us until we reached the parking lot and our cars. Shaking, exhausted, we drove away without looking back. It would have been over then if it weren't for the photos. Melissa, trying to capture the beauty of the forest, had taken several pictures along the trail. When we looked at them later, we saw the same man or something like him in the background of almost every shot. Not just once, but always in the distance, sometimes partially hidden by trees, sometimes fully visible. In one, he was standing directly behind me, smiling, and in another closer, crouched low, almost ready to spring. We tried to rationalize it. Someone living off the grid? A hiker? An urban legend come to life? But nothing fit. We had never heard of anyone going missing in that particular area in years. Yet the feeling of being hunted had been so intense, so real. Weeks later, Claire's phone rang, an unknown number. She answered, hesitant. A voice whispered, "You can't leave yet," before the line went dead. None of us knew how they had gotten the number. None of us called back. Melissa deleted all the pictures, convinced it would stop. Ryan burned the map we had used to navigate. Jake refused to talk about it. But the memory, the feeling of being watched, has stayed with all of us. And every time I go into the woods now, even a well-trodden state park, I feel it, a presence, just at the edge of my vision, waiting. We never returned to the Adirondacks. None of us camped again in remote areas. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind is right, I swear I can hear the crunching again, circling just outside my window. It's been years, but I remember the shadow at the tree line, the whisper in the dark, the feeling that someone or something knew exactly where we were. And I know, without a doubt, that if we had stayed another night, we would not have come back. Story the end. The sun had just begun to set over the dense woods of northern Pennsylvania, casting long shadows through the towering pines. I remember thinking how perfect the evening was for camping. Quiet, crisp air, the faint smell of pine needles and damp earth. My friends and I had been planning this trip for months. There were 5 of us, me, Jake, Aaron, Sam, and Tyler. We were all in our early 20s, all restless city kids who thought we could handle the wilderness. The drive up had been long, but uneventful. As we pulled off the main road onto a narrow, winding gravel path, the trees seemed to close in around the car. It gave me a slight chill, but I brushed it off. By the time we found a small clearing to set up camp, it was almost dark. We pitched 2 tents, gathered firewood, and built a modest fire pit. The stars were brilliant above us, the kind of sky you only see when you leave city lights far behind. We were just finishing setting up when Tyler, ever the adventurous one, suggested we go for a short walk down a trail he'd seen on the map. It was still light enough to see, and honestly, I was curious. The trail was narrow and uneven, and the further we went, the quieter it became. Not just the absence of city noise. This was a heavy, unnatural quiet. Birds weren't singing, squirrels weren't rustling in the underbrush. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Tyler led us to a small clearing with a dilapidated cabin. It was weathered, paint peeling, windows cracked, and door hanging off its hinges. "Looks abandoned," Aaron said a little nervously. We all agreed to just peek inside, nothing more. The floorboards creaked under our feet, and the air smelled like damp rot. In the corner, we found old furniture covered in thick dust, and what looked like a child's drawing stuck to the wall. It was crude, stick figures with hollow eyes, some scratched out violently. "That's weird," Sam muttered. I nodded, but tried to brush it off. Still, there was something about the drawing that made my stomach twist. We left quickly and headed back to our campsite. The walk back was silent, except for the crunch of dead leaves under our boots. By the time we returned, darkness had fully settled, and the fire looked small and fragile against the immense shadows of the forest. That night, around midnight, I woke to a sound outside my tent. At first, I thought it was an animal, branches snapping, a faint rustling through the underbrush. But then I heard something else. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling our campsite. I nudged Jake awake and we listened together. The others remained asleep. The fire had dimmed to glowing embers and the night was eerily still except for the soft footfalls. "Probably just a raccoon," Jake whispered, though I could tell he didn't believe it. The steps stopped, then started again, closer this time. My heart was hammering. I grabbed my flashlight, intending to shine it outside, but when I unzipped the tent, the beam caught nothing, just the darkness. And yet I knew someone or something was there. We didn't sleep much after that. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves made us jump. Around 3 a.m., Tyler got up to use the bathroom near the edge of the clearing. That was the last time we saw him that night. We didn't hear a scream, didn't see a struggle. He was just gone. At first, we thought he had wandered off, maybe fallen or gotten lost. But as we started shouting his name, we noticed something strange. The fire had gone out completely. There were no footprints leading away from the tents, just the ones we had made earlier, and around them, the soft ground looked pressed down, like something large had circled our campsite. We spent hours searching, calling, wandering the forest, but there was no trace of Tyler. By morning, we decided to hike back to the main road and get help. The forest seemed different in the daylight, not safer, just emptier, like it had swallowed something. When we finally made it to a ranger station, the officer took our story seriously but seemed skeptical. They sent a team out, but no one ever found Tyler, and the forest around our campsite showed no signs of recent human presence, except our own. We were told that area had a history of disappearances. Hikers, campers, hunters, people would vanish, often without a trace. Some locals spoke of a hermit who lived deep in the woods decades ago, who was rumored to be violent. Others whispered about darker things, rituals, spirits, entities that haunted the forest. None of it made sense to me at the time, but I remember feeling that whatever was out there that night was not human. A year later, Aaron found a message scrawled on a tree near a different trail in the same forest. "He sees you." That was the last time we returned. The memory of that night never faded. Every time I hear a branch snap in my backyard, every time a shadow seems to move against the corner of my eye, I feel the same chill I felt circling our campsite that first night. We never knew what took Tyler, and I don't think I ever want to. Some things I've learned are better left unexplored. But the worst part, what still haunts me, is that feeling of being watched. I know deep down that whatever brushed past our tents that night is still out there, and it didn't just take him. It knew we were there, and somehow it let us go just to remember. Even now, when I think back to the forest and the way the shadows moved, I feel a weight on my chest, as if it's right there with me. I've read stories about creatures in the woods, about people vanishing into thin air, about places where the forest itself seems alive. I never believed in any of it until that night. Tyler's disappearance changed us all. Sam quit hiking entirely. Erin refuses to speak about it at all, except to say she heard something calling her name in the woods long after. Jake somehow grew obsessed with learning about missing persons cases in that region, trying to make sense of the senseless. And me, I've tried to bury it, but memories like that aren't something you can bury. A few months later, we received a package with no return address. Inside was a small, crudely drawn figure on a piece of parchment, hollow eyes like the drawing we had seen in the cabin. Below it, in jagged writing, 3 words, "He's back." We never went back. None of us spoke about it publicly, but each of us knows the truth. The forest isn't empty. It watches, waits, and it knows when you're alone. The line between the living and the forest's shadows is thinner than anyone realizes. Some nights I dream I'm back at that campsite. I wake to the sound of footsteps again, circling, deliberate, patient. And I know that Tyler isn't the only one it's taken. It's just the first one we noticed. The stories you read online, the ones that make you scoff, they're just warnings. Warnings that if you wander too far into the wrong forest, you might never return. And if you do, you might come back changed, always listening, always watching for the eyes in the shadows. I don't know why we survived when Tyler didn't. Maybe it was luck, or maybe it was intentional. But every time I tell this story, I can still feel it behind me, in the corner of my vision, in the quietest moments when the world seems still. It's out there. It's always out there, and it never forgets. I stopped camping after that. I stopped hiking. I avoid forests entirely. But some nights, when the wind rustles the trees just right, I can almost hear it whispering through the branches, almost calling my name. And I know it hasn't finished with me. Story, the end. It was supposed to be just another weekend camping trip for a group of college friends, 5 of them, all in their early 20s, itching to get away from their cramped apartments and the endless hum of the city. The idea had come from Luke, who had grown up in the Midwest and swore by the serenity of the forest. The destination was a remote state park deep in northern Wisconsin, a place he'd visited as a kid but hadn't been to in years. The park had a reputation for beautiful lakes, towering pines, and quiet trails, but like many remote areas, it had its own eerie stories whispered by locals, stories about hikers disappearing or strange noises echoing at night. None of them cared. It all sounded like the perfect setup for a weekend adventure. They arrived on Friday afternoon, their SUVs kicking up dust on the long dirt road leading to the campground. The sun was still high, painting the forest in golden hues, and the air carried the crisp scent of pine and wet earth. They parked beside a secluded loop, far from the few other campers who had trickled in earlier that day. Luke took the lead in unpacking, while Jenna, the only one in the group with any semblance of outdoor survival knowledge, started laying out the campsite essentials: tent, stove, firewood. As they set up, the forest seemed to swallow the usual city noise, leaving only the occasional rustle of leaves and distant bird calls. There was an immediate sense of isolation, an untouched quality that felt almost sacred. Or maybe it was unsettling. None of them spoke much about it at first, brushing off the creeping sensation as excitement. By nightfall, they had a roaring fire going, and the conversation drifted between jokes, stories from college, and wild theories about local hauntings. Luke pulled out a bottle of whiskey, and soon the group had a casual buzz. That's when Sam suggested a night hike. He was the most adventurous of the group, always pushing for real experiences over the usual camping, lounge around the fire routine. It's only a mile or so to the old ranger station ruins, Sam said, his voice tinged with challenge. We can check it out, get some night photos. I hear it's haunted or something. Haunted? Jenna laughed, shaking her head. You just want to creep everyone out. Maybe, Sam grinned. But think about it. You get those old, broken-down buildings in the middle of nowhere, and suddenly every shadow looks like a ghost. Perfect horror material. After some teasing and half-hearted protests from the others, they agreed to the hike. Equipped with flashlights and their phones, they set out along the narrow trail, their laughter echoing under the canopy of towering trees. At first, everything was fine. The trail was overgrown but passable, lined with ferns and the occasional fallen log. The moon was just bright enough to see their path, and the forest, though dense, seemed almost peaceful. That changed when Jenna noticed the first oddity. Did anyone else hear that? She asked, stopping mid-step. What? Luke replied, peering into the dark. I don't know, like twigs snapping, not like the trail, more like something moving off the path. The group froze, the sound faint now, but distinct enough to raise their hackles. Sam scoffed nervously. Probably just a deer or some raccoon, nothing to freak out about. They continued, albeit more cautiously, until they reached the ruins. The ranger station was little more than a collapsed roof and charred beams, remnants of a fire that had consumed it decades ago. It looked harmless in the daylight, but in the moonlight, shadows slithered across the broken walls, and the wind whistled through the openings like a low moan. They explored for a few minutes, taking photos and poking around until Jenna suggested they head back. That's when they realized something strange. Did we take a wrong turn? Luke asked. This doesn't look like the path back. They were on a narrow, overgrown trail, and the landmarks didn't match what they remembered. Panic started to creep in. Phones were useless. The forest's canopy blocked the GPS signal. Flashlights flickered as the batteries started draining faster than usual, or maybe it was just the sudden tension making them feel weaker. That's when they heard it, a whisper, soft and deliberate, coming from deeper in the woods. Hello? It wasn't loud, but it carried a tone that made their skin crawl. The group huddled together. "Stop messing with us, Sam," Jenna said, her voice trembling. "I swear it's not me," Sam replied, equally unnerved. The whisper repeated, slightly closer this time. "Hello." Luke swallowed hard. "We should just get back to camp. Now." As they hurried down the path, branches clawed at their arms and faces, and shadows seemed to twitch at the edge of their vision. Every now and then, they thought they glimpsed a figure, a dark shape standing perfectly still between the trees, but every time they blinked, it was gone. By the time they made it back to camp, the air was thick with fear. They bolted the tent flaps and sat around the fire, trying to calm their racing hearts. But the forest wasn't done with them. Around 2 a.m., Luke to a noise outside the tent. At first, he thought it was just an animal rummaging in the brush, but then he heard it, a deliberate, slow knock on a tree. Then another, and another. Not random, not natural. Someone, or something, was out there. He nudged Jenna, who had a heavy sleeping bag cocooned around her. "Did you hear that?" Her eyes widened. "Yes, oh my God, that's..." The knocking stopped. Silence. Too heavy, too complete. Then, faintly, almost imperceptibly, came the whisper again. "Hello." Jenna grabbed the flashlight and shone it into the darkness, but the beam only cut through the trees, revealing nothing but the swaying shadows of branches. Luke grabbed the fire poker, his hand shaking. "Maybe it's a prank," Sam said groggily, emerging from his sleeping bag. "Someone camping nearby?" "No one else is supposed to be here," Luke said, his voice tight. "We passed every site on the way in." The whisper came again, now from the edge of the firelight, just beyond the circle of safety. "Hello." Suddenly, the fire flared. Not from wind, but as if someone or something had blown on it. The tent fabric rustled violently. Sam and Luke screamed as shadows darted just beyond the glow. The group ran, tripping over roots, their flashlights bouncing erratically. They barely noticed the broken branches snagging their clothes, the uneven ground threatening to send them tumbling. When they finally stumbled back to their SUVs, the fear had reached a point of sheer panic. They locked themselves inside, heartbeats hammering. For a moment, it was quiet. Then, on the windshield, they saw it. Long scratches, deep gouges, as if something had run its claws along the glass. They didn't wait. Engines roared to life, tires screeching as they tore down the dirt road back toward civilization. Even then, Luke swore he could see dark shapes moving just at the edge of the headlights, keeping pace, never closing in, but never disappearing. By the time they reached the main highway, exhausted and trembling, the shapes had vanished. They didn't speak of what they saw or what they heard for months. When they did, none of them described it the same way. Some said humanoid, others animal-like, others something else entirely. Over the following weeks, they noticed other things: scratches on car doors, strange footprints outside their homes, fleeting shadows in mirrors that vanished when they blinked. Jenna insisted they report it to the local authorities, but without evidence, the police dismissed it as a prank or hallucination. Even Sam, normally eager for thrill, refused to return to the forest. The most unsettling part was the whispers. Every so often, late at night, they would hear it in their dreams, faint but clear. "Hello." Months later, a local ranger told them something they hadn't known. The park had been the site of a missing persons case years ago. A camper, a young man, vanished without a trace. The investigation had turned up nothing, no bodies, no clues. Just gone. And other cases, older, all over the region, similar disappearances in remote areas where the trees grew thick and the nights ran long. They realized too late that the forest hadn't forgotten them. It remembered their presence, their fear, and perhaps, in some way, it had claimed them, even if it hadn't physically taken them. Not yet. Years have passed since that weekend, but none of them go camping anymore. Luke moved to another state, trying to escape the memories. Jenna sleeps with lights on, terrified of dark corners. Sam avoids anything resembling wilderness. And Sam's sister, when asked why he never camped again, simply said he refused to go near the woods ever. Every now and then, on quiet nights, One of them will hear a faint tapping at their window or the almost inaudible whisper of a voice. Hello? The forest waits, and sometimes it calls. Story the end. It was supposed to be a simple weekend escape from the city. A few friends, a couple of tents, and the quiet woods of northern Pennsylvania. The trip had been planned for months, a chance to disconnect from the grind of work and school, to breathe in the crisp fall air and forget about everything else. Emily, Jake, Lisa, and Marcus piled into Jake's old Ford pickup on Friday evening, their laughter filling the cab as they drove further away from the familiar glow of streetlights. The plan was to stay at a relatively remote site near Ricketts Glen State Park, known for its waterfalls and trails, but still popular enough that someone could stumble upon you in an emergency. They joked about ghosts and local legends on the drive, pretending to be scared but really just trying to hype each other up for the adventure. The first night was uneventful. They set up camp near a small clearing beside the river, the sound of rushing water mixing with the rustle of leaves overhead. They cooked hot dogs over the fire, drank cheap beer, and told stories. Everything felt right. The woods alive but not threatening, the night cool but not cold. Emily went to bed first, exhausted from the drive, but she didn't sleep well. She felt a vague unease, like the darkness was pressing a little too close, like the trees were leaning in to watch. She chalked it up to city paranoia the way she always did, and tried to convince herself it was fine. Jake and Marcus stayed up later, drinking and talking quietly about their jobs, their frustrations, and their dreams. Lisa wandered off to collect firewood but returned quickly, looking pale. I thought I saw someone out there, she said, just standing, watching. The others laughed it off, teasing her about being dramatic, but the unease she felt didn't fade. When she laid down that night, she couldn't shake the feeling that eyes were on her, that something was just beyond the firelight, just out of reach. Saturday morning came bright and cold. They hiked a few miles to see a waterfall, the path lined with orange and red leaves that crunched underfoot. Everything seemed idyllic until they noticed the strange markings on the trees along the trail. Scratches, not like the normal bark damage, but deliberate, almost symbols. Emily pointed them out, and the others tried to dismiss it, saying animals must have done it. But then they saw more. Not far from the trail, a tree had been carved with something that looked like a crude face, wide eyes, a jagged mouth staring at them. That's weird, Jake said, forcing a laugh. Like, somebody carved that recently. Or not human, Marcus muttered. The words hung awkwardly in the crisp morning air, and no one argued. They continued, but the feeling of being watched never left. By mid-afternoon, they reached a clearing near the top of a small ridge where they could see miles of forest stretching out below them. Emily wandered a little off to take pictures, and that's when she noticed footprints in the dirt, bare, large, and spaced in a way that suggested someone had been running. She called out to the others, pointing to them, and Marcus's face went pale. They're not ours, he said quietly. None of us have feet that big. Jake laughed nervously, trying to make light of it. Probably a hunter or something. No big deal. But Emily noticed something else. The footprints weren't normal. They were smeared in places, as if the person had been dragging something. Her stomach twisted, a warning that made the hairs on her neck stand up. They returned to camp in uneasy silence. That night, things escalated. Around 10, as they sat by the fire, they heard it. A low, guttural growl, distant but distinct. Everyone froze, eyes scanning the black woods beyond the firelight. Then, almost immediately after, a loud bang echoed through the clearing, like someone had thrown a log against a tree. Lisa screamed, dropping her mug of beer. Okay, this isn't funny anymore, she shouted. Shh, Jake said, his voice tight. Probably an animal, just a deer or something. But none of them believed him. The growls continued, low and deliberate, now circling around the clearing. Shadows flitted between the trees, and Emily swore she saw two glowing eyes watching them. Marcus grabbed a flashlight and swung it around, but it illuminated nothing, just the black hollows between the trees. When he finally shined it near the edge of the clearing, they saw it. A figure crouched in the shadows, tall, thin, and impossibly still. It had long arms and a head that tilted unnaturally, almost like it was observing them with a twisted curiosity. The firelight flickered on its face, and for a moment Emily thought it smiled. But the face was wrong, too long, almost skeletal. They ran to the tents, fumbling in the dark. Jake tried to grab the firewood, but the pile was gone, scattered, broken, as if something had been rummaging through it. They could hear the thing moving around the perimeter of the clearing, the soft snap of branches underfoot. Lisa screamed again, this time in pure terror. Emily grabbed her hand, pulling her toward the tents. They huddled inside, trying to barricade themselves. Marcus suggested calling 911, but there was no signal. Their phones were dead, mysteriously drained despite being fully charged that afternoon. The growls intensified, now accompanied by a wet, dragging sound. They could hear it moving closer, circling the tents, sniffing, scratching at the fabric. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time had no meaning. Every so often they thought it had gone, only for another sound to start, closer than before. They whispered to each other, trying to make sense of it, trying to convince themselves it was an animal, anything human, anything explainable. At some point, Marcus peeked outside, using the tiny light of his phone. The clearing was empty, or so it seemed. But the footprints were back, right outside their tent, now smeared with what looked like dried blood. Emily gagged, backing away. "They're not ours," she whispered. "No," Marcus agreed, "and none of us are missing limbs." Jake tried to laugh, but it came out hollow. "Maybe we should just leave. Drive back now, in the dark. Get out of here." They considered it, but every instinct told them the thing outside would see them moving, track them. They were trapped. They didn't sleep. When dawn broke, the forest seemed peaceful again, deceptively normal. Sunlight streamed through the trees, and for a few hours, nothing happened. They packed quickly, avoiding the areas with the strange carvings, and started walking back toward the trailhead, hoping to find a ranger or someone else. But then Emily saw it again, up ahead, standing at the edge of the tree line. The thing didn't move at first, just tilted its head, staring. And then, as they got closer, it dashed, faster than any human and terrifyingly silent. It didn't chase them, it just disappeared into the woods, as if deciding to follow another path, but they all felt its presence as they walked. When they reached the parking lot, their relief was tangible. There were cars, people, life. They didn't speak much, just piled into Jake's truck, drove back toward the city in tense silence. Only when they reached Emily's apartment did they allow themselves to breathe. Weeks later, they went back to see if anyone else had reported sightings. They found an online forum where hikers talked about the shadows in Ricketts Glen, tall, unnaturally fast creatures, sometimes leaving human-like carvings or smeared tracks. One person claimed to have lost a friend who went off-trail alone, never to be seen again. Emily couldn't stop thinking about the face she had glimpsed in the firelight, the way it tilted its head, the long, crooked smile. She refused to go camping again. Jake, Marcus, and Lisa never spoke about it in detail, but each of them felt the same lingering unease whenever they drove past the forest on the highway. Sometimes, late at night, Emily swears she can hear a faint, wet, dragging sound outside her apartment window, just beyond the streetlights, just out of reach. But she never looks. The forest is quiet now, but she knows it's still out there, watching, waiting. Story the end. The wind had a strange way of whispering through the pines that night, and at first it was almost comforting. Emily had always loved camping, the way the smell of damp earth and pine needles made her feel alive, as though she'd temporarily escaped the monotony of everyday life. Her friends, Jake, Morgan, and Tyler, were laughing at some joke she didn't quite hear, tossing a frisbee back and forth, their faces lit by the fading orange of the sunset. They were in the middle of the Appalachian foothills, not too far from some of the better-known trails, but far enough to feel isolated. They set up their tents at the edge of a small clearing, the kind that seemed perfect for a campfire. Morgan had insisted on bringing her portable speaker, and they had a playlist of classic rock and country humming in the background. Tyler had started gathering firewood, and Emily had wandered off a bit, Bess, her curiosity leading her along the edge of a gurgling stream. The forest was dense here, the trees towering like ancient sentinels, their branches swaying in a rhythm that felt almost deliberate, like the forest itself was watching. Emily crouched by the stream, running her fingers through the icy water. That's when she noticed it. Faint footprints pressed into the muddy bank across the way. They were oddly shaped, not quite human. Her stomach sank. She felt a sudden coldness in the air, the kind that makes your hair stand on end. Brushing it off, she shook her head and returned to the campfire, telling herself it was probably some hiker or a deer. The night deepened, and they lit the fire. Shadows danced around them, stretched and distorted by the flickering flames. They told ghost stories, the usual ones, nothing too elaborate, nothing to make them actually believe. Tyler was the first to complain about the wind. It had picked up, and with it came an eerie rustling from the trees, almost like whispering voices. "Must be the wind," Jake said, trying to sound confident, but Emily noticed the edge in his voice. Hours passed, and they eventually drifted to sleep in their tents, the fire dying down to embers. Emily woke in the middle of the night to a sound she couldn't place, a low, guttural groan, almost animalistic, yet not. She sat up in her tent, straining to hear. The forest was alive with it, a chorus of murmurs that seemed to creep closer with each passing second. Heart racing, she unzipped the flap of her tent. The clearing was empty, the fire just smoldering. Then she saw the footprints, fresh ones, larger than hers, heading straight toward the tents. She froze. The footprints stopped just at the edge of their clearing. There was nothing else, no movement, just the faintest sound of breathing that wasn't hers. Emily whispered for Jake and Morgan, but no response came. Her phone was dead. No signal, of course. Panic rose like bile in her throat. Suddenly, a rustling from behind one of the trees made her spin around. Nothing there. She swore she saw a shadow move, quick and darting, disappearing into the darkness. Emily yanked the tent flap shut, trying to convince herself it was an animal, maybe a bear, maybe a deer. But the footprints, they weren't animal. She'd seen enough tracks in her life to know. Morning came slow. The sun's first light revealed the true isolation of their campsite. Jake, Morgan, and Tyler were all awake, looking pale and uneasy. "Did anyone else hear last night?" Emily asked, her voice barely audible. They exchanged glances. "Yeah," Tyler admitted. "I thought it was just the wind, but I don't know. Something felt off." Morgan shook her head. "I thought I saw something outside my tent, like a person, but that makes no sense. We're miles from the nearest trail." They decided to pack up and head back. The day was bright and seemingly normal, but Emily couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The trees seemed denser, the shadows darker. Every snap of a twig made her heart leap. They took a trail that was supposed to lead them back to the main road, but after an hour they realized they were going in circles. The trail markers seemed off, misplaced, as though someone or something had moved them. Jake grew frustrated, and Tyler tried to calm everyone down. Emily lagged behind, catching glimpses of movement in the corner of her eyes, dark shapes that disappeared whenever she tried to focus. By late afternoon, they stumbled upon an abandoned campsite. Rusted fire pits, torn tents, and remnants of food littered the ground. The place had a stench of decay that made Emily gag. And then she saw it, scratches on a nearby tree, deep and jagged, almost like claw marks. Morgan shivered. "We shouldn't be here." Emily felt a surge of dread. "We need to get out. Now." They continued on, trying to keep to the trail, but the forest seemed alive, shifting around them. Every turn looked the same. Every clearing mirrored the last. And always, just at the edge of her vision, Emily saw them, figures standing just beyond the trees, watching. Tall, thin, inhuman. Not quite human, not quite animal. Night fell again, faster than before. They tried to set up another camp, but no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find a safe clearing. Exhaustion took over, and eventually they huddled under a rock overhang, shivering, trying to ignore the rustling and the low groans that surrounded them. Around midnight, a scream pierced the night. It was Jake. Emily and the others bolted toward the sound, only to find him staring blankly into the darkness. His clothes were torn, scratches covering his arms and face, his eyes wide with terror. He didn't speak, he just pointed into the woods. Emily followed his gaze, and there they were, figures emerging from the darkness, tall, grotesque, moving in a way that was wrong, unnatural. Their eyes glowed faintly in the moonlight. The wind carried their whispers, words Emily couldn't understand, but the malice in them was clear. They ran. Branches tore at their clothes and skin, but they didn't stop. The figures followed, always keeping pace just at the edge of vision. Hours seemed to pass, and Emily lost all sense of time. Eventually, they found themselves at a cliff edge overlooking a river. The drop was steep, but the figures had cornered them. Desperation made Emily act. She grabbed a fallen branch and swung at one of the figures. It passed through like smoke. She screamed, realizing nothing they tried would work. And then, as if some force decided to spare them, the figures retreated, disappearing into the night. The group didn't stop running until they found a ranger station at dawn. The ranger looked at them, bewildered, when they described the creatures, the shifting forest, the abandoned campsites. "You sure you're all right?" he asked. "This area, it's been known to mess with people's heads. You could have been hallucinating." But Emily knew the truth. She had the scratches, the mud-stained footprints, the echoes of whispers in her ears. Jake, Morgan, and Tyler had seen them too, their terror as real as hers. They left immediately, vowing never to return. But Emily couldn't shake the feeling that something followed them, that the forest didn't forget, didn't forgive. Nights were the worst. Shadows in her bedroom seemed to stretch toward her, whispers creeping through the walls. Sometimes she woke with scratches on her arms that she couldn't explain. The local news, weeks later, reported a missing hiker in the same region. Another, and another, over the years. Emily never shared her story publicly, fearing disbelief, ridicule, and worse. But every time she saw a news report, she knew. They were still out there in the woods, waiting, watching, and sometimes when the wind whispers through the pines just right, she can hear the low, guttural groan. Story the end. The wind whispered through the pines as we drove deeper into the Appalachian backwoods, my friends and I laughing and joking to mask the subtle tension that came with leaving cell service behind. It was late September, and the air carried that crisp, earthy scent that always makes the forest feel alive, almost breathing. I remember feeling a twinge of unease as we passed an old weathered sign reading Pine Ridge Trail Private Property Beyond. But our destination, a small clearing near a creek, was well known to local hikers. We had been camping there before, or at least I thought we had. The first thing I noticed when we arrived was how quiet it was. Not the usual forest quiet that hums with insects and rustling leaves, but a thick, unnatural silence. My friend Matt shrugged it off, unpacking the tents and gear, while our other two friends, Jenna and Kyle, wandered toward the creek to set up a small campfire. I stayed behind to check our supplies, and somewhere in the back of my mind felt a nagging doubt that I couldn't shake. As darkness fell, the forest transformed. Shadows stretched and shifted in ways that made the trees seem alive, almost like they were leaning closer to observe us. The fire crackled, casting flickering light over our faces as we joked about ghost stories and local legends. Pine Ridge was rumored to have a history of disappearances. Hikers who never returned, strange sightings of men in the woods, whispers carried on the wind. I laughed along, but my laughter felt hollow, like the words weren't truly mine. It was around 10 when we first heard it. A faint scraping, like nails dragging across bark, coming from the tree line near our camp. Matt swore it was just a raccoon, but the sound was too deliberate, too heavy, and it wasn't moving like an animal normally would. I strained my ears, and then I heard it again. Soft, rhythmic footsteps circling our campsite. Jenna laughed nervously, saying it was probably another camper, maybe lost, and Kyle tried to reassure everyone with a few half-hearted jokes, but I could tell they were all feeling it too, the undeniable presence of something watching us. I grabbed my flashlight and swung it toward the noise. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating nothing but trees and brush. I called out, but there was no answer, only silence. Then, as I turned to return to the fire, I caught a glimpse of something, a shadow darting between the trees, impossibly fast. My heart skipped. "Did anyone else see that?" I asked, but they all shook their heads, trying to appear calm. The night worsened after that. The wind picked up, carrying with it low, guttural whispers that seemed to come from every direction at once. At first, I thought it was our imagination, but then Kyle swore he heard someone breathing just beyond the light of the fire. We huddled together, the fire suddenly feeling too small, too weak against the darkness pressing in. Around midnight, we decided to investigate. Armed with flashlights, we followed the path toward the creek, thinking maybe a lost animal or hiker had wandered nearby. As we walked, I felt eyes on me, the kind of gaze that burrows into your skin and makes your hair stand on end. Matt, trying to lighten the mood, told a story about a hermit who supposedly lived in the woods, but even he sounded unsure, like he was speaking to convince himself more than us. Then we found the footprints. At first, we thought they were human, but they were too long, too wide, and spaced in a strange pattern that didn't match any normal stride. They circled our campsite in a rough loop and then disappeared into the underbrush. The hair on the back of my neck was standing straight up. Jenna wanted to leave, but Kyle insisted we keep following, claiming curiosity would solve nothing if we ran. We followed the prints deeper into the woods, and that's when the trees started changing. Not the natural kind of change that comes with seasons or growth, but subtle distortions, branches that bent at impossible angles, bark that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat, and shadows that moved against the light. The further we walked, the heavier the air became, thick and almost viscous, making it hard to breathe. We didn't see anything at first, just more footprints and broken branches, until the whispers turned into actual voices. Low, unintelligible murmurs, coming from everywhere and nowhere. They weren't human voices, at least not entirely. There was something wrong with them, a warped quality, as if someone had slowed them down and distorted them, but still with an eerie, understandable pattern. Then it happened. Matt screamed. I turned, and through the dense trees, I saw him lifted off the ground, his body jerked violently, spinning as if invisible hands had grabbed him. Jenna screamed too, but I couldn't stop myself. I froze. When Matt hit the ground, he wasn't hurt, at least not physically, but his eyes were wide with pure terror, and he wouldn't speak. He just pointed, trembling, toward the path ahead. We tried to leave, to run back to the campsites, but the forest seemed to have changed behind us. The trail we came from wasn't there, replaced by a maze of twisted trees and thorns that hadn't been there before. Panic set in. Kyle tried to lead us, but every step forward felt like a loop, bringing us back to the same dead branches and hollow tree trunks. That's when I saw it. A figure standing just beyond the reach of our flashlights, tall and impossibly thin, its limbs moving in ways no human should. Its face was hidden under a hood of some sort, but I could feel its gaze. Every instinct screamed to run, but the forest itself seemed to resist us. We moved like we were stuck in quicksand, slow and heavy, every sound magnified in the oppressive darkness. Jenna whispered that she saw others, faint shadows moving behind trees, following us silently. Matt finally found his voice, barely a whisper, saying, "It's testing us. It knows we're scared." None of us understood what he meant, but the words chilled me to my core. Hours must have passed. Time felt irrelevant. At some point, we found ourselves back at the creek, not our campsite, but a wider part of the water, dark and stagnant. The air was colder here, damp and clinging to our skin. The whispers grew louder, closer, almost urgent, circling us like a predator savoring fear. I shone the flashlight across the water and froze. Written in the mud along the bank, fresh and dark, were words, "Stay." We didn't argue. We ran, blindly, frantically, following what little light we had left, branches slapping against our skin, roots threatening to trip us. Behind us, the whispers became a roar, like hundreds of voices screaming at once. I stumbled, fell, and for a moment the world seemed to stretch and twist, the darkness swallowing everything. We finally broke through the tree line, back onto the faint service road where we had parked. Our cars were just as we left them, innocuous, ordinary. I don't think any of us spoke for the first few minutes, just shaking and breathing hard. Matt finally got out his phone. It was dead. No signal. Nothing. Jenna swore she saw a shadow move behind the trees one last time before it disappeared. We didn't go back that night. We drove straight to the nearest town, stopped at a diner, and sat in silence, trying to convince ourselves it had all been a hallucination, the forest playing tricks on us. But none of us ever laughed again that night, and none of us could sleep without feeling eyes on us. A few weeks later, Matt sent me a photo. He claimed he found it buried in his old camping gearbox. It was a picture of us at the creek, taken that night, but in the background, just behind where I was standing, there was a figure, the same impossibly thin one, watching us. Its face was obscured by shadow, but its presence was undeniable. We never spoke of it again, at least not directly. But every time we camped after that, or even drove past dense woods, there was a weight, a sense that something was watching. Pine Ridge had left its mark. Years later, I learned that several hikers had gone missing in that area around the same time we camped. Some were never found. Others were discovered with expressions of sheer terror frozen on their faces, bodies contorted in unnatural ways. The official reports were sparse, attributing the disappearances to accidents, wild animals, or the terrain. But I know better. I can still hear the whispers if I think too hard, soft and persistent, promising that they are patient, that they will wait. And sometimes, just at the edge of my vision, I see the thin shadow, waiting, always waiting. Story the end. It was supposed to be a simple weekend trip. 5 friends from college, Mark, Jenna, Alex, Rachel, and Sam, had decided to escape the city for some fresh air and a break from their routines. They drove for hours, the skyline giving way to endless stretches of pine trees and rolling hills, until they found a small, secluded camping spot just off a winding dirt road in the mountains of West Virginia. The kind of place that looked untouched, perfect for a weekend of peace, or so they thought. The first night was uneventful. They set up their tents, built a fire, and roasted marshmallows while telling stories. Laughter echoed through the trees as the wind whispered around them. But there was something about the forest that felt off, though none of them said anything. Maybe it was the stillness, or the way the shadows seemed to stretch longer than they should. Around midnight, they all decided to turn in. Mark and Sam shared one tent, Jenna and Rachel another, and Alex had his own. The woods were silent except for the occasional crack of a branch, which they assumed was just wildlife. At 2:17 a.m., Mark woke up to a strange sound. At first he thought it was just the wind, but then he heard it again. Footsteps, slow, deliberate steps circling their tents. He nudged Sam awake, whispering urgently. "Do you hear that?" Sam shook his head. "It's probably nothing, just deer or something." But the footsteps continued. They weren't random. They moved in a pattern, circling the tents and stopping occasionally as if the person or thing was listening. Mark's stomach churned. He grabbed a flashlight and shined it outside. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating nothing but trees swaying in the breeze. Suddenly, a shadow darted between the trees. Mark gasped and pointed the light, but it was gone. Sam tried to calm him down, the lies insisting it was an animal. They eventually convinced themselves to go back to sleep, though neither truly rested. Morning came slow and heavy. The friends tried to shake off the unease over coffee and granola bars, laughing nervously at nothing in particular. Rachel, who was always sensitive to these things, said she had felt watched all night. Alex joked that she'd been reading too many horror stories, but she didn't laugh. They decided to go for a hike deeper into the forest, hoping movement would clear the tension. The trail was narrow and overgrown but beautiful, sunlight breaking through the canopy, birds flitting overhead. About an hour in, they found a clearing with an abandoned cabin. It looked old, almost completely reclaimed by nature. Vines crept along the walls, windows were cracked, and the door hung loosely on its hinges. "This place is creepy," Jenna said, peering inside. "Creepy is an understatement," Mark said, stepping closer. Inside, the cabin was covered in dirt and mold. The air smelled musty, thick with decay. In the corner, there was a makeshift bed with tattered blankets, and on the wall, crudely carved initials that no one recognized. Alex, ever the skeptic, suggested they check it out. "It's probably just some squatters or old hunters," he said. Rachel frowned. "I don't like this. We shouldn't be here." Ignoring her, they explored the cabin. Under a loose floorboard, Alex found a small, metal box. Inside were photographs, grainy, black and white images of people camping, taken from a distance. Every photo showed a person asleep or alone, and in every photo, a dark figure loomed in the background, always staring. Their eyes seemed to follow the camera. A chill ran down their spines. "This is really messed up," Sam whispered. Jenna, trying to lighten the mood, joked, "Maybe it's just someone's art project." But nobody laughed. They decided to leave the cabin and head back to camp. The trail felt longer, the forest darker. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made them jump. By the time they reached their campsite, the sun was dipping below the horizon, and the shadows in the trees seemed thicker, almost alive. That night, sleep didn't come easily. Every noise made them tense. Around midnight, a low, guttural growl echoed through the trees. It was too deep to be a fox or a raccoon. The sound circled the campsite, moving closer. Mark shined his flashlight toward the noise and froze. Just beyond the tree line, 2 glowing eyes reflected the beam. They were close, uncomfortably so. The group huddled together in the largest tent, hearts pounding. The growl continued, moving around them, never showing its full body, always staying just out of sight. Then the footsteps returned. But this time, they were faster, lighter, more chaotic, like someone running from tree to tree. The tent shook as if something tried to push through. Jenna screamed, and the others joined her. The flashlight beam caught something for a split second. A tall, thin figure, unnaturally long limbs, standing between the trees. Then it vanished. By dawn, they were too scared to sleep. They packed up as fast as they could, shaking, whispering, and avoiding eye contact. They drove down the dirt road, the silence of the forest pressing against the windows. Days later, they tried to convince themselves it was just nerves, maybe an animal, maybe hallucinations from exhaustion. But things started happening back home. Alex received an envelope in the mail with no return address. Inside were more black and white photographs. In each, there was a campsite eerily similar to theirs, and in every photo, the same tall, thin figure appeared, closer each time. Rachel woke one night to find scratches along the outside of her window, deep and jagged. Jenna reported seeing shadows moving just outside her apartment at night, always at the edge of her vision, always gone when she looked directly. Mark and Sam began hearing footsteps in their houses, circling rooms, moving from floor to floor, even when they lived alone. None of them stayed in touch for long after that. Messages went unanswered, calls ignored. But every now and then, one of them would post something online, a vague status, a photo of the woods, a warning they couldn't explain. And every time, someone in the comments would jokingly ask if they were going camping again. The post would vanish within minutes. Years passed. None of them returned to the mountains. But late at night, when the wind rustles the trees, they all swear they can hear something circling outside, just beyond the light of their windows. Something patient. Something that remembers. Sometimes, when Alex scrolls through old photos on his phone, he notices strange things in the background. Shadows, shapes, the faint outline of a tall figure with long, crooked limbs. Always watching, always closer than it was before. Mark sometimes wakes up to find footprints in the dust on his floor. Footprints that aren't his, that don't match any shoes he owns. Rachel and Jenna never speak about the cabin, the photos, or the sounds. But they know. Deep down, they know that what they encountered wasn't a person, wasn't an animal, and wasn't something they could reason with. It followed them, attached itself to the memory of their trip, waiting. Sam moved out of state after the first year. He claims the figure appeared in his dreams, then in his living room. He can't explain the scratches, the whispers, or the feeling of being watched every second. He just left, hoping distance would save him. But none of them were safe. The thing doesn't need to move fast. It waits. It watches. It knows exactly where they are. And every now and then, a friend of theirs will disappear into the woods, never to return, a faint trail of photographs showing them asleep at night, a dark figure standing silently in the background. The police never believed any of their stories. No evidence, no witnesses, nothing tangible. Just 5 friends trying to explain the unexplainable. But every photo, every scratch, every whisper confirmed the same horrifying truth. Whatever they had encountered in those mountains wasn't confined to that place. It followed them home, patiently, silently, until it found a way in. Even now, years later, when the forest is quiet, when the wind rustles through the trees, when the shadows stretch just a little too long, they remember. And they remember the night the footsteps never left, the eyes that glowed in the dark, and the cabin that should never have existed. They remember the photographs, the whispers, the feeling of being hunted. And they all know, without saying a word, that the thing is still out there, watching. Story the end. The only reason I agreed to go on that camping trip was because my cousin Blake wouldn't stop pestering me about it. He'd found some hidden gem he swore no one else knew about. A forgotten fire road in northern Arizona, somewhere between Flagstaff and the Navajo Nation boundary. He said he discovered it on a hunting forum where guys bragged about places the Forest Service had stopped maintaining decades ago. According to them, it led miles into untouched backcountry where the stars were so bright they looked fake. I wasn't in the mood for a trip, honestly. Work had been stressful, my truck needed repairs I didn't have the money for, and the idea of disappearing into the woods for a weekend felt like another chore. But Blake was the kind of guy who wouldn't take no for an answer. He just laughed, slapped me on the shoulder, and said, "Come on, man. It'll be good for you." So I went. Just me, Blake, and his buddy Darren, a guy I barely knew, the quiet type, always watching everything with narrowed eyes like he was sizing up the whole world. Blake drove us in his old Jeep while I tried to nap in the back seat. No signal, no GPS, just an offline map and Blake's stubborn confidence. The fire road he was so proud of wasn't marked. We only found it because a warped wooden post leaning in the weeds had a faint, sun-bleached number, FR299B. The dirt road beyond it was partly eaten by grass and shrub, the kind of path the forest looked eager to reclaim. I didn't like how it looked even from the start. The drive up the old road was rough. Rocks hit the undercarriage, branches scraped the sides. After a couple of miles, Blake pulled into a clearing no bigger than a two-car garage. It was silent, unnervingly so. No birds, no wind, just the ticking of the Jeep's cooling engine. "Perfect," Blake said, hopping out like he'd found paradise. "We'll hike in from here." We geared up and set out on foot. The air felt colder than it should have, and the forest had a stale smell, like wet bark and old rot. The trail, if you could call it that, twisted downhill before cutting through a dense stand of ponderosas. Somewhere far off, I thought I heard a woodpecker, but even that sounded faint, distant, like the forest didn't want to give us any signs of life. By early afternoon, we found a spot to camp, flat ground near the remains of an old stone fire ring. Moss grew between the rocks, thick enough to cushion your hand. Nobody had used the place in years. We set up tents, gathered wood, and tried to relax. Blake was in his element, chopping branches and telling stories. Darren sat by the unlit fire pit cleaning his knife, watching the tree line like he expected something to walk out. "Anyone else feel like we're being watched?" Darren asked quietly once Blake hiked off to find more wood. I laughed, but the sound came out forced. "It's the woods, man. It always feels like that." He didn't smile. When Blake returned, nothing unusual happened for a while. We built a fire, cooked dinner, and sat around talking, but the forest seemed to swallow our voices. Beyond the glow of the flames, the darkness was thick, like ink, like something solid. Every time I looked at the trees, I felt the hairs on my neck stand up. At one point, Darren stiffened. "Did you hear that?" We listened. Nothing. "Footsteps," he said. "Back there." Blake rolled his eyes. "Relax. Probably a deer." But Darren shook his head. "That wasn't deer movement." We stayed alert for a while, but nothing else happened before bed. I crawled into my tent, zipped it up, and listened to the windless silence. I must have drifted off because the next thing I remember was waking up sometime after midnight to a sound I couldn't place. A dragging noise, not footsteps, something heavier, slower, like fabric or flesh scraping across the forest floor. At first I thought it was the wind, but then I realized there was no wind. None. I held my breath, listening. The sound circled the campsite slowly, too slow for an animal. Then it stopped right outside my tent. A moment later, something pressed against the fabric. A handprint. I saw the shape of it clearly because the fire's dying glow illuminated the nylon. But the hand was wrong. Too long, too narrow, the fingers stretched unnaturally. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. I just stared as the hand dragged slowly down the tent wall. Then it was gone. I heard it move toward Blake's tent. Heard Blake mutter something in his sleep. Then a soft, wet inhale. Not human. Not even close. Something brushed the side of my tent again, lightly this time, like it was testing the material. I nearly screamed when Darren's voice suddenly shouted, "Hey! Who's there?" Branches cracked. Footsteps, fast now, retreated into the dark. I unzipped my tent and crawled out shaking. Blake burst out of his tent, seconds later, wielding a hatchet. Darren was already standing, flashlight sweeping the tree line. But there was nothing. No sound, no footsteps, nothing. Just silence so heavy it hurt. We stayed awake till dawn, weapons in hand, jumpy at every noise. When the sun finally rose, we found the prints. They circled our tents in uneven patterns. Bare footprints, human-like but far larger than any of ours, with toes curled like claws and arches that dipped unnaturally. Some prints dragged, leaving long, smeared lines in the pine needles. "This isn't right," I whispered. "Someone's messing with us," Blake said, but he didn't sound sure. We decided to leave immediately. But less than an hour into the hike, the trail we'd followed yesterday didn't look the same. The trees were closer together. Landmarks we remembered, like a fallen log or a boulder, were missing. Instead, there were new shapes, new clearings. The forest felt wrong, like it had rearranged itself. After 2 hours of walking, Darren stopped suddenly. There, he whispered. Up ahead, partially hidden between trees, was a figure, tall, thin, motionless. Its skin was pale, even in daylight, and its limbs were too long. The head hung at a slight angle, like its neck couldn't support it. We froze. The figure didn't move. It just watched us. Back up, Darren said softly. Slow. Do not run. We obeyed. The figure remained still. We took several steps back, then it moved. Not quickly, not naturally. It shifted in a jerky, disjointed motion, stepping forward with a dragging gait that made my stomach twist. Then it tilted its head further, almost upside down, like it was studying us. Run, Blake yelled. We scattered. Branches tore at us as we sprinted blindly. I heard Darren shouting behind me, heard the thing crashing through brush with a wet, guttural sound that made bile rise in my throat. I didn't look back. I couldn't. We ran until the world spun. When we finally stopped, gasping for breath, Blake wasn't with us. Where is he? I cried. Darren scanned the forest. We have to go back. No, I said, we can't. We argued until we heard it again, the dragging step, closer. Darren grabbed my arm. We move. Now. We fled downhill until, miraculously, we discovered a narrow ravine. At the bottom was a shallow cave, barely an indentation in the rock, but it hid us well enough. We crawled inside and stayed there in terrified silence. For hours, something moved above us. Slow. Heavy. Searching. At one point, a pale foot appeared near the cave entrance. Long. Wrong. It shifted, sniffed the air, or something like sniffing, and then drifted away. We didn't move until dawn. When we crawled out, shaking and filthy, the forest felt lighter again. Birds chirped, wind blew. It was like the woods had reset. We walked until we found the road. There was no sign of Blake. There was no sign of the figure. Only silence. When we finally reached the Jeep, Darren dropped to his knees and cried. I just stared at the forest, knowing we'd left something behind, something that wasn't done watching. We reported Blake missing, but rangers never found a body. They chalked it up to the wilderness, to a man getting lost. They never believed the rest. I wish I could believe it was all in my head. But some nights, when everything is quiet and the air is still, I hear it again. That slow, dragging step, somewhere just beyond the trees, and I know it remembers us. Story the end. The rain had been following us since Tennessee, tapping steadily against the truck roof as we cut deeper into the Cherokee National Forest. It wasn't supposed to rain that weekend. Tyler checked the forecast twice, but the sky above us had turned a dark, swollen gray by the time we crossed into the more remote areas of eastern Tennessee. The forest thickened around the narrow dirt road, branches scraping along the sides of the truck like fingers dragging across sheet metal. It was just the two of us this time, me and Tyler. We'd done dozens of camping trips before, usually with a larger group, but everyone else bailed last minute. It didn't bother us, we were used to it. Besides, this trip was meant to clear our heads. Life felt heavier than usual recently. Work stress, family problems, the usual reasons people go looking for peace in places that can't give it. Map says the turnoff should be right there, Tyler said, tapping the dog-eared paper map he insisted on bringing. Old logging road. We take that for like 4 miles, then hike another mile to the creek. I leaned forward, squinting. The rain had smeared the windshield with mud splatter. Which road? That one, he said, pointing at what looked like nothing more than a gap in the brush. But there it was, a narrow cut in the trees, barely visible unless you were looking for it. That looks abandoned as hell, I muttered. Tyler smirked. That means fewer people. Come on. He turned the wheel, and the truck lurched as the tires slipped onto the uneven path. Branches slapped the sides, the road dipped suddenly, and the forest closed in around us, swallowing any sense of open sky. The deeper we went, the darker everything felt, even though it was only late afternoon. Fog clung to the trunks of the trees, spiraling low along the forest floor. We drove maybe 20 minutes before the road ended in a wide ditch and a fallen oak. There was no going farther by vehicle. We stepped out, stretched, grabbed our packs, and the silence hit us like a wall. Not the peaceful kind of silence, the wrong kind, the unnatural kind. No birds, no insects, no wind, just heavy, suffocating stillness. Forest is real quiet, I said, adjusting my pack. Tyler shrugged. Storms got everything hunkered down. Maybe. But even during storms, I'd heard forests alive with noise. This one felt dead. We hiked anyway. The trail, if you could call it that, was barely there. Fallen leaves and underbrush covered most of the path, and sometimes we had to climb over logs or skirt around thorn thickets. After nearly an hour of hiking, we reached a clearing next to a narrow creek. The water rushed over rocks tinged copper from the soil. The air smelled like wet stone and moss. It actually looked like a decent place to camp. Not bad, Tyler said. We'll set up right here. We're miles from anyone. He meant it as a good thing, but the words settled uncomfortably in my stomach. We set up our tents as daylight faded. The fire struggled at first. The wood was damp from the never-ending rain, but eventually we coaxed it into small, steady flames. Night came fast. The thick clouds made everything darker than usual, and the forest around us seemed to shrink in closer. We cooked dinner, talked about old camping trips, tried to shake off the creeping unease that neither of us wanted to mention yet. The fire crackled softly, tiny sparks drifting upward before being swallowed by the night. Then, sometime around 10, we heard the first sound, a single sharp snap of a tree branch. Not close, but not far. Far enough to be hidden by the dark, close enough to not be ignored. Tyler froze mid-sentence. "What was that?" he asked quietly. I listened hard. "Deer?" Another snap, then another. Then a soft dragging sound, something moving slowly through leaves and sticks. I felt a cold slip down my spine. "You sure we're the only ones out here?" Tyler didn't answer. We grabbed our flashlights. 2 beams swung into the dark forest beyond the creek, slicing through the fog, but all we saw were trees, wet, black silhouettes stretching endlessly. The noise stopped. Tyler forced a laugh. Probably just a bear, or some other animal. But his voice wavered. We put more wood on the fire, making the flames higher. It comforted us for a while. Eventually, the exhaustion of the long drive hit us, and we headed to our tents. The forest stayed too quiet as we tried to sleep. Sometime deep in the night, I woke up suddenly, heart thudding, breath caught in my throat. I didn't know what woke me at first. Then I heard it, the dragging sound again, slow, right outside my tent. The fabric dipped inward slightly, like fingers were pushing gently against it. Then a new sound, soft breathing, wet, labored, inhuman. I didn't move, didn't breathe. A voice followed, a whisper, hoarse, crackling, impossible to understand. It circled my tent, slowly, methodically. Then I heard Tyler whisper harshly from his tent, "Hey, who's out there?" Everything went silent, too silent. I wanted to answer him, say something, but fear clamped my throat shut. Minutes passed. The dragging resumed, moving away this time, fading into the trees. Eventually, dawn came. I unzipped my tent and stepped out carefully. Tyler was already outside, pale, tense. "Did you hear it?" he asked. I nodded. He pointed to the dirt around our campsite. Long, deep grooves carved through leaves and soil circled both tents. Not footprints, not paw prints. Something had been pulled or dragged, something heavy. Whatever it was, Tyler said, it was crawling. My stomach twisted. We packed quickly, stuffing gear back into our bags. But the trail we came in on felt different now. Narrower, darker, as if the forest had shifted overnight. Fog drifted low, hissing off the damp ground. "Let's just go," Tyler said. "We can find another spot or head back to town." But we didn't make it a mile before we found the stone structure. It sat off the trail, just far enough to be missed unless you were unlucky enough to look in the right direction. Stones stacked in a perfect circle about 4 feet high. Inside it, bones, dozens of them. Animal bones, small, large, broken, gnawed. A wooden pole rose from the center, carved with deep symbols that hurt to look at, spirals, jagged lines, shapes that made my skin crawl in a way I couldn't explain. "What the hell?" Tyler whispered. Something rustled behind us. We turned, flashlights up. A figure stood between the trees. Tall, hunched, arms too long, head twisted sideways as if its neck had been broken years ago. Its skin looked gray, rain-soaked and stretched thin over bone. Its movements were jerky, unnatural. It took 1 step toward us and stopped, cocking its head farther until I heard the crack of joints. Tyler grabbed my arm. "Run." We ran. Branches ripped at our faces. Mud sucked at our boots. The forest around us seemed to warp and twist, every direction looking the same. Shadows moved in every gap between trees, darting, flickering, keeping pace. The whispering started again, surrounding us, overlapping, growing louder. I stumbled over a root, scraping my palms raw. Tyler hauled me up and we pushed on. Eventually, impossibly, we burst into the clearing where our truck was parked. We didn't stop, didn't look back. Tyler fumbled with the keys, hands shaking violently. The engine roared to life just as something moved in the tree line behind us. Not running, not crawling, gliding. We tore down the logging road, mud flying in every direction. Tyler kept looking at the mirrors, cursing under his breath. When we reached the main road, it felt like surfacing from underwater. The forest thinned, the sky lightened, the whispering stopped. Neither of us spoke the entire drive home. 3 days later, Tyler called me at 3 a.m. His voice was shaking. "It's outside my window," he whispered. "I can hear it, dragging something. It keeps whispering my name." I drove to his house immediately, but when I got there, the front door was open and Tyler was gone. No signs of struggle, no footprints, just a long smear of mud across the carpet and out the back door. The police treated it like a missing persons case. They searched the woods, they questioned me, they found nothing. Sometimes I hear it too, late at night, outside my house. A faint dragging across the porch, a whisper so soft I can almost pretend I imagined it. Almost. I know the forest didn't let us go. Not really. It's just waiting. Waiting for the right moment to finish what it started. Story the end. The rain had already started by the time we crossed into the remote backroads of western Colorado, the kind of cold, spitting drizzle that made the mountains feel darker than they should have been. My friends, Caleb, Jenna, and Marcus, had talked me into this trip, insisting we needed one last adventure before winter closed everything. I wasn't thrilled, but I agreed. I always agreed, especially when Caleb flashed that grin that made you believe everything would turn out fine. We arrived at the trailhead around 4 p.m., gray clouds dragging across the sky like something alive. The air was sharp with the smell of pine and damp earth. The trail we were taking wasn't an official one. It was something Caleb found in an old hikers forum, apparently used decades ago, but abandoned after a few landslides and forest fires made the area too unstable. He said it would make the trip more exciting. I should have said no. We hiked for an hour before finding a spot near a creek to set up camp. We pitched the tents, hung our food in bags from a tree, then gathered wood for a small fire. The woods felt unusually empty, quiet. Despite the creek rushing nearby, the silence tasted wrong. A forest should buzz, crickets burned, but this one was still like it was holding its breath. Around dusk, Caleb wandered off to look for better firewood. He was gone 15 minutes when he called out, "Guys, you need to see this!" We followed his voice deeper into the trees, our boots slipping on damp needles. A few yards off the abandoned trail, we found him crouched beside a collapsed wooden structure. At first, I thought it was an old shed or storage hut, but the more we looked, the more it resembled a tiny cabin, no wider than 10 feet, with a sagging roof and charred boards. "This must be from when the fires hit," Caleb said. "Look, scorch marks." What bothered me wasn't the burn damage. It was the symbols carved into the planks, deep, jagged etchings forming spirals and angular shapes. They reminded me of runes, but not any kind I recognized. Some were carved over each other, creating chaotic, angry layers. "Let's go back," I muttered, but Caleb shook his head and pushed the warped door. It gave way with a shrill wooden groan. Inside, the air was colder than outside, and that shouldn't have been possible. The forest held the day's heat, but the cabin felt like a refrigerator. A single chair sat in the center of the room, its legs uneven, as if it had been deliberately broken. Ropes were tied to its arms, frayed but unmistakably restraints. Jenna backed out immediately. "Nope, I'm not doing this. This place feels wrong." Marcus agreed. "We shouldn't mess around in here." I was about to follow them outside when I noticed something half buried under debris near the chair. A notebook. I brushed ash and dirt from its cover. It was leather-bound, stiff from moisture and heat. "What'd you find?" Caleb asked. "A journal or something?" I opened it. Most of the pages were water damaged, the ink smeared into abstract shapes, but a few sentences were still legible. "It comes when the woods go silent. It watches me from the trees. I hear it whisper my name in the water. If you find this, leave." Caleb let out a nervous laugh. Probably some hermit losing his mind. But the handwriting wasn't chaotic or unhinged. It was neat, careful, deliberate. A chill rolled down my spine. We should go, now. We returned to camp quietly, each of us glancing over our shoulders. The forest had grown darker than it should have been for late evening. The rain had stopped, but the air felt heavier, as though the trees pressed closer around us. We ate, attempted small talk, and crawled into our tents, but sleep wouldn't come. My mind kept returning to the journal. The silence, the feeling that something was wrong. It must have been around midnight when I heard the creek go silent. At first, I thought I was imagining it, but then I realized there was no water sound at all. Total stillness. I sat up, heart racing. Then I heard footsteps outside. Slow, heavy, deliberate. "Caleb?" I whispered. No answer. A shadow passed across my tent, blocking out the faint moonlight. It stopped, right in front of me. I held my breath. Then a whisper, so soft it barely disturbed the air. "Jordan." My blood went cold. I ripped open my tent zipper and jumped out, flashlight shaking in my hand. The beam caught nothing but empty forest. No one was there. Marcus stumbled out of his tent. "Did you hear that?" Before I could answer, a scream tore through the woods. Jenna. We ran toward her tent. It was empty, sliced open down the middle as though cut by something sharp. Not like a knife. Cleaner. Straighter. Too precise. "Jenna!" Caleb shouted. A faint sound drifted through the trees, a wet, choking gasp. We ran toward it. The forest grew darker, denser. Branches reached overhead like skeletal fingers. Shadows twisted strangely, refusing to align with our flashlight beams. We found Jenna near the creek bed. She stood motionless, staring down at the water. Her face was pale, her lips trembling. "Jenna?" Caleb approached slowly. She didn't look at him. She kept staring at the creek. But the creek wasn't flowing. The water was glass still, reflecting our flashlight beams like black mirrors. Then the water whispered. Not loudly, not clearly, but enough that we all heard it, our names layered over each other in a voice that sounded both human and not. Jordan, Caleb, Marcus, Jenna. Then a pale face appeared beneath the surface of the water. Not Jenna's reflection, something else. Its eyes were too large, its mouth twisted into a shape that shouldn't exist. Its skin was gray, stretched thin over sharp cheekbones. The more it rose toward the surface, the more the water darkened around it. Jenna suddenly screamed and stumbled backward. It was whispering to me. It was calling me. Caleb grabbed her and pulled her away from the creek. "We're leaving," he said. "Right now. Grab the gear and go." We sprinted back to camp, tore down the tents in seconds, stuffed everything into our packs, and started down the trail we came from. Except the trail wasn't there. Instead, the forest stretched endlessly, trees rearranged as if mocking us. Our flashlights picked up symbols carved on the bark, those same spirals and jagged runes from the cabin, but now they were fresh. Some dripped with a dark liquid that might have been sap or blood. I didn't check. "We went this way," Marcus insisted. "We came from here." But the path was gone, replaced by trees that hadn't been there before. We kept moving anyway. Branches snagged our clothes. The air felt suffocating, thick with humidity and something metallic. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time had become distorted. The sky never brightened. The forest never changed. It felt like walking inside a nightmare. Then we heard it again. The footsteps, closer this time. Heavy, wet. Something stalked us from between the trees, just out of sight. Every time we pointed a flashlight toward the sound, it stopped, but we could hear it breathing. Then Caleb's flashlight caught something ahead, a shape between the trees. Tall, thin, bent unnaturally as if its spine had too many joints. Its head was elongated, featureless except for two deeply sunken eye pits. It didn't move, it just watched. And the forest went completely silent again. "Run," Caleb whispered. We did. Branches whipped our faces, roots grabbed our ankles. I heard Marcus fall behind me, screaming as something dragged him into the darkness. His flashlight flickered, spun wildly, and went out. "Marcus," Jenna sobbed. Caleb pulled her. "We can't." The scream that followed made my stomach turn. Something wet, something sharp, something final. We didn't look back. At some point, we emerged into another clearing, a massive pine tree at the center, with ropes hanging from its branches. Nooses. Some fresh, some frayed, all swaying gently, though there was no wind. The journal's words echoed in my mind. It comes when the woods go silent. The woods were silent now. All at once, the nooses swung violently, as if pulled by unseen hands. Then we saw shapes forming in the shadows beneath the tree, faces contorted with terror, eyes hollow, mouths open in cries that made no sound. The forest wanted us there, wanted us still, wanted us hanging. Caleb grabbed my arm. "This way!" We tore through the trees again, lungs burning, legs screaming. A deep roar echoed behind us, a sound that was neither human nor animal, but somewhere in between. Something crashed through the forest, snapping branches as thick as my arm. I didn't dare look. Then, a light. Faint at first, then stronger. We burst out of the forest onto a dirt road. A pickup truck screeched to a stop, the driver staring at us wide-eyed. "What the hell happened to you kids?" he shouted. We collapsed against the truck. Jenna sobbed. Caleb vomited. I couldn't speak. The driver got us into the truck and sped toward town. "We'll get help," he said. "You're safe now." But as we drove away, I looked out the back window. Something stood at the tree line. Tall, bent, watching. Its head tilted slowly, acknowledging me. As if promising it wasn't done. As if inviting me to return. We never found Marcus. Search parties combed the area for days. They found our campsite. They found the burned cabin. They found the creek. But not him. Not even a trace. The local sheriff told us that stretch of woods has a history. People say it's cursed. Some say it's alive. We don't talk about it anymore. But at night, when the world goes still, when the house creaks and the darkness seems too deep, I hear it. The whisper. My name. Calling from the trees. Calling me back. Story the end. The gravel road that led into Blackwater Ridge was so narrow and overgrown that we almost missed the turnoff. The GPS had lost signal miles earlier, and for a while we weren't even sure we were heading the right way. But the idea of a secluded no tourists, no crowds camping trip had sounded too good to pass up. It was supposed to be a last-minute October getaway, one weekend before the early snows started rolling into northern Montana. There were 4 of us. My cousin Ben, his girlfriend Laura, our friend Tyler, and me. We'd all grown up in small towns, so camping wasn't exactly new to us. But Blackwater Ridge was different. None of us had been there. Not many people had, as far as we could tell. Search results showed almost nothing but old, half-broken links to local hiking blogs, a few grainy photos of abandoned fire towers, and one warning comment from a decade-old forum. Don't stay past dark. You won't like what comes looking. We laughed it off. Internet weirdos were everywhere. When we finally pulled into a flattened clearing surrounded by massive spruce trees, the sun was already low. A cold wind blew across the ridge, carrying the smell of wet soil and something else, something faint and metallic. We ignored it, unloaded the truck, and set up camp. Ben and Tyler worked on pitching the 2 tents while Laura and I went searching for firewood. The ground was soft and damp from a recent rain, so most of the fallen branches were too wet, but we managed to find a few dry enough to burn. As we walked deeper into the trees, we noticed something unusual. Several trees had long, deep scratches carved into the bark, almost like claw marks, but they were too high up and too straight. "Why do I feel like someone brought a ladder out here just to freak people out?" Laura joked, but she didn't sound convinced. The deeper we went, the more marks we saw. Some were fresh, sap still leaking down the bark. Others looked older, warped and darkened with time. We found the firewood and headed back, trying not to think about it. The ridge grew colder as the sun dipped below the horizon, and by the time we got the fire going, night had fully settled in. No stars, no moon, just swirling clouds and the soft hiss of wind through the branches. We roasted sausages, played cards, and talked about work and life and how none of us got enough sleep. It felt normal, comforting. But around 10 p.m., we heard something move in the woods. Not a rustle, not the wind. Something heavy, something on 2 legs. Tyler pointed his flashlight into the trees, but deer don't walk like that. The footsteps were slow, deliberate. Then they stopped completely. We waited, tense and silent, until finally the sound faded away. We eventually crawled into our tents. I shared mine with Tyler, while Ben and Laura took the other. For a while I couldn't sleep. The footsteps replayed in my head on a loop, but exhaustion finally won out. Around 2 a.m., something snapped me awake. At first I thought I'd dreamed it. Then I heard it again. A faint tapping sound. A rhythmic pattern. Not close, but not far either. Like someone tapping a rock against a tree. Tyler was asleep, snoring softly. I poked my head out of the tent. The forest was pitch black. The fire had died down to glowing embers. The tapping continued. Tap, 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 pause. Then again, suddenly it stopped, replaced by the unmistakable crunch of something stepping through the underbrush. This time closer. Much closer. "Ben," I whispered toward their tent. No answer. The footsteps moved along the tree line, circling the clearing. I watched the shadows between the trees, heart racing. For a moment I saw something move, tall, thin, gliding between the trunks. Too tall to be any animal native to Montana, too silent, too smooth. Then it was gone. I stayed awake until dawn, staring into the trees. When the sun finally rose, the first thing I noticed were the footprints. Not boot prints, not animal prints. These were long, narrow impressions, almost like bare feet, but wrong. The toes were elongated, almost twice as long as a normal person's, and whatever made them had walked right up to our tents. Ben came out, rubbing his eyes. What the hell is that smell? It hit me too, a sharp, coppery stench like rust and rotting meat. It hung in the air, thick and sour. We followed the footprints a short distance into the woods until they vanished at the base of a massive spruce tree. And carved into the trunk, fresh and deep, were more marks. But these weren't claw marks. They were symbols. Circular, jagged, intersecting lines. None of us spoke. Eventually, Tyler muttered, "We should pack." But for some idiotic reason, maybe pride, maybe denial, we didn't. We stayed another day, hiked a little, tried to enjoy the scenery, but that eerie feeling never left. Everything felt watched. Around dusk, Laura screamed. We ran to find her kneeling beside the stream. Floating in the water was a dead fox, its body torn open, ribs exposed. But what chilled me wasn't the state of the fox. It was the fact that its eyes were missing, cleanly removed. We returned to camp in silence. That night, none of us slept. We sat by the fire, clutching whatever we could use as weapons, a hatchet, a heavy branch, a camping knife. The tapping returned, louder this time, closer. Then came a new sound, a long, rattling breath, as if someone were standing just beyond the firelight, exhaling slowly. Tyler shone his flashlight toward the noise. Something stood there, just barely visible between the trees. Tall, wrongly proportioned, arms too long, fingers too long, skin pale, almost gray. Its face was hard to make out, except for the eyes. Two pitch-black, reflective eyes that caught the beam of the flashlight. It didn't move, didn't blink, just watched us. Laura whispered, "We need to go, now." But when Tyler lowered the flashlight for a second, just 1 second, and pointed it back, the thing was gone. We scrambled into the tents and zipped them shut, though all of us knew it wouldn't matter. Something big moved around our campsite for hours. Its breathing so close, I could hear moisture rattling in its throat. At one point, something dragged a stick across the fabric of my tent wall, slowly, deliberately. I didn't breathe. Didn't dare make a sound. Then came the whisper. A low, distorted voice, right outside the thin sheet of nylon. "I see you," I nearly screamed. Tyler clamped a hand over my mouth just in time. When dawn arrived, we fled. Didn't eat, didn't pack properly, just ran with whatever we could carry. The trail back to the truck felt twice as long as before, the forest deathly quiet. No birds, no insects, nothing but the crunch of our own footsteps. But halfway down the ridge, the tapping returned. Behind us. Faster now. Closer. We broke into a sprint. Branches whipped our faces, the cold air burning in our lungs. The tapping grew louder, now mixed with heavy footsteps. Something was running after us. When the truck finally came into view, Ben fumbled with the keys, cursing and shaking. The footsteps burst out of the trees just as we jumped inside. I slammed the door, screaming at him to drive. And he did. Tires spinning, dirt flying, the truck fishtailing down the narrow road. I looked out the back window only once. Something tall and pale stood at the edge of the trees, watching us go. Its head tilted at an unnatural angle, its long fingers twitching. It didn't chase. It didn't have to. Because the next morning, after we'd reached civilization, after we'd showered and pretended we were okay, Tyler checked his phone. He had taken a picture the night before of the campfire, trying to capture the glow against the dark. But in the photo, just behind us, those same black eyes stared back, closer than we thought, and carved into the tree beside our tent, barely visible in the firelight, was a symbol. One none of us had carved, one we'd seen before. The same symbol from the tree with the footprints. We never went back to Blackwater Ridge. We moved states. We changed numbers. But sometimes, late at night, Tyler says he hears tapping outside his window. Slow, deliberate. Ben says he dreams of those black eyes watching him from the woods. Laura refuses to talk about it at all. And me? Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night to the sound of a long, rattling breath just outside my bedroom door. And I know, deep down, that whatever was on that ridge didn't stay there. It followed us. Story the end. The cold wind pushed through the tall pines like a warning. It was late October when 4 coworkers, Sean, Daniel, Claire, and Heather, headed into the Ouachita National Forest for a camping trip that none of them would ever forget. They weren't close friends exactly, but they'd been working together long enough to call themselves that. The weekend was supposed to be a team-building retreat of sorts, planned after months of stress at the small architecture firm they worked for in Little Rock. Sean was the mastermind behind the trip, claiming he had camped in Ouachita dozens of times as a kid. He talked endlessly about trails, fire-making techniques, and how the stars look sharper out there than anywhere else. The others agreed, partly because they needed the break, partly because Sean made it sound too relaxing to pass up. The sun was dipping low when they arrived at the trailhead. Everything looked peaceful, washed in an orange glow that made the forest seem almost magical. They parked near a faded sign that read, "Wilderness Area, enter at your own risk." Below it, someone had scratched the words, "Do not camp past Hollow Ridge," in crooked letters. Sean brushed it off as vandalism from bored teenagers. They hiked for about an hour before setting up camp beside a slow-moving creek. The water was clear, cold, and mirrored the growing darkness overhead. Heather shivered as the temperature dropped. "Anyone else feel like it's colder than it should be?" she asked. "It's just the elevation," Sean assured her, though a faint edge of uncertainty crept into his voice. They pitched their tents, built a fire, and cooked dinner. The flames cast a warm glow that kept the encroaching shadows at bay. For a little while, everything felt normal, almost perfect. Then the noises started. At first, it was simple rustling, like small animals scurrying through leaves, but slowly the rustling became something heavier, deliberate. Daniel kept glancing into the trees, squinting as if trying to catch something moving just beyond the reach of light. "You good?" Claire finally asked him. Daniel nodded, though he didn't look convinced. I don't know. Feels like someone's out there." Heather threw a pine cone into the fire. "A bear, maybe? Or deer?" "Maybe," Daniel muttered. But it wasn't. Around midnight, the forest went still, unnaturally still. All the insects, the birds, the soft sighing of wind simply stopped. The silence was suffocating. Heather whispered that it felt like the whole forest was holding its breath. Claire was the first to hear it, a long, low moan echoing from somewhere deeper in the woods. Not an animal sound. No, it was too controlled, too drawn out, too human. "Someone's hurt," Claire said, standing halfway up. Sean grabbed her arm. "Nuh-uh. That's not a person. You hear the tone? That's not right." They listened, frozen. The moan came again, closer this time. A wet, dragging sound followed, as if something heavy was being hauled across the forest floor. "Nope, nope, nope," Heather whispered, backing toward her tent. Sean urged everyone inside. "We ride it out until morning. We're not wandering into that." The others didn't argue. Inside the tents, the quiet felt like pressure. Sean kept his headlamp on, shining it toward the thin fabric wall as if light alone could keep whatever was out there from getting too close. Daniel was in the tent with him, sitting stiffly, eyes wide. Outside, the dragging sound grew louder. Then footsteps, slow, uneven, circling. From Claire and Heather's tent came a small gasp, then a whisper. "It's right outside." A hand, a pale, long-fingered hand, pressed against the side of their tent, so close the fabric bent inward. Claire clamped her hand over her own mouth to stifle a scream. The hand moved, sliding down the tent wall. Nails dragged softly, almost curiously. Then the shadow of a head leaned in, elongated, crooked, misshapen. The breathing was wrong, ragged, wet. Heather silently mouthed a prayer. Then, as suddenly as it came, it moved on. The footsteps retreated, slow and heavy, until they faded back into the woods. None of them slept. Morning came like a blessing. But they weren't alone. Around their campsite were footprints. Large, bare, human, but distorted, as though the toes were too long and bent at odd angles. Some prints looked smeared, like the creature had dragged its foot, or something had been stuck to it. "What the hell is that?" Daniel muttered. Sean crouched to inspect one, but even he looked shaken. I don't know. Maybe some guy living off-grid? Malnourished?" "Don't lie to us," Claire said sharply. "That wasn't human." They agreed to pack up and head back immediately. The hike should have taken an hour, maybe 2. But the forest wasn't the same in daylight. The trails twisted wrong. Familiar landmarks seemed out of place. At one point, they found the same fallen tree they were sure they had passed already. Heather insisted they were walking in circles. Then they found the stone, a huge boulder covered in crude carvings, tall stick figures with elongated arms, wide eyes, and gaping mouths. Some were scratched so deep the rock had split. Around the base lay small piles of bones. Animal bones, they hoped. "What tribe carved this?" Claire whispered. "No tribe," Sean replied. "Nothing like this belongs to any tribe from around here." And then they noticed the smell. Rotting meat, foul and sweet. Daniel gagged. "We need to go now," he said. They hurried on, trying to stay calm, but the unease grew with every step. By afternoon, the sky darkened prematurely. Clouds rolled in out of nowhere, thick and fast, and then the moaning began again. This time it was closer, much closer. They broke into a run. Heather stumbled, and Claire helped her up, but something moved in the trees behind them, something tall and pale. Daniel turned and saw it clearly for the first time. He screamed. The thing stepped between the trees with unnatural jerks, like it didn't understand how to move properly. Its limbs were too long, too thin, bending at angles that made no sense. Its face, or what should have been a face, was stretched too far, skin pulled tight over bone, with empty pits where eyes belonged. It let out a shuddering moan. Run. They bolted. Branches whipped their faces. The forest seemed to twist around them. Every few seconds they heard it behind them. The dragging, the moaning, the snap of limbs that didn't sound like breaking wood. Sean yelled directions, but even he sounded lost. Finally, they spotted it, the parking lot through the trees. Daniel was first to break through the tree line. Sean followed. Claire and Heather sprinted behind them, but the creature was close. Then Heather screamed. One sharp, awful sound. She had tripped. Claire reached for her, but Heather yelled, "Go! Go!" The creature emerged from the shadows behind her. Claire froze, horror pinning her. The thing crouched over Heather, its long fingers brushing her hair almost gently before it snapped its head toward the others and released a guttural howl. Sean grabbed Claire by the arm and pulled her toward the truck. Daniel was already inside, fumbling with the keys, hands shaking uncontrollably. The creature lunged. Sean shoved Claire into the back seat and leapt in after her. Daniel slammed the gas pedal before Sean even shut the door fully. They tore down the gravel road as the creature burst into the open, sprinting on all fours with unnatural speed. It reached the edge of the lot before the truck finally gained enough distance. They didn't speak for over an hour. When they finally reached a ranger station, they stumbled inside, babbling about Heather, about the creature, about the carvings and the bones. The ranger listened quietly, face unreadable. "You shouldn't have gone past Hollow Ridge," he finally said. Daniel's throat went dry. "What do you mean?" The ranger sighed heavily, pulled a drawer open, and retrieved a worn notebook. He flipped it open to reveal reports, handwritten, typed, photocopied, spanning decades. Missing hikers, disturbed campsites, sightings of a tall, pale figure, strange carvings on stone, odd smells, unexplained tracks. Claire backed away. "You knew about this?" "We've tried closing off the area," the ranger said, but people either ignore the warnings or the signs get vandalized or disappear. He paused. "We don't know what it is, but we know it doesn't like trespassers." Sean felt nausea twist in his stomach. "Then why don't you hunt it? Trap it? We've tried." The ranger's voice dropped. "Bullets don't do much. It always comes back." Claire burst into tears. Daniel held her, staring blankly ahead, hollow. Heather was never recovered. Search teams found torn fabric from her jacket, one shoe, and deep drag marks leading into a ravine, but no body. Sean quit his job a month later. He stopped hiking altogether. Daniel left the company without notice and moved states. Claire went to therapy 3 times a week, but still slept with the lights on. Sometimes, though, late at night, she wakes to a sound, a long, low moan. Soft at first, then closer. Dragging, always dragging. As though something is searching, as though something remembers, as though something wants to come back for the ones who got away. Story the end. We decided on the trip almost on a whim. My friends, Ethan, Cole, and I had all been working ridiculous hours in Albuquerque and needed a weekend escape. Cole had stumbled upon some old forestry maps that showed a disused service road deep in the Jemez Mountains. According to the maps, it led to a clearing nobody had used in decades. Perfect for solitude, he said. Perfect for adventure, I thought. We left Friday morning, loaded into Ethan's Jeep. The air was cold and crisp, leaves crunchy under tires as we navigated the winding forest roads. The sky was gray, the kind of gray that made the mountains look hollow. By mid-afternoon, we reached the old service road marked FR77B, overgrown in places, washed out in others. Cole insisted we could drive a little way in. The Jeep handled the road poorly. Rocks and roots battered the undercarriage, but eventually we parked at a clearing that looked like it hadn't been used in decades. The campsite itself was small, flat, a ring of stones suggesting a fire pit long abandoned, and enough natural cover to shield us from the wind. We set up tents, gathered firewood, and started a small fire. For a while, everything felt normal. We ate, laughed, and shared stories, the sort of casual banter you have when no one has any reason to be afraid. But as night fell, the forest seemed to close in. Ethan was the first to notice the sound, a series of slow, uneven footsteps circling the campsite. Not fast, not panicked, just deliberate pacing as if someone or something was inspecting us. "Probably a deer," I said, trying to sound casual, though my stomach twisted. "No deer moves like that," Ethan muttered. Cole shrugged, but he wasn't entirely convinced either. The shadows stretched unnaturally as the last light faded, and the cold seeped in faster than it should have. Eventually we went into our tents, like trying to ignore the oppressive silence. I woke in the middle of the night to the sound of something brushing against my tent. A faint tap. A drag. My heart froze. I didn't move. Outside, the forest was alive with movement. Too precise, too calculated to be an animal. A wet, gurgling breath sounded right outside my tent. Something or someone was circling us. Cole's voice cracked through the night. "Who's there?" The footsteps retreated, leaving only the heavy silence. I didn't sleep again. Morning revealed footprints, human-shaped, bare but wrong. Too long, too wide, toes splayed unnaturally. Some prints were smeared like they had been dragged. We packed quickly, uneasy, and started hiking back along the service road. But the forest had changed overnight. Trees seemed closer. Landmarks we had noted the day before vanished, and the path we thought we knew twisted and narrowed. Hours later, we saw it, a pale, emaciated figure standing among the trees. Limbs too long, skin grayish-white, posture stiff and unnatural, its head tilted slightly as if studying us. We ran. Branches tore at our jackets, roots caught our feet. Behind us, we sometimes heard the dragging step, sometimes the wet, gurgling breath. The figure kept pace without ever appearing to move faster than the forest allowed. Night fell. Exhausted, we stumbled upon a shallow cave at the base of a hill and hid inside. From there, we could hear it moving above us, pacing and searching. At one point, a long, pale foot appeared at the entrance before disappearing into the darkness. We stayed in the cave until sunrise. When we emerged, the forest felt normal again. Birds sang. The wind stirred the leaves. The road led us out to a maintained forest path eventually, and we finally found our way back to the highway. We didn't speak about what we had seen. None of us reported it. We didn't mention it to anyone, and we didn't return. But sometimes, even months later, I wake up in the middle of the night and hear it. The slow, dragging step, the wet, gurgling breath. Always distant, always waiting. And I know it hasn't forgotten us. Story the end. It was supposed to be an ordinary weekend camping trip in the remote forests of West Virginia. My friends, Alex, Morgan, and Jamie, had found a clearing near an old logging trail that hadn't been used in decades. None of us had cell service once we got there, which was part of the appeal. We wanted isolation, quiet, and maybe a little adventure. We arrived in the late afternoon, the sun low and filtering through dense pine and oak trees. The forest smelled damp and earthy, with a faint tang of something metallic. The trail ended at a small clearing, just wide enough for 2 tents and a small campfire. We set up quickly. Alex built a fire while Morgan and Jamie unpacked supplies. I kept noticing something odd. The forest felt wrong. Too still. No birds, no insects, not even the wind moving the branches. I mentioned it, but everyone else laughed it off. "It's just quiet," Jamie said. Night fell quickly. Around 11 p.m., Alex suggested a short walk to stretch our legs. We grabbed flashlights and followed a faint trail into the woods. The path narrowed as we went deeper, roots twisting across the ground. That's when we saw the footprints, large, elongated, claw-like, spaced far apart and leading deeper into the forest. We stopped. "Those aren't human," Morgan whispered. Alex tried to laugh it off, probably a deer or a bear, but none of us believed it. Suddenly, movement in the shadows. A figure, a tall, thin silhouette with limbs bent at unnatural angles and a head tilted unnervingly, stood partially hidden among the trees. Its presence was oppressive, and I could feel it studying us. We turned to leave, but the path seemed different. Trees blocked the way we had come. Panic set in. Every step we took seemed to circle back, the forest shifting around us. Branches snagged our clothes, roots tangled our feet, and the whispers began, soft at first, then louder. Voices that weren't there, calling our names in low, deliberate tones. Eventually, we stumbled into a small clearing. There stood an old, decrepit cabin, the kind that should have been abandoned decades ago. Relief washed over us. Shelter. Safety. The door creaked open before we could knock. Inside, the cabin was bare except for the walls, covered in photographs. Campers, hikers, families. Some were smiling, some terrified, and some were us. From moments ago, before we even entered. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind us. The photographs moved, faces twisted into silent screams. Shadows poured from the corners, coalescing into shapes that pressed toward us. Cold fingers brushed our arms. Whispers filled our minds. Commands, urgings, names. We tried to escape through the windows, but they wouldn't budge. The shadows reached closer, intangible yet suffocating. Alex screamed as one latched onto his shoulder. We grabbed each other and dove through a window, cutting ourselves on the glass. Outside, the forest was transformed. Trees stretched impossibly high, shadows flickered independently, and the path was gone. We ran blindly, guided only by fear. Hours later, or maybe minutes, we stumbled onto a dirt road. A pickup truck stopped for us. The driver stared wide-eyed. "You kids okay?" he asked. We didn't speak. We climbed in and drove away. Behind us, the forest remained. Behind the trees, shapes lingered. Tall, thin, faceless, watching, waiting. We never camped again. Alex moved across the state. Morgan refuses to talk about it. And I hear whispers sometimes, faint but unmistakable. I know the forest is still out there, still calling, still waiting. Story the end. The gravel road narrowed as we drove deeper into the Smoky Mountains, fog curling between the pines like ghostly fingers. My two friends, Chris and Amanda, had been talking about this weekend for weeks. Something about escaping civilization and getting back to nature. I should have been wary, but I trusted them. We parked at a small pullout where the asphalt ended and the dirt trail began. The forest was unnaturally still. Even the usual hum of cicadas and distant birds was gone, leaving only the crunch of our boots on wet leaves as we hiked in. The clearing we reached was small, barely enough for our 3 tents. Chris got the fire going while Amanda and I set up tents. The sun dipped below the horizon faster than usual, swallowed by thick clouds and the towering trees. That night, the forest spoke. At first, it was subtle, twigs snapping, leaves rustling, but it didn't sound like any animal I'd ever heard. Then came whispers, low, guttural, almost human, but not quite. They called our names, soft at first, then louder, almost mocking. Chris laughed nervously. Probably just the wind. Amanda shook her head. That wasn't wind. Something's out there. The whispers grew, circling our tents. My flashlight caught glimpses of movement, thin shadows darting between the trees. They weren't human, not entirely. Limbs bent wrong, too long, gliding rather than walking. We huddled together, too afraid to sleep. At some point, I woke to a wet, dragging sound right outside the tent. Something pressed against the canvas. I could hear breathing, slow, deliberate, and wet. Morning didn't bring comfort. Our campsite had been disturbed, the fire pit smashed, tents slashed, and small trinkets arranged in grotesque patterns. The ground had claw-like drag marks leading into the trees. We tried to hike back, but the trail seemed to shift. Every turn brought us back to the same clearing. The forest wasn't just a place, it was a trap. That night, the figures came closer. I saw them clearly, tall, thin, heads cocked sideways, limbs bent at unnatural angles. Their eyes glowed faintly white, reflecting the moonlight. We ran, stumbling through mud and roots, branches tearing our clothes and skin. When we finally reached the truck, dawn was breaking. We drove in silence, neither of us daring to look back. Weeks later, I learned that several hikers had disappeared in that section of the Smokies. Locals spoke of watchers in the woods, creatures that were patient, waiting, feeding on fear. I haven't camped since. And sometimes when the wind rustles through the trees outside my window, I swear I hear soft whispers calling my name, dragging me back into the forest. Story the end. The trip was supposed to be simple, just a weekend camping in the Appalachian Mountains of Tennessee, nothing more than tents, a fire, and some hiking trails. My friends Tyler, Rachel, and Ben had been planning it for months. I was the hesitant one, the skeptic, but their excitement was contagious, and I agreed. We arrived late Friday afternoon. The forest was dense, the trees old and gnarled, their roots twisting over the ground like veins. The air smelled damp, earthy, and a little metallic. The sun was low, casting long shadows that stretched across the underbrush. We parked at the trailhead, unloaded our gear, and started hiking toward a clearing by a small stream where we planned to camp. By the time we set up the tents, the sky had already turned dark, the forest now a shadowy maze of trunks and leaves. Tyler made a fire, the smoke curling into the night. Rachel and Ben roasted marshmallows while I sat quietly, noticing how eerily quiet it was. No birds, no insects, no wind, just an unnatural silence that seemed to press in from all sides. Around 10 p.m., Tyler suggested a short walk to explore the nearby trails. "Don't worry, we won't go far," he said, but something in his tone, excited and nervous, made me uneasy. We followed the narrow trail deeper into the forest, flashlights cutting through the darkness. About 20 minutes in, we noticed something strange. Footprints, huge, elongated, and oddly spaced, marred the dirt path. They weren't human. Their size and shape suggested something inhuman, with toes far too long and claw-like impressions at the tips. Tyler joked nervously about Bigfoot, but the silence that followed our laughter made the joke feel hollow. We decided to turn back. That's when we saw it. Something standing just off the trail, partially hidden in the shadows. Its shape was humanoid, but distorted, tall and thin, with limbs that bent at impossible angles. Its head was small, featureless, and tilted slightly like it was studying us. We froze. The figure didn't move, but somehow I felt its gaze pierce through the darkness, locking onto each of us. Rachel whimpered, but Tyler urged us forward. "Keep moving," he whispered. As we retraced our steps, the trail seemed different. Trees we remembered were gone, replaced by thick underbrush. The forest had shifted, twisted around us, panic set in. Every time we thought we were returning to our campsite, we ran into another obstacle, a fallen tree, a steep slope, or the creek, which now ran in a strange direction. Suddenly, the shadows around us thickened. Movement flickered in our peripheral vision. Low growls echoed between the trees, too deep and guttural to be any animal we knew. Then came the whispers, soft at first, almost indistinguishable, then louder. They spoke our names, not in words, but in a vibrating hum that seemed to enter our minds directly. We stumbled into a small clearing, and there it was, a cabin. It was old, made of rough logs with a single window glowing faintly from inside. Relief washed over us. Safety, shelter. The door creaked open before we could knock. Inside, the cabin was bare except for the walls. Hundreds of photographs covered every surface. Campers, people smiling, people hiking, people posing with fires in the background. Then I realized some of the photos were of us, from moments ago, as if the cabin had been watching us the entire trip. Tyler tried to leave, but the door slammed shut. The photographs began to move, the faces twisting into silent screams. The shadows in the cabin lengthened, crawling across the walls, filling the corners. The whispers became intelligible, demanding, urging. I could feel cold fingers brush my arms, though nothing was there. Panic erupted. We tried the windows, but they wouldn't budge. The shadows pressed closer, and the photograph's eyes glowed faintly red. Then a loud crack, a section of wall splintered, revealing a dark opening. Something emerged, tall, thin, and faceless, moving with unnatural speed. We bolted, diving through another window, cutting ourselves on the glass. The forest outside was transformed. Trees loomed impossibly tall, roots grabbing at our ankles, shadows dancing independently of our flashlight beams. We ran blindly, guided only by desperation. Hours or minutes, we eventually stumbled onto a dirt road. A pickup truck approached, headlights glaring. The driver slowed, eyes widening at our terrified state. "What happened to you kids?" he asked. We didn't answer. We got in, shaking, bleeding, hearts pounding. As the truck sped away, I glanced back at the forest. In the tree line, I saw it. Figures countless, faceless, standing among the trees, watching us leave. We never spoke of it again. We went our separate ways. Rachel moved across the country. Tyler and Ben returned to school. And I can't drive past a forest anymore without looking for those shapes, without hearing whispers that aren't there. Years later, I read a news report about hikers missing in the Appalachian Mountains near the same area. Their names were different, but the pattern was the same. Disappearances, sudden, unexplained, with no trace. And I know, somewhere out there in the dark, twisted forests, it's still waiting, watching, whispering, story the end. The plan had been simple. Four friends, Ethan, Claire, Josh, and Lily, wanted to escape the city for a weekend, heading into the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania. Late September meant the leaves were just turning, the air crisp, and the forest nearly deserted. They were experienced campers, confident they could handle a weekend off-grid. They arrived in the late afternoon, hiking several miles from the nearest road to reach a clearing by a small stream. The site was secluded, shaded by towering pines and bordered by dense undergrowth. They set up 2 tents, gathered firewood, and started a small campfire. As night fell, the forest seemed peaceful, almost serene. They cooked dinner over the flames, laughed, and told stories. But the first sign that something was off came shortly after dark. Lily, walking to the creek for water, froze mid-step. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. A low, wet, dragging sound echoed from somewhere deeper in the forest. Josh laughed nervously. Probably a deer or raccoon. But the sound was deliberate, measured, circling their campsite. Ethan noticed it too, and the feeling of being watched began to settle in. Every shadow beyond the firelight seemed to shift unnaturally, as if the trees themselves were moving to observe them. Around midnight, they heard a distinct scratching at the edge of the clearing, followed by a low, guttural moan. Lily screamed as the tent wall bulged outward. A shadow flitted past the fabric, tall, thin, limbs bent at unnatural angles. Its head tilted in a way that seemed impossible, eyes reflecting the firelight with a faint, sickly glow. For a brief moment it appeared to grin. Panic set in. The four huddled in their tents, whispering and trying to stay calm. Outside, the creature circled, dragging something heavy through the dirt, sniffing, testing their perimeter. Occasionally, the tent walls would flex as if pressed by long, thin fingers. Hours passed. No one slept. Their phones, fully charged earlier, now showed no signal and drained batteries. Dawn finally brought a momentary sense of safety. They packed up quickly, hoping to make it back to the main trail. But the forest was deceptive in daylight. Trails twisted and looped unnaturally. Landmarks appeared where none should exist. They stumbled onto a small clearing where trees were carved with grotesque faces, elongated bodies, eyes wide, mouths open in silent screams. At the base of the trees lay piles of small bones, some animal, some unidentifiable. The smell of decay was nauseating. The low moaning returned. The creature emerged from the shadows, a skeletal figure, limbs long and jerking unnaturally. Its head tilted inhumanly, and it moved with impossible speed. They ran, branches whipping at their faces, hearts hammering, lungs burning. They reached the dirt road and the car, panting and shaking. The creature followed briefly, a pale, skeletal shadow among the trees, before vanishing. None of them spoke on the drive home. Weeks later, Ethan checked local reports. Similar sightings had occurred for decades, hikers disappearing, strange carvings, large distorted footprints, and eerie low moans echoing through the Alleghenies. None had been explained. Each of the four friends carried the memory like a wound. Claire never hiked again. Lily couldn't sleep without a light on. Josh avoided forests entirely. Ethan sometimes hears a wet dragging sound outside his window at night, accompanied by a low, guttural moan. They all knew, without saying it aloud, that the creature was still out there, waiting for anyone who strayed too far into the woods. The end. We thought we were experienced enough to handle anything the wilderness could throw at us. My friends, Ryan, Tyler, and I had been camping together for years, exploring every corner of the Colorado Rockies, from crowded national park campgrounds to remote backcountry trails. Nothing had ever unsettled us until that October weekend. Tyler had found an old forestry map online that showed a disused logging road deep in the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. It was miles from any maintained trail, almost certainly unused for decades. He called it the perfect escape. We were sold. We left Friday morning, packed into Tyler's truck. The air was crisp, tinged with the scent of fallen pine needles. The sky was gray, the kind that makes shadows feel heavier than usual. By early afternoon, we reached the old service road. Rusted signs, overgrown with weeds and moss, marked its entrance. Tyler drove a short way in, careful to avoid large rocks and roots. After a few miles, we parked at a clearing that looked untouched for decades. A stone fire ring sat in the center, moss-covered and broken in places. We set up our tents, gathered wood, and built a fire. For a while, everything seemed normal. We joked, roasted some hot dogs, and watched the sun fade behind the mountains. But as darkness settled, the forest seemed wrong. It started with the sound. Slow, deliberate footsteps circling the campsite. Not fast, not erratic, just deliberate, pacing, measuring. Probably a deer, I said, trying to dismiss it. No deer moves like that, Ryan said, frowning. Tyler shrugged, but he wasn't entirely convinced either. The shadows stretched and twisted in unnatural ways, and the air seemed heavier than it should. Eventually, we went into our tents, hoping it was nothing. I woke in the middle of the night to the sound of movement outside my tent. Something dragged across the forest floor. A soft, deliberate tap on the tent fabric. I froze. A wet, gurgling breath sounded close by, low and ragged. "Tyler? Ryan?" I whispered. No answer. The sound circled the campsite before fading into silence. We stayed awake the rest of the night, hearts pounding, barely breathing, listening to every snap of a branch or rustle of leaves. At first light, we found footprints. Bare, human-shaped, but wrong, too long, too wide, with toes splayed unnaturally. Some were smeared as if the creature had dragged its feet. We packed quickly and tried to retrace our steps, but the forest had changed overnight. Trees we remembered vanished. Landmarks were gone. The road twisted and narrowed, seeming almost alive, like it was guiding us somewhere, or trapping us. By late afternoon, we saw it. A figure standing among the trees. Pale, thin, limbs too long, head tilted unnaturally. It didn't move, but it watched. We ran. Branches tore at our clothing, roots tripped us, the uneven ground slowing us down. Behind us, we sometimes heard a dragging step, a wet, gurgling breath, but when we glanced back, it was always standing there, waiting. Night fell again, and exhausted, we found a shallow cave and hid. From there, we could hear it moving above us, searching, pacing. A pale foot appeared briefly at the entrance, then vanished. We stayed in the cave until dawn, too terrified to leave before the sun rose. When we finally emerged, the forest felt normal again, birds singing, wind rustling the leaves. The road eventually led us to a maintained trail and finally back to the highway. We didn't report it, we didn't speak about it much, but sometimes, months later, in the quiet of my apartment, I hear it. The slow, dragging step, the wet, gurgling breath. Always distant, always waiting, and I know it remembers us. Story the end. We had been planning the trip for months, a weekend camping in the deep forests of northern Wisconsin. My friends, Derek, Sam, and Lila, had found a remote spot near an old logging trail, far from any maintained paths. The GPS barely worked once we got close, which made it feel even more isolated. It was late September, and the air carried the crisp, earthy scent of decaying leaves. We arrived just before sunset, the forest already darkening under a thick canopy of pine and birch. The trail ended at a small clearing, perfect for tents and a campfire. We set up quickly, the kind of efficiency born from anticipation. But as we worked, I noticed something odd. The forest was silent. No wind, no birds, no insects. Just an unnatural, oppressive quiet. We lit a fire and sat around it, joking to mask the unease. Lila commented that the trees seemed too straight, too uniform, like they were lined up deliberately. Derek laughed, making a joke about forest conspiracies, but his voice lacked conviction. Around 11 p.m., Sam suggested a quick walk to stretch our legs before bed. We took flashlights and followed a faint trail into the trees. The deeper we went, the narrower the path became, until it was barely wide enough for one person. Then we saw it. Footprints in the dirt. Huge, elongated, clawed, and spaced too far apart for a human stride. We froze. What is that?" Lila whispered. Derek laughed nervously. "Probably just a deer, right? But the footprints weren't like any deer I'd ever seen. They led deeper into the forest and then stopped. We decided to head back. That's when we noticed the figure, a tall, thin silhouette standing among the trees, unmoving. Its head tilted unnaturally, limbs bending at angles that seemed impossible. The shadows stretched around it, shifting as if alive. Panic set in. We ran back toward the clearing, but the path had changed. Trees we remembered were gone, replaced by thick undergrowth. The forest seemed rearranged. The fire was gone. Our tents were gone. Only darkness and silence remained. Then we heard it, a low guttural humming, rising and falling, echoing through the trees. It wasn't a sound made by animals. It was intelligent, purposeful, and it seemed to be coming from all directions at once. We kept running. The forest twisted around us like paths looping back, trees forming barriers. Branches grabbed at our clothes, roots tangled our feet, shadows flickered at the edges of our vision, too fast, too fluid to be natural. Finally, we stumbled into a small clearing. A cabin stood there, small, ancient, and unlit. Relief and dread washed over us simultaneously. We approached cautiously. The door creaked open as if inviting us in. Inside, the cabin was empty, but the walls were covered with photographs, hundreds of them. Campers, hikers, families, and some were us, from moments before we had arrived. Then the door slammed shut behind us. The photographs began to move, faces twisting in silent screams. Shadows poured from the corners, coalescing into shapes that pressed toward us. A cold, choking pressure filled the room, and whispers filled our heads. Names, our names, over and over, urging, commanding. We tried to escape, but windows and doors wouldn't budge. The shadows reached for us. I felt cold, skeletal fingers brush my arms. Derek screamed as one shadow latched onto his shoulder, pulling him backward. Lila and Sam grabbed me, and we dove through a window, cutting ourselves on the glass. Outside, the forest had changed again. The trees were impossibly tall, the path indistinguishable from the surrounding woods. The shadows followed, silent but relentless. We ran blindly until at dawn we stumbled onto a road. A truck stopped for us. The driver stared, wide-eyed. "You kids lost?" he asked. We didn't speak. We got in and drove away. Behind us, the forest remained. Behind the trees, shapes lingered, tall, thin, faceless, watching, waiting. We never went camping again. Sam moved away. Derek disappeared for a week, claiming someone or something was following him. Lila refuses to speak of it, and I can't forget. The whispers, the shadows, the feeling that whatever we saw is still out there, still waiting. Sometimes at night, I hear it again, the humming. Low, deliberate, calling my name, and I know that one day, if I step too close to the woods, it will be there, waiting. Story the end. The first time we planned the trip, it seemed like any other weekend getaway. My friends, Matt, Jared, and I had been backpacking together for years, exploring every corner of the Rocky Mountains in Colorado. But this time, Jared had discovered an old, abandoned Forest Service road that led deep into the San Juan Mountains. According to the maps, it hadn't been used in decades. He called it off-the-grid paradise. We were skeptical but intrigued. We left Friday morning in Jared's old pickup, packed with tents, sleeping bags, and enough food for 2 days. The air was crisp, the sun bright but low, casting long shadows between the aspen and pine. The service road, FR 2130B, was overgrown with rocks and fallen branches littering the path. The truck groaned under the strain, but we made it a few miles in before parking at a small clearing. The campsite was perfect, or at least it appeared that way. Flat ground, a moss-covered stone fire ring, and a semicircle of trees shielding us from the wind. We set up tents, gathered firewood, and built a small fire. For the first few hours, everything seemed normal. We cooked dinner, laughed, and enjoyed the quiet. But as darkness fell, the forest changed. The shadows grew longer, the air colder, and the silence heavier. That's when we heard it. Slow, deliberate footsteps circling our campsite. Not fast, not frantic, just measured, pacing as if someone was inspecting us. "Probably a deer," I said, though my stomach twisted. "No deer moves like that," Matt said. Jared laughed nervously, but he didn't sound convinced either. Eventually, we crawled into our tents, hoping the morning would bring relief. I woke hours later to a soft, dragging noise across the forest floor. Something brushed the side of my tent. A wet, gurgling breath sounded close by, low and ragged. "Matt? Jared?" I whispered. Silence. The noise circled the tents, then faded. We stayed awake the rest of the night, hearts pounding, listening to every snap of a branch or rustle of leaves. By sunrise, we discovered footprints around our tents. Bare, human-like, but wrong. Too long, too wide, toes splayed unnaturally. Some were smeared, as if the creature had dragged its feet. We packed quickly, eager to leave, but the forest seemed to have shifted overnight. Landmarks we remembered were gone. The road twisted, narrowed, and seemed almost alive, guiding us deeper into the wilderness. By late afternoon, we saw it. A pale, emaciated figure, limbs too long, head tilted unnaturally, standing silently among the trees. It didn't move but watched us. We ran. Branches tore at our clothing, roots tripped us, the uneven ground slowed us. Behind us, we heard dragging steps, wet, gurgling breaths, but every time we looked back, the figure remained, waiting. Night fell again, and exhausted, we found a shallow cave. From there, we could hear it moving above us, pacing, sniffing, searching. A pale foot appeared briefly at the cave entrance before vanishing. We stayed until dawn. When we emerged, the forest seemed normal. Birds sang, wind stirred the leaves. The road eventually led to a maintained trail and back to civilization. We never reported it. We never spoke of it. But even now, months later, when the forest is silent and the night is still, I hear it. The slow, dragging step, the wet, gurgling breath. Always distant, always waiting. And I know it hasn't forgotten us. Story the end. The highway thinned into cracked asphalt as I drove north through rural Pennsylvania. The kind of backcountry stretch where the radio gives way to static and the trees crowd so close they feel like walls. My cousin Mark rode shotgun, tapping his fingers on the window in that restless way he did when he was excited, but trying to play it cool. We'd been planning this camping trip for months, our first one together since we were kids, and we'd picked a remote state forest recommended on some backpacking forum I regretted trusting. The kinds of people who posted there probably measured fun by how close they came to dying of exposure. We turned onto a dirt forestry road that looked more like a hunting trail. The GPS immediately lost signal. The late afternoon sun cut through the trees in long bars, and dust swirled behind the truck like a ghostly tail. "Think anyone actually camps out here?" Mark asked. "Probably people who don't want to be found," I said. He laughed, though uneasily. We reached a small gravel turnout and the start of the trail. The air felt colder here, dense and stagnant, like the forest wasn't letting anything in or out. We hoisted our packs, locked the truck, and started hiking. The trail wasn't bad at first, quiet but not unnatural. No cell service, but expected. After an hour, though, the forest took on a strange tone. The trees grew closer together, trunks crooked, bark peeling like scabbed skin. Moss hung from branches in stringy clumps that looked like something had been draped there intentionally. And the silence. God. The silence. Even the wind seemed to avoid this place. We reached a clearing beside a shallow stream just as dusk began bleeding into the sky. We set up camp quickly, both of us moving faster than normal, like our bodies sensed something our minds refused to consider. By the time we finished dinner, darkness had swallowed the forest. Our fire felt like the only living thing for miles. Mark poked at the flames. "You hear that?" I listened. At first, nothing. Then a soft clicking sound, like two stones tapping together, far off in the woods. "Probably a deer," I said, though deer don't click. The noise repeated, closer, slower, like something testing us. We sat stiff as boards until the fire burned low. Eventually, we went to our tents. I lay awake for what felt like hours, listening to that clicking echo between the trees. Sometime past midnight, I woke to heavy breathing outside my tent. Not animal breathing, not human breathing. Something in between. Deep, irregular, growling on the exhale like something wet was caught in its throat. I froze. The air inside my tent turned icy. I could see the silhouette outside. Tall, too tall to be a man, but shaped like one. Shoulders jutting, arms long enough to brush the ground. Its head tilted, jerking periodically like it was sniffing. Then it made a sound I'll never forget, a low, broken mimicry of my name. Athan. The voice was wrong. Stretched, throatless. Like it had heard someone say my name once and was copying it without understanding what words were. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. The creature pressed its hand, or something like a hand, against the tent wall. Long fingers, far too many joints. The fabric dimpled inward right over my chest. I felt cold radiating from it, like touching metal in winter. "Nothin'." Then the clicking resumed, right next to my ear. No longer distant. Faster now. I shut my eyes, shaking uncontrollably. After what felt like hours, the pressure disappeared. The breathing receded. The clicking went deeper into the forest until it was gone. I waited until dawn before emerging. Mark was already up, pale and wild-eyed. "Something was at my tent," he whispered. It whispered to me. We didn't pack. We didn't even fully extinguish the fire. We just grabbed essentials and bolted. But when we reached the trail, it didn't look right anymore. Branches lay across it like barriers, trees seemed arranged differently, and the air, warmer now, still carried faint tapping echoes from somewhere behind us. "We're going the right way," I said, though the knot in my gut told me otherwise. We hiked fast, pushing through brush, stumbling over roots. Every so often, we saw signs something had followed us. Rocks stacked into crude shapes, strips of bark peeled away in long claw marks. Then we found the shoe. A single hiking boot in the middle of the trail. Not old, not weathered, laces still tied. Inside was blood, a lot of it. Mark backed away. We need to run. We did, for hours, until my lungs burned and my legs throbbed. But no matter how far we went, the forest never thinned. At one point I glanced back and saw it, just for a second. A tall figure, pale and lean, standing perfectly still between the trees, its head tilted at that unnatural angle, watching, waiting. I blinked, and it was gone. We kept going until we stumbled into another clearing. The moment we stepped into it, the air shifted. Lighter, less suffocating. And for the first time all day, I heard birds. The forest around us looked normal again. We hurried until finally, mercifully, we spotted my truck through the trees. I don't remember unlocking it. I don't remember starting it. Only the panic, the certainty that if I looked in the rearview mirror, something would be sitting in the bed staring back at me. We didn't talk on the drive home. Not for days afterward. Both of us avoided the topic, afraid speaking about it might call it back. A week later, we learned that the section of forest we had camped in had been closed to the public years ago. Something about dangerous terrain, unstable trees. But that wasn't why. Online forums had stories, disappearances, strange sightings, accounts from hunters who refused to go deeper than the old road. Local legends talked about something older than the forest, a mimic, a watcher, a creature that lured people into the trees by copying voices, copying names, copying you until you couldn't tell where you ended, and it began. Mark doesn't go into the woods anymore, neither do I. But sometimes when I'm alone at night, I hear faint clicking from the tree line behind my house. Just once or twice, like a reminder, like it knows where I live now. Story, the end. The forest had a reputation, though most dismissed it as a local myth. Deep in the mountains of West Virginia, near the Monongahela National Forest, hikers spoke in hushed tones about the Hollow. Strange disappearances, bizarre sightings, and eerie carvings on trees were all whispered about at the local gas stations and diners. But to 5 college friends, Alex, Morgan, Tyler, Vanessa, and Brian, it was just another weekend adventure. They wanted isolation, quiet, and the thrill of camping somewhere off the beaten path. They arrived late Friday afternoon. The forest stretched endlessly, tall pines and oaks swaying in the chill wind. They parked beside a narrow dirt road, the tires crunching against the loose gravel. Alex, who had suggested the trip, insisted they hike another mile into the woods to set up camp near a creek he remembered from an old topographical map. The others grumbled, but agreed. The promise of privacy was too tempting. Setting up camp was quick. Tents pitched, firewood gathered, a small fire lit. The evening was calm. They cooked sausages over the flames, laughed, and told ghost stories, teasing each other about what might lurk in the shadows. But as darkness fell, an unsettling feeling began to settle over the campsite. Vanessa swore she heard breathing from beyond the firelight, slow and deliberate, not like the wind or any animal she knew. "Probably just a raccoon," Tyler said, but his voice lacked conviction. Around midnight, the first incident occurred. Brian, who had gone to collect more firewood, didn't return. At first, Alex called out jokingly, assuming Brian was playing a prank. But when his voice went unanswered, the joking stopped. They grabbed flashlights and went to search. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating nothing but trees. No sign of Brian. Then they saw the footprints. Bare, enormous, sinking deep into the soft forest floor. Some were elongated, others oddly wide. And then there were drag marks, deep, streaking toward the darkness, as if something heavy had been pulled through the dirt. "Those aren't his," Morgan whispered. The forest seemed to close in around them. A low growl echoed through the trees, almost human in cadence, but guttural, wet, and filled with malice. The hairs on the back of their necks stood on end. Suddenly, a shadow moved between the trees, a tall, thin figure, limbs unnaturally long, moving with jerky precision. Its head tilted at an impossible angle and its eyes glowed faintly, reflecting the flashlight beams. Its mouth stretched in a grotesque grin before it disappeared into the darkness. Panic set in. They ran back to camp, barricading themselves in the tents. Outside, the dragging sounds resumed, circling them. Occasionally, a tent wall would bulge as if something pressed against it. Whispering, scratching, and wet breathing filled the night. No one slept. At first light, they decided to leave, but the forest seemed different in the daylight, twisted. Trails appeared longer, familiar landmarks out of place. They stumbled upon a clearing where tree trunks were covered in deep carvings, faces, elongated bodies, eyes wide and mouths open in silent screams. Beneath the carvings lay piles of bones, small animals mostly, but some of them partially human. They didn't stop to examine further. The moaning began again, low and guttural, moving closer. They ran, hearts pounding, the forest seeming to stretch and twist around them. Finally, they reached the dirt road, and Brian's disappearance weighed on them. No amount of shouting or searching yielded results. They called the local ranger station, but by the time authorities arrived, there was no trace of unusual tracks, footprints, or disturbances, except for the 5 friends' shaken faces and frantic testimony. Brian was never found. Rumors spread of others who had ventured into the hollow, some returning, some not. Some claimed the figure only hunted those who lingered too long, those who dared to explore too deeply. Years later, Alex swore he could still hear wet, dragging sounds at night outside his apartment window, faint but unmistakable. Morgan would wake screaming, convinced someone or something was watching from the shadows. Tyler stopped camping entirely, and Vanessa avoided the woods, never venturing past familiar paths. No one ever spoke of what they saw in detail. The memory was too vivid, too alive, yet each of them carried the unshakable feeling that it had not forgotten them, that the hollow still waited, patient, watching, always ready to reclaim anyone who wandered too far. Story, the end. It started as a weekend plan that seemed harmless enough. 4 college friends, Tyler, Megan, Chris, and Hannah, decided to go camping in the remote stretches of the White Mountains in New Hampshire. Tyler's uncle had once spoken of a little-known camping spot beside a secluded lake, far from the trails most hikers used. They wanted isolation, adventure, and maybe a little thrill. What they didn't expect was how quickly the thrill would turn into terror. They drove up Friday morning, the air crisp and clean as the city slowly disappeared behind them. The road became narrower, twisting through dense pines and firs, and the GPS signal faded until it was gone entirely. Tyler led the way with his old paper map, Chris in the passenger seat keeping an eye on landmarks. Megan and Hannah were in the back, joking and laughing to keep the mood light, though an undercurrent of tension simmered beneath. Arriving at the lake as the sun began to dip, they found it eerily still, the water black and mirror-like. They set up tents near the edge, starting a fire and cooking hot dogs and beans. The forest was silent, unnervingly so. No birds, no wind rustling through the trees, only the faint sound of water lapping the shore. They chalked it up to the remote location and the early evening calm. As night settled, strange things began. A sound first, soft, deliberate, a crunching of leaves off in the distance. Chris and Tyler heard it while collecting firewood. Probably a deer, Chris muttered, but neither could shake the feeling of being watched. Megan noticed shadows moving along the tree line, long and thin, but whenever they shone a flashlight, nothing was there. Later, after their meal, Tyler suggested a swim in the lake to shake off the unease. As they waded into the cold water, Megan saw something beneath the surface, something dark, moving too fast to be a fish. She screamed, and the others pulled her out, dripping and panicked. The water seemed to churn, though no wind disturbed it, and for a brief moment all 4 of them swore they saw shapes, indistinct and dark, just under the surface, watching. Back at the tents, they tried to sleep, but the night brought more sounds, whispering, faint and distant at first, but growing steadily louder. It wasn't a language they could recognize, just guttural, urgent, almost like a chant. Chris swore he heard their names called, faintly, pleadingly. Tyler tried to convince everyone it was the wind through the trees, but Megan shivered, whispering that it didn't sound like wind. By dawn, exhaustion had set in. They decided to hike a trail to clear their heads. The path was overgrown, almost hidden, and the deeper they went, the more the forest seemed to swallow them whole. Mist hung low, muffling sound and distorting vision. Hours passed, and the lake was nowhere in sight. They realized with a creeping dread that the trail had disappeared behind them. Then the whispers returned, louder, circling, as if coming from every direction at once. Shapes flickered at the edges of their vision, thin, humanoid figures, moving with a jerky, unnatural gait. Tyler tried to lead them back, hacking at brush and trying to stay calm, but the forest seemed to twist around them, paths looping back in impossible ways. Panic grew with each step, By the second night, hunger and fatigue gnawed at them. They found a small clearing and built a meager fire. As they huddled near the flames, Megan spotted something etched into the ground, a series of symbols, strange and jagged, circling the clearing. Tyler photographed them with his phone, hoping for evidence. That's when they realized that the shadows weren't just outside the clearing. They were in it, just beyond the firelight. Movement, whispers, and the feeling of being stared at never ceased. Then, one by one, the friends began to disappear. Chris was the first. A shadow lunged from the tree line, and in the blink of an eye, he was gone. Tyler and Megan called out, their voices cracking with fear, but only the whispers responded. Hannah was next, dragged silently into the darkness. Tyler and Megan ran, screaming, trying to escape the forest's maze-like paths. Days blurred. Hunger, thirst, and terror became constant companions. Every time they thought they found a way out, the forest shifted, paths dissolving into new tangles of trees and undergrowth. Whispers mocked them, sometimes clear enough to hear their own names repeated over and over, laced with malice. On what seemed like the fourth day, they stumbled across an abandoned ranger station hidden in a hollowed hill. The building was decayed, walls covered with scratches and crude drawings of tall, humanoid figures with featureless faces. Inside, they found scraps of clothing, old, rotted, human-like. Tyler's blood ran cold as he realized the last names carved into a beam matched several missing campers reported over the past decade. That night, trapped in the ranger station, the shadows gathered outside, pressing against the broken windows. The whispers rose to screams. A figure entered through the door, silent and impossibly thin, its face a blank void. Tyler tried to fight, but it moved with supernatural speed, pinning him as Megan screamed. She ran blindly into the forest, chased by whispers and shadows, the world twisting around her. Eventually, she emerged near the edge of the forest, broken, dehydrated, and hallucinating. She flagged down a passing hiker, who called the authorities. Tyler, Chris, and Hannah were never found. The official report labeled the disappearances as accidents, lost hikers, but Megan knew the truth. Years later, she avoids forests, avoids lakes, avoids the very idea of camping. Sometimes at night, she hears whispers in her apartment, shadows flickering at the edge of her vision. She knows, deep down, that whatever was in that forest is still out there, waiting for the next group who thinks a weekend in the wilderness is harmless fun. Story the end. The first time I saw the place, I told myself it was just another stretch of American backcountry, thick woods, cold streams, moss-covered stones that hadn't moved in a century. Nothing special, nothing dangerous, just wilderness. But by the time I left, I knew better. I knew why the locals avoided it. I knew why hikers went missing. And I knew why something in those woods had never stopped following me. It started when my older brother, Clay, suggested a camping trip in northern Wisconsin, deep in the Chequamegon-Nicolet National Forest. Clay had just come home from a long-haul job, and I just quit a suffocating office position I hated. We hadn't spent real time together in years. So when he pitched the idea, 3 nights off-grid, no phones, no people, I said yes without thinking. Looking back, that was my third mistake. The first was agreeing to go. The second was pretending the strange stories didn't bother me. A week before we left, I mentioned the trip to a coworker who grew up in northern Wisconsin. When I told her the area, she froze in a way that made my stomach tighten. "You're going near Deadwood Hollow?" she asked quietly. "I guess," I replied. "Clay said it's some old logging zone." She shook her head. "Don't stay there after dark. Don't wander from camp. And if you hear someone talking in the trees, even if it sounds like your brother..." Her face tightened. "Don't answer." I laughed it off at the time. People have their myths, I told myself, their ghost stories, their small-town superstitions. But her warning stuck with me. We left on a Thursday afternoon. The drive was quiet, long, lined by miles of leafless birch and towering pines. Spring hadn't fully arrived yet. The forest was still gray, cold, and dead-looking. Clay seemed oblivious to the atmosphere. He hummed along to the radio, drummed on the wheel, and talked about how good it would feel to get away. But the deeper we drove, the stranger things felt. The woods grew denser, the shadows darker, the air heavier. Every so often I spotted something in the trees. Not movement exactly, more like a shape, tall and thin, standing perfectly still between the trunks. I told myself it was just tricks of the light. We arrived at our trailhead around sundown. Clay parked his truck near a rotting wooden sign, scarred with old initials. Most of the letters had been clawed away by time or vandals. The only word still readable was hollow. That's comforting, I joked. Clay just grinned. Adds character. We grabbed our packs and started the 2-mile hike to the campsite Clay had picked from an old forum post, some hidden clearing next to a creek. The trail was barely visible, but easy enough to follow. At first, but as the sun dipped behind the trees, the forest darkened faster than seemed natural. The temperature dropped too. My breath puffed in front of me as we moved. The woods were quiet, not silent like the stories described, but wrong, like the sounds were being muffled. We reached the clearing just as night fully settled. The place was bigger than I expected. Flat ground, a circle of tall trees like sentinels, and a narrow creek cutting along one side. It looked untouched, as if no one had camped there in decades. Only one thing bothered me: a pile of stones near the tree line. Not a random tumble, stacked. 3 stones, perfectly balanced. The top one carved with a circular marking. Probably left by backpackers, Clay said, shrugging. But a chill crawled over me anyway. We set up camp, made a fire, cooked a simple dinner, and talked until the flames died low. By that point, clouds had crawled over the sky, erasing the moon. The darkness pressed in thick and close, the forest swallowing everything beyond the firelight. Suppose we should turn in, Clay said. I agreed, though sleep felt impossible. We split into our 2 small tents, maybe 20 feet apart. As I crawled into my sleeping bag, the woods settled into a heavy, unnatural stillness. For a while, I lay awake, listening to the absence of sound. No bugs, no owls, no wind, just my own heartbeat. Then, a crack. A branch snapping under weight, something heavy. I froze another step. Closer this time. Then I heard it. A voice, soft, low, human. Clay. It drifted through the trees like breath on cold air. I went cold all over. Clay, it repeated, slightly louder. Over here. Only, it didn't sound exactly human. It sounded too perfect, like someone imitating speech rather than speaking. My throat tightened. Clay, I hissed quietly, you awake? No answer. I unzipped the tent slowly and peeked out. Total darkness, but then a flicker, movement between the trees, something tall, thin, leaning, watching. Clay, the thing whispered again, mimicking the voice perfectly. I zipped my tent shut and didn't sleep for the rest of the night. When morning came, the forest was normal again. Birds chirped, wind rustled the leaves. Clay emerged from his tent, stretching, complaining he'd slept terribly. You didn't hear anything? I asked. No, why? I almost told him, but something in me resisted. Maybe it was embarrassment, maybe fear of being dismissed, maybe the thought that saying it out loud made it real. We spent the day hiking along the creek. The forest felt more alive in the daylight, but odd things kept catching my attention. Scratches too high on trees, like from something standing taller than any known animal. Patches of mud disturbed by long, narrow impressions. Distant shapes that disappeared when you looked straight at them. At one point, Clay stepped away to pee behind some brush. When he returned, he was pale and tense. You okay? I asked. He hesitated. Thought I heard you call me. My mouth dried. I didn't say anything. He didn't reply. That night, unease settled heavy over us. Even the fire felt different, burning low despite the amount of wood we fed it. Around midnight, I woke to a sound again. This time it wasn't a voice. It was breathing. Slow, deep, wet. Right outside my tent, I stopped breathing, trying to listen past my racing pulse. Another exhale, close enough that it ruffled the nylon. A shadow moved outside, tall, impossibly tall, elongating as it leaned closer. I reached for my flashlight with shaking hands and clicked it on. The beam hit the tent wall. A silhouette stood inches away, humanoid, but wrong. Arms too long, head tilted at an unnatural angle, still, motionless, just watching. Then it spoke again, but not in my voice. Not in Clay's. In my mother's voice. Sweetheart, come outside. Ice crawled down my spine. I didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't blink. The silhouette stayed for what felt like hours. Then, a scream. Clay. His voice ripped through the forest, raw and terrified. I burst out of my tent, flashlight swinging wildly. Clay, where are you? Silence. Then a weak groan somewhere among the trees. I ran. I know I shouldn't have. I know now that running into the woods at night was the worst possible thing I could have done. But logic wasn't involved anymore, only fear. Clay! I shouted again. A soft laugh answered. Not Clay's laugh, but close enough to twist my stomach. Then something else, footsteps, running, weaving between the trees. Sometimes near, sometimes farther. like it was circling me. The beam of my flashlight cut through darkness, landing on something on the ground. Clay's shoe. Just the shoe. No blood, no drag marks, no Clay. Clay! I screamed, voice cracking. From deep in the woods came a reply, I'm right here. Come find me. But the inflection was wrong, the pitch off, artificial. I stepped back slowly, legs shaking uncontrollably. Clay, I whispered, if you can hear me, please. A branch snapped directly behind me. I spun. Something moved in the darkness. Something fast. I ran back to the clearing, lungs burning, tripping over roots. When I stumbled into the campsite, the fire was dead. The air was freezing, and Clay's tent, it was gone. Not collapsed, not torn down, gone. Only a perfectly round patch of flattened ground remained where it had stood. Around it, more stone piles. Dozens now, all with the same circular marking. I packed everything I could carry in seconds and ran. I didn't follow the trail. I didn't trust it. Instead, I followed the creek until my legs nearly gave out. The forest seemed to shift around me, trees changing position, shadows darting at the edge of the light. I don't know how long I ran, but just before dawn I saw headlights through the trees. A logging road, a truck approaching. I scrambled onto the gravel, waving my arms like a lunatic. The driver slammed the brakes and jumped out, yelling, asking what the hell had happened. When I tried to tell him, my voice failed. He radioed the sheriff. Search teams went in. They found the clearing. They found my tent. They found Clay's truck. They didn't find Clay. They didn't find footprints. Not mine. Not anything else's. Just untouched forest, like it had erased everything behind me. For weeks afterward, the police questioned me gently, trying to make sense of things. They suggested animals, hypothermia, panic, delusion, but they didn't see the stone piles. They didn't hear the voice. They didn't see the silhouette outside my tent. They closed the case in August. Missing person, presumed dead. But I know better. 2 months later, I woke at 3 a.m. to a sound outside my apartment window. Breathing, slow, wet, deliberate. Then a whisper. Come outside. It sounded like Clay, except not. When lightning flashed, I saw a figure at the edge of the parking lot. Tall, thin, leaning, watching. It disappeared when the light faded, but I know it's still there. It followed me out of Deadwood Hollow, and it's waiting for me to answer. Story the end. The sun was already dipping behind the Blue Ridge Mountains when we pulled off the highway onto the narrow, overgrown forestry road. I was with my friends Jake and Emily, and we were all eager for a weekend of serious camping. No cell service, no other people, no distractions. We'd picked a spot Mark, Jake's cousin, had told us about years ago, a hidden clearing deep in the forest that he claimed nobody ever goes to. By the time we parked and started hiking, the forest had swallowed the road entirely. The tall pines leaned in close, their branches thick with moss that draped like curtains. The air was heavy, damp, and smelled of wet earth. It felt wrong in a way I couldn't immediately name. The hike to the clearing took nearly 2 hours. Every sound, the crunch of leaves underfoot, the snap of twigs, even the occasional bird call, seemed amplified, yet oddly hollow. At one point, Emily stopped. Do you guys hear that? She whispered. Jake shrugged. Hear what? Footsteps. Behind us. Slow. Like someone's following. I stopped, straining to listen. Nothing. Only the wind, or so I told myself. We reached the clearing just as dusk settled. It was barely big enough for our 3 tents and a small fire pit. We set up quickly, trying to ignore the sinking feeling in our stomachs. That first night, the forest came alive in a way I'd never experienced. Not with normal wildlife sounds. This was something different. Something deliberate. Around midnight, I woke to a soft scraping outside my tent. It sounded like fingernails on fabric, then a low, guttural whisper. I couldn't make out the words, but it was unmistakably a voice. I shook Jake awake. He groaned, rubbing his eyes. You're imagining it, he said. Emily was shaking too. No, I hear it too. The whispering stopped for a moment, then resumed, circling our tents, coming from every direction at once. Then a dragging sound, wet, heavy, deliberate, ran along the ground, moving closer. I shone my flashlight toward the noise. For a fleeting second, I saw it. A thin figure, unnaturally tall, limbs bent at impossible angles, moving like it didn't know how to walk properly. Its head cocked sideways at an unnatural angle, staring at us. Then it disappeared into the black. We didn't sleep the rest of the night. Morning didn't bring relief. Our campsite was disturbed. The fire pit smashed. Tents slashed. Small objects, matches, cans, personal items arranged in neat patterns on the dirt like a warning. Drag marks led into the forest, gouged deep, not human, not animal. We debated leaving immediately, but the trail we came in on seemed different. Every turn led us back to the same clearing. The forest itself had shifted. That second night, the figures returned. There were more of them now. I could see several, standing motionless at the tree line, their heads tilted in that same jerky, unnatural way, eyes faintly glowing white in the firelight. They didn't move toward us, not immediately, but watching us, waiting. The whispers started again, but this time we could understand them. They were repeating our names. Jared, Emily, Jake. We bolted blindly into the woods, branches tearing at our faces, roots tripping us, mud sucking at our boots. The figures followed silently, gliding between the trees faster than any human could. We stumbled through the undergrowth for hours, disoriented. Occasionally I caught glimpses of the tall, thin shapes between trees, head tilted, watching us. Wait, eventually we burst into a secondary clearing where we'd parked the truck. It was untouched, exactly where we left it, as if the forest had spat us back out. We didn't speak as we drove away, hearts still pounding, hands shaking. Weeks later, I read about missing hikers in that part of the forest. Some vanished overnight. Some were found days later with scratches covering their bodies, terrified to the point of incoherence. Locals called them the Watchers, creatures that mimic voices, lure campers deep into the woods, and observe them until they leave or disappear. I haven't camped since. Jake moved away. Emily refuses to talk about that weekend. But sometimes when I drive past a forest, I swear I hear faint whispers on the wind. My name, stretched and broken, carried from somewhere just beyond sight. And I know deep down that the forest is still waiting. Story the end. The forest had been unusually quiet when we arrived. My friends, Jason, Cole, and I had been planning this trip for months. A weekend getaway into the remote backcountry of the White Mountains in Arizona. Jason had discovered an old, unmaintained logging road on a topographical map. According to him, it had been closed for decades, and we'd likely have the forest entirely to ourselves. That was enough to convince us. We drove all afternoon, winding through gravel roads and narrow trails overgrown with brush. By the time we parked at the trailhead, the sun was dipping behind the mountains, casting long, skeletal shadows between the pines. The entrance to the road was marked by a faded wooden post, its paint peeling. Jason grinned. Perfect, he said. The road was rough, but manageable. Rocks and fallen branches slowed our progress, and the Jeep rattled with every bump. After a few miles, we came to a small clearing that looked untouched for years. Flat ground, a stone fire ring covered in moss, and a dense wall of pines shielding us from the wind. We set up camp quickly. For a while, everything was normal. We built a fire, ate canned chili, and joked about being alone in the forest. But as darkness settled, the forest seemed heavier. The air grew cold, the shadows between the trees darker than they should have been. It started subtly. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, circling the clearing. Not running, not panicked, just measured, methodical. Probably a deer, I said. No deer moves like that, Cole replied, his voice tight. Jason laughed nervously, but I could see he didn't believe it either. Eventually, we retreated into our tents, hoping morning would bring relief. I woke hours later to the sound of movement outside my tent. Something dragged across the ground, a soft tap on the tent fabric. I froze. Then a wet, gurgling breath sounded close by. Jason? Cole? I whispered. Nothing. Just the dragging steps circling our campsite. The next morning, footprints surrounded our tents. Human-shaped, but wrong. Too wide, too long, toes splayed unnaturally. Some prints were smeared, as if the creature had dragged its feet. We packed quickly and tried to retrace our steps, but the forest had changed. Landmarks we remembered were gone. The road twisted and narrowed, seeming almost alive. By late afternoon, we saw it. Pale, emaciated, limbs too long, head tilted unnaturally. It watched us silently, unmoving. We ran. Branches tore at our clothes, roots tripped us. Behind us, sometimes we heard the dragging step, a wet, gurgling breath. Every time we glanced back, it remained, waiting. Night fell. Exhausted, we found a shallow cave and hid. From there, we could hear it moving above us. At one point, a pale foot appeared briefly at the entrance before vanishing. We stayed until dawn. When we emerged, the forest seemed normal again. Birds chirped, wind rustled the leaves. The road eventually led us to a maintained trail and back to the highway. We never reported it. We never spoke of it. But sometimes when the world is quiet, I hear it. The slow, dragging step, the wet, gurgling breath, always distant, always waiting, and I know it hasn't forgotten us. Story the end. It was a long weekend in early November when 5 friends, David, Rachel, Kyle, Megan, and Tyler, decided to take a camping trip in the deep forests of the Adirondacks, far from cell service and traffic. They had been college friends for years, and this trip was meant to be a last escape before winter. David had been there before and promised them a quiet, untouched site near a small creek where the map indicated a clearing. They arrived in the late afternoon. The forest was dense, the tall pines casting long shadows as the sun dipped behind the mountains. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of wet leaves and earth. They set up camp quickly, pitched tents, and started a fire. That night, they cooked simple meals over the flames and told stories. For a while, it was perfect, the kind of peace only isolation can provide. But David noticed something first. While gathering firewood a few yards from the camp, he swore he saw movement beyond the trees, a shadow that didn't belong. When he called the others, nothing was there. They laughed it off, joking about animals or tricks of the light. But Rachel felt uneasy. She couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, a presence just beyond the reach of the firelight. Around midnight, strange sounds began. Low, guttural growls echoed through the forest, followed by twigs snapping. Kyle tried to rationalize it as a bear, but the sounds were too precise, deliberate. Then they heard a dragging sound, slow, wet, and heavy, circling the campsite. The friends froze, staring into the dark trees. Megan's tent was first to be tested. Something pushed against the fabric, long, thin fingers pressing and sliding down the wall. She screamed, and the others rushed to help, shining flashlights into the surrounding darkness. A figure stood just beyond the trees, a tall, light, skeletal shape with limbs bent at unnatural angles. Its head tilted, the glowing eyes fixed on them, and its mouth stretched into a grin too wide to be human. The friends barricaded themselves in their tents. Outside, the sounds continued, circling, dragging, sniffing. Hours passed, each snap of a branch making their hearts pound faster. Their phones had no signal, the batteries inexplicably drained. Sleep was impossible. By dawn, the creature seemed to vanish, leaving an eerie calm. They decided to pack up and leave, taking care to stay on the trail, David remembered. But the forest was not the same. Landmarks seemed twisted, the path longer, and some clearings they thought they knew appeared unfamiliar. They came upon a small hill where the trees were carved with crude faces, eyes wide, mouths open in silent screams. Beneath them lay piles of small bones, some gnawed, some broken. The smell was nauseating, rot, decay, and iron. The friends didn't stop. They ran, hearts hammering, eager to reach the main road. Then they heard it again. The low moan followed by wet, dragging footsteps. The figure emerged briefly at the edge of the clearing, a skeletal, elongated shape moving impossibly fast, limbs jerking unnaturally. Its eyes glowed faintly in the filtered sunlight, and it hissed, a sound that seemed to carry intelligence and malice. They reached the road, gasping, shaking, unable to speak. Tyler called the police, reporting their experience. Rangers searched for days, but found no sign of the figure, the carvings, or the bones. Only the campsite remained, undisturbed except for the 5 friends' footprints and some strange, enormous prints leading back into the forest. Years later, each of them carried the memory like a scar. Rachel refused to camp or hike. Megan sleeps with lights on, startled by every shadow. David avoided the woods entirely, and Kyle couldn't pass near a forest without anxiety. Tyler sometimes hears a faint dragging sound outside his apartment at night, accompanied by a low, guttural moan that wakes him in a cold sweat. No one speaks of what they saw in detail. The forest is still there, patient, waiting, as if it remembers, waiting for anyone who dares to enter too deep, stay too long, or stray off the path. Story, the end. The first time I heard about Coldwater Ridge, I was 9 years old, sitting on the floor of my grandfather's living room while he polished the old rifle he no longer hunted with. He always said the forest out there wasn't right, that the trees grew in patterns too perfect to be natural, that the wind carried voices on certain nights, that people who wandered too deep into it sometimes came out different or never came out at all. I thought he was just telling stories meant to scare kids. Years passed and I forgot about Coldwater Ridge, until last summer, until our camping trip. It was me, my younger brother Kyle, and our cousin Jenna. We were all in our early 20s, desperate to break from work, screens, obligations. We wanted a weekend without cell service, without noise, just wilderness and quiet. Kyle had found a spot on an old topographic map, Coldwater Ridge, though none of us recognized the name. It wasn't listed on Google Maps, didn't appear on hiking forums, and we couldn't find a single recent trail report. But it was accessible enough if we followed an unmaintained service road off Route 12. The lack of digital footprint only made it more appealing to us. We had no idea what we were stepping into. We left early on a Friday morning, the bed of Jenna's old Ford packed with gear. As we drove north, the forests grew thicker, darker, more ancient. By noon, we found the service road, little more than a rutted dirt track. No signs, no markers. "This is perfect," Kyle said, grinning. But as we bumped along the road, I felt a strange pressure building in my chest, like an invisible weight settling on my lungs. Even the air seemed different, thinner, stiller. We reached a clearing around 2 p.m. The sky above looked washed out, oddly pale despite the summer sun. Tall pines circled the clearing like sentinels, their trunks perfectly straight and evenly spaced. Too evenly spaced. We set up camp, pitched the tents, and cooked an early dinner over the fire. Everything about the place felt off. The forest was silent, not quiet, silent. No bird calls, no rustling, no insects. Even the fire seemed to burn without crackling, the flames oddly muted. That first night around 10 p.m., the temperature dropped sharply. One moment the air was warm and sticky. The next it felt like late October. A thin fog rolled between the trees, settling just above the ground. We were talking near the fire when Jenna suddenly froze mid-sentence. "You guys hear that?" Kyle stopped poking at the coals. "Hear what?" She pointed toward the tree line. "Shh, listen." At first I heard nothing. Then it came, soft whispers drifting between the trees. Not words exactly, but the cadence of speech. Rhythmic. Repeated. Kyle laughed nervously. "Probably just animals." But no animal whispers like that. No animal speaks like that. Still, none of us wanted to be the one to say we were scared. We went to our tents around midnight. I slept lightly, waking off into the faint murmur of those whispers. Sometime around 3 a.m., Kyle shook me awake. "Dude, someone's outside." I sat up, heart hammering. "What? Listen." We did. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, circling the tents, not heavy like a bear, not quick like a deer, human. Kyle reached for the hatchet he kept near his sleeping bag. I unzipped the tent slowly and peered out. The fire had died to glowing embers. Fog drifted across the clearing like smoke, and at the edge of the fog stood a figure. Tall, motionless, its outline barely visible through the haze. I couldn't make out a face, just a long, thin silhouette watching us. I ducked back inside. "Someone's out there." We unzipped Jenna's tent and whispered urgently for her to wake up. She groggily crawled out, saw our faces, and instantly sobered. The three of us stood huddled near the fire pit, staring at the fog. The figure was gone. "Let's just get back in the tents," Jenna whispered. Maybe it was a hiker. But no hiker wanders silently through the woods at 3 a.m., stands still long enough to be noticed, then disappears without a sound. Still, exhausted and scared, we eventually crawled back into our tents, but none of us truly slept. We woke early and decided to hike around the ridge to shake off the unease, maybe find a lake or at least a scenic lookout. Kyle marked our campsite on his paper map and we headed north. The deeper we walked, the stranger the forest felt. The trees were evenly spaced, unnaturally so, always about 10 to 12 feet apart. Their trunks were perfectly straight, free of knots or branches until 30 feet up. "These trees aren't normal," Jenna muttered. We agreed, but we kept walking. Around noon, we found a stream, thin, slow-moving, with water clear as glass. No fish, no insects, no life. The silence felt heavier out here, like sound itself was being swallowed. We followed the water until we saw something upstream, a shape, floating. At first I thought it was a log, but logs don't have hair, long, tangled hair drifting in the current. "Holy shit," Kyle whispered. It was a woman, or what had once been one. Her skin gray and bloated, her limbs stiff. She wore a tattered flannel shirt and denim shorts. Her empty eyes stared upward through the water. We scrambled backwards, slipping on rocks. "We have to go," Jenna said. "Now." We sprinted back toward camp, following our trail. Except our trail wasn't there. The trees looked wrong. The landscape shifted subtly, like we had crossed into a different section of forest without noticing. "Kyle, where the hell is the path?" It should be right here, right here. He scanned the map, but the terrain didn't match anything. That's when we heard it again. Whispers. Not distant this time, close. Then a voice, clearer than before, a woman's voice. Help me. Please help me. It sounded like it came from all directions at once. We ran until our legs burned. Eventually, we stumbled into the clearing where our campsite should have been, except it wasn't the same. The fire pit was gone. The ground was unmarked. No tents, no footprints, no sign anyone had ever camped there. We're lost, Jenna whispered. We're so lost. Kyle swore and threw the map. This is impossible. We walked a straight line back. I looked around. The trees weren't just evenly spaced now, they were identical. Same height, same thickness, same distance, like a forest grown from some manufactured template. Then the humming started, low at first, vibrating through the ground. Then louder, rising into the same whispering cadence we'd heard last night. Shapes moved between the trees. Thin, tall. Wrong. One stepped closer. I saw its face, or lack thereof. Smooth skin where features should have been, only indentations where eyes might be, its limbs too long, its joints bending backward. Kyle grabbed the hatchet. Stay behind me. But when the creature stepped fully into view, Kyle staggered backward. The hatchet fell from his hand. The thing cocked its head like it was studying us. Then it whispered, not with a mouth, but directly inside our heads. Come back. We home. We ran. We didn't look back. The forest twisted, repeating itself. We passed the same fallen log twice, the same crooked stump 3 times. The sky dimmed even though it was still afternoon. Shadows stretched ahead of us, reaching like grasping hands. Hours passed. Our legs went numb. Evening crept over the forest. The whispers grew louder. The woman's voice returned, sobbing, begging. I don't know how long we wandered before we saw a light through the trees. A warm, flickering glow. Firelight. Human firelight. We stumbled toward it and found an old man sitting beside a fire in front of a small wooden shack. His eyes widened when he saw us. Damn fools, he muttered. You shouldn't be here. We didn't argue. We collapsed beside his fire while he watched the tree line with a wary expression. You saw them, he said. Not a question. What are they? Jenna whispered. He shook his head. Things older than any of us. The forest grew around them, not the other way around. They take what walks too deep, take the shape of what they've taken. You kids are lucky you're still yourselves. Kyle spoke through clenched teeth. We saw a woman in the stream. The old man cut him off. Whatever you saw is theirs now. He let us rest until dawn, then led us back, somehow, to the service road. It was only a 30-minute walk, though we had wandered for over 10 hours the day before. Before we got in the truck, I asked him, why did you help us? He stared at me for a long moment. Because I've seen enough young faces vanish into that forest. But don't come back. Don't even drive past this place again. We didn't. We drove home in silence, none of us speaking until we were hours away. Kyle doesn't talk about the trip. Jenna refuses to go near any forest now. And me, sometimes at night I hear whispering outside my window. Soft, rhythmic, calling my name. And every time I close my eyes, I see those identical trees. Perfectly spaced. Waiting. Story the end. It was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway. 3 friends, Jake, Claire, and Ben, planning to escape the noise of Boston for a camping trip deep in the forests of Maine. They had found an old guidebook with recommendations for remote spots, and one location, a small clearing near a pond, seemed perfect. Completely off the map, Jake had said with a grin. That off-the-map nature would become the first warning they ignored. They arrived late Friday afternoon, the sun low and casting long shadows across the winding forest roads. The GPS had already failed them twice, and the last mile was on a dirt path that twisted between dense pine and birch. When they reached the clearing, the pond lay still, reflecting the darkening sky. It was beautiful, almost surreal, but there was an eerie quality to the silence. Not a bird, not a breeze, not even the usual hum of insects. They set up their tents quickly, built a fire, and tried to relax. Dinner was simple, canned chili and sandwiches, but their laughter seemed forced. As night fell, the woods pressed in around them, the darkness thick and almost solid. Jake tried to make a joke about forest ghosts, but it barely cut the tension. Around midnight, it began. A low, dragging sound through the underbrush. Ben froze mid-breath, straining to hear. The sound came closer, then stopped as if waiting. Claire whispered, "Maybe it's a bear," but her voice trembled. When they shone flashlights into the trees, nothing moved, but the shadows felt wrong, elongated, unnatural. The first night passed with little sleep. Every snapping branch or rustle made them jump. Around 3 a.m., Claire saw movement just beyond the firelight, a thin figure, impossibly tall, with limbs that bent wrong. She gasped, but when Jake and Ben turned, nothing remained. They tried to convince themselves it was a trick of the firelight, nerves, anything. Morning brought a mist that clung to the ground, making the forest feel otherworldly. They decided to hike along the pond's edge to explore. Hours passed, and they realized the forest had shifted. Trails that had been clear were gone, replaced by dense underbrush, unfamiliar terrain, and the same oppressive silence. By late afternoon, the whispering began. At first, faint, like the wind through the leaves, but growing in guttural murmurs that seemed to call their names. Jake swore he saw figures in the distance, tall, thin silhouettes moving jerkily, disappearing whenever he blinked. Panic began to set in. That night tried to sleep in their tents, but the whispers surrounded them. Claire claimed she saw shadows move inside her tent, though she could not explain how. Ben, trying to stay brave, said it was all in their heads, but the fear in his eyes betrayed him. The next day, they attempted to hike out. Paths looped back on themselves, landmarks repeated as if the forest was a trap. Ben vanished first. 1 second he was arguing with Jake about the route, the next he was gone. They called for him, shouted until their voices broke, but only the whispers answered. By the third night, only Jake and Claire remained. They stumbled upon an old abandoned shack. Inside, the walls were covered with crude drawings, humanoid figures with long limbs and featureless faces, surrounded by spirals and jagged symbols. Old, decayed clothing littered the floor. It was clear the shack had once housed other people, perhaps others who had wandered too far. The shadows gathered outside the shack that night, figures pressed against broken windows and doors, moving jerkily. The whispers intensified, becoming screams and then laughter, echoing through the trees. Jake tried to light a fire, but the wind snuffed it out instantly. The shadows began to enter. Claire screamed as one reached through the doorway, thin fingers grasping her arm. Jake tried to pull her free, but in an instant she vanished. Alone, Jake ran blindly through the forest. The whispers followed, always circling, always mocking. Hunger, thirst, and fear blurred his sense of time. Every tree looked the same, every shadow moved like it had a mind of its own. Eventually, he emerged onto a logging road, spotted a passing truck, and collapsed in the driver's headlights. Authorities found no trace of the shack, the pond, or any campsite. Searches of the area were fruitless. Jake survived, but the memory of the forest, the shadows, and the whispers never left him. At night, he still hears the soft murmurs calling his name, sees fleeting shapes at the edge of his vision. He knows the forest is still out there, patient, waiting, for the next group who wanders too far, too deep, and alone. Story the end. The wind had already started to bite by the time we arrived at the trailhead, a nondescript pull-off on a 2-lane forest road somewhere in northern New Mexico. It was late October, the kind of cold that makes your fingers go numb before your boots are fully laced. I remember thinking it felt eerily perfect for camping, desolate, quiet, and entirely ours. I'd been with my friends Mark and Josh dozens of times before. We'd done multi-day backpacking trips, rock climbing weekends, and a few solo wilderness adventures. None of them had ever scared me. Not really. But this trip was different. Mark had discovered an abandoned fire road that supposedly led to an old logging camp deep in the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. According to him, it had been decades since anyone had used it regularly, which meant privacy, solitude, and a night under a sky full of stars. We were sold immediately. The drive up the winding road was uneventful. By the time we parked, the sun had just kissed the mountaintops good night. The temperature dropped fast, frosting the tips of our tents and gear. We were in high spirits, laughing, teasing each other, roasting granola bars over the tailgate's small propane stove. The forest around us was thick with aspen and spruce, their trunks pale and skeletal in the twilight. We set out along the fire road for a mile or so to a small clearing that seemed perfect for a campsite. It had a flat area for tents, a semicircle of stones that suggested previous visitors, and enough natural cover from the wind to keep a fire alive. We pitched our tents quickly and gathered wood. The The smell of pine and decaying leaves hung in the air, a mix of fresh forest and something old, almost musty, that none of us could place. The first hours were normal. We cooked dinner, told stories, and joked about the emptiness around us. But even as darkness fell, an underlying tension began to creep in. Josh mentioned hearing noises in the distance, a series of faint thumps, irregular and slow. Probably a deer, Mark said, though even he didn't sound convinced. But it wasn't just the noise. The forest seemed to shrink around us. The spaces between the trees felt tighter, the darkness heavier. Every shadow beyond the glow of our fire seemed like it could move on its own. Around 10:30 p.m., I was the first to notice that something wasn't right. From the edge of the clearing, I thought I saw movement, a pale, slender figure gliding between the trunks. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, but it didn't vanish entirely, just enough to make me question my sanity. "Guys," I whispered, "do you see that?" Mark and Josh looked, but the figure was gone. Josh laughed nervously, probably just the wind messing with the shadows. I wanted to believe him. I tried. Hours passed uneventfully, but the tension never left. When we finally crawled into our tents, I had a strange feeling of being watched. It was subtle at first, a brush of awareness, a pressure at the edge of consciousness, but it grew until I couldn't ignore it. I woke in the middle of the night to the sound of someone or something walking around our campsite, the crunch of pine needles underfoot deliberate and uneven. I froze, listening. The sound stopped outside my tent, then a soft dragging noise like something heavy being pulled across dirt. "Mark?" I whispered through the tent fabric. "Josh?" No answer. I wanted to reach for my flashlight, but the instinct to stay hidden kept me still. And then I heard it, a slow, wet exhalation. Not human breathing, something gurgling, ragged that made my stomach twist. The figure tapped lightly on the outside of my tent, just a fingertip against the nylon. I could feel it. Cold, deliberate. "Who's there?" Mark's voice finally broke the night. He had unzipped his tent. The footsteps retreated. Gone. By dawn, none of us had slept. We packed quickly, adrenaline keeping us awake. And that's when we saw it, the footprints. They encircled our tents, pressed deep into the soil and needles, human-shaped but wrong. Too wide, too long, toes splayed unnaturally. Some were smeared like the owner had dragged its feet. We didn't speak much as we left, but the deeper we walked back toward the main fire road, the more the forest betrayed us. The trail we thought we knew vanished. We'd see glimpses of clearings or familiar landmarks, but when we reached them, they were gone, replaced by dense woods that seemed almost alive. Hours passed. Panic crept in. The shadows between trees lengthened unnaturally. And then we saw it again. Standing just at the tree line, tall and thin, hairless, pale. Its limbs were too long, hence its posture too stiff. It watched us. We didn't hesitate this time. We ran, crashing through brush, scrambling down small ravines, always keeping a sense of its presence behind us. Sometimes we thought it had stopped following. Then, somewhere in the dark, we'd hear the dragging step again, the wet, gurgling breath. Night came again before we stumbled onto an old maintenance road. Relief washed over us, but the road led nowhere familiar, ending in a sheer cliff overlooking a valley. We were trapped. And then it moved toward us, gliding over the uneven terrain with impossibly long strides. We ran again, down the cliff's edge, scrambling over roots and rocks until dawn broke, and we finally found a real Forest Service road that led back to civilization. We didn't report what we saw. We didn't talk about it much. The names of that forest, the fire road, and the clearing, all that information stayed locked away. We returned to our normal lives, but the memories never faded. Even now, I can feel it sometimes. The cold pressure at the edge of awareness, the slow, dragging step that follows me in the quiet. And I know it's still out there, watching, waiting. Story the end. The sky was a bruised purple when we finally reached the trailhead. I could feel the tension in the car. 5 of us crammed into Jason's old Jeep, backpacks spilling into the footwells, gear stacked high on the roof. There was me, Jason, Emily, Nick, and Carla. We'd been planning this camping trip for months, a getaway from our college routines in North Carolina. The internet promised quiet woods, clear streams, and a remote cabin that had been abandoned for years. What it didn't promise was what we would find when we got there. The drive up the winding roads of the Blue Ridge Mountains was slow, the pavement giving way to dirt as we climbed higher. The trees closed in on the path, their branches arching over like the ribs of some massive hidden creature. When we finally parked, night was nearly complete. Only a few streaks of red lingered on the horizon. We pulled our packs from the Jeep, each of us feeling the eerie quiet settle in immediately. The air smelled of wet pine and decaying leaves, and the forest seemed impossibly still. We set up camp near a small creek that meandered through the clearing. Jason and Nick handled the fire, Emily and Carla pitched the tents, and I unpacked our food. The forest was alive with tiny sounds, crickets chirping, water trickling, owls hooting far in the distance. But it was different from city noise. It felt sharp, pointed, as if it were listening. We ate dinner over the fire, telling jokes to keep the mood light. But even in laughter, there was an edge. Shadows from the trees flickered unnaturally in the firelight. When I went to refill my water bottle at the creek, I thought I saw a figure reflected in the water, hunched, thin, and watching. I blinked, and it was gone. I shook it off as a trick of the light. That night, the wind picked up. It rattled the tent flaps and the fire hissed as sparks floated into the air. Around midnight, I woke to the sound of snapping branches, not far from our camp. My heart raced. I whispered to Jason, who had the tent next to mine, but he was asleep. I strained my ears. The sound stopped as suddenly as it started. I wanted to believe it was an animal. The next day, we decided to explore the trail that led to the old cabin. The path was overgrown, roots twisting like serpents underfoot. Nick led with a small machete, cutting back thick vines. The deeper we went, the more oppressive the forest became. Birds fell silent. Even the creek's cheerful gurgle from earlier seemed muffled. We finally reached the cabin by late afternoon. It was worse than we expected. The roof sagged like it was about to collapse, windows were broken, and the wooden walls were scarred with deep scratches. A metallic smell hung in the air. Rust, iron, or perhaps something else. The door creaked on its hinges as we pushed it open. Inside, the air was stale and sour. Dust motes floated in the slanted shafts of light that pierced the broken roof. The floorboards groaned under our weight. There were remnants of life, a tattered mattress, rusted cans, broken chairs, but something was off. The cabin felt alive in a way that made my skin crawl. Emily was the first to notice it. Footprints. They weren't old. Barefoot, mud-stained, leading from the far corner of the cabin toward the door. But there were no prints leading away. We exchanged nervous glances. Whoever had been here hadn't left, or someone had entered from outside. Jason found a notebook tucked under a floorboard. The pages were water-stained but legible. Scribbles, names, numbers, and dates filled the pages. Lines like, "They watch from the trees. I hear them at night. I shouldn't have come here alone." My stomach churned. The last few pages were torn. We debated what to do. Part of us wanted to leave immediately. Part of us couldn't resist exploring more. Nick insisted we at least check the small shed beside the cabin. The floorboards creaked, and inside we found old tools and scraps of clothing, some stained dark. It reeked of decay. As we left the cabin, the forest seemed to shift. Shadows moved at the edge of our vision. Rustling followed us through the trees. At one point, I swore I saw someone standing just beyond a line of pines, watching us, but when I blinked, there was nothing. Back at camp, the unease didn't subside. That night, around the fire, the wind carried whispers that didn't sound like the wind. Branches scraped against the tents in deliberate patterns, as if someone or something was circling us. Emily refused to sleep and sat huddled with Carla, shaking. Jason and Nick tried to joke, but even their voices trembled. Around 2 a.m, I heard it, footsteps outside my tent, slow and deliberate, crunching leaves. I froze, gripping my flashlight. The steps circled the campfire, stopping occasionally. I whispered Jason's name. No answer. My mind raced. We weren't alone. The next morning, the notebook was gone. Jason swore he had placed it in his pack the night before. No trace of it remained. The forest had reclaimed it. We decided then that we would leave immediately. Packing was silent. Every sound felt magnified. Rustling leaves, snapping twigs, the creek gurgling. As we hiked back down the trail, I kept looking over my shoulder. The trees seemed to press closer, shadows reaching, and I could swear I saw figures moving just beyond the tree line. They never emerged, but the feeling of being watched was constant. By the time we reached the Jeep, the sun had risen fully, casting harsh light on the forest that only partially eased our terror. We drove away in silence. None of us spoke of the cabin, the footprints, or the missing notebook again. Weeks later, Emily found an article online about a series of disappearances near the area. Hikers who had ventured off-trail never returned. Some were found years later, skeletons barely recognizable, their personal items missing. I shivered as I read. The cabin, the footprints, the whispers, they weren't just remnants of an old squatter's life. They were evidence of something ongoing, something sinister hiding in the forest. To this day, I cannot forget the look of the footprints, the sound of footsteps circling the camp, or the fleeting shadows between the trees. Sometimes, in the quiet moments of the night, I hear scratches against my window, faint whispers on the wind, and I know deep down that something still watches, patient and hungry, waiting for the next group of campers foolish enough to wander too far from the trail. Story, the end. We left the highway just as the sun began to set, the kind of low, blood orange glow that made everything look sharper, more ominous. My friends, Ben and Claire, and I were on our way to a remote camping spot in the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania. The GPS insisted we'd reach the trailhead in 20 minutes. But as we turned onto the narrow, overgrown forestry road, it became clear that the map hadn't been updated in years. Potholes and fallen branches slowed us to a crawl, and the trees closed in on the truck so tightly that headlights barely reached beyond the hood. By the time we parked, darkness had started to swallow the road. The forest was unnaturally still. No birds, no insects, no wind. Only the crunch of our boots as we hiked along the muddy path to the clearing. The clearing itself was small, just enough room for 2 tents and a fire pit. Ben got the fire started while Claire and I set up the tents. The smell of wet earth and pine was thick in the air, almost suffocating. Night fell quickly, and the forest around us became alive in a way that felt wrong. It wasn't the normal sounds of animals. It was deliberate. Soft scraping, faint whispering, and the sound of something dragging across the undergrowth. I tried to convince myself it was an animal, but the rhythm, the patience of the sounds, made my stomach twist. Around midnight, the whispering grew louder. At first, it seemed to circle the tents, soft and unintelligible, but then I realized it was calling our names. Broken, guttural, distorted. Ben, Claire, Jared. My flashlight caught glimpses of movement. Tall, thin figures between the trees, limbs bent at impossible angles, heads cocked sideways, gliding rather than walking. We huddled together, too terrified to move. The dragging came closer. The tent fabric dimpled as if something pressed against it. I felt cold radiating through the canvas, like ice running across my chest. Then it stopped. Silence. Morning didn't bring relief. The campsite was disturbed, the fire pit smashed, tents slashed, and small items arranged in grotesque patterns on the ground. Deep claw-like grooves led into the forest, disappearing among the trees. We decided to hike out, but the trail seemed to twist and shift, bringing us back to the same clearing again and again. It was like the forest itself was alive, reshaping to keep us inside. That second night, the figures returned. More of them now, lurking at the tree line, motionless but watching. Their eyes glowed faintly white, heads tilted unnaturally. The whispers returned, this time repeating our names over and over, closer and closer. We ran blindly through the undergrowth, branches tearing our clothes and skin. The figures moved effortlessly between the trees, always keeping pace, never breaking stride. Eventually, we burst into the clearing where we had parked the truck. It was untouched, as if the forest had returned us to safety, but only superficially. We didn't speak on the drive home. Both of us avoided forests after that, but sometimes I hear it in the wind, soft whispers carrying my name. I know the forest is still out there, waiting, patient, ready to pull me back. Story the end. The 4 of us had been planning this trip for months. College friends grown into early adulthood, searching for one last adventure together before life scattered us across different cities. We chose a remote section of the Adirondacks, a place friends had whispered about, but few had ventured into. No cell service, no clear paths, only old forest roads and the occasional abandoned campsite. That was part of the appeal. We drove all day, winding along gravel roads lined with towering pines until the sun began dipping behind the mountains. Our designated campsite was a clearing near a small lake, surrounded by thick woods. The moment we stepped out of the car, the air felt heavier, cooler, tinged with damp earth and pine sap. Mike, always the instigator, insisted on helping set up tents first. Jess and I worked on the fire, while Tara, ever the photographer, wandered around capturing the encroaching shadows of the trees. There was a quiet hush over the forest, the kind that presses in, making every step sound amplified. That night, after a dinner of canned chili heated over the fire, we sat talking under a canopy of stars. We traded ghost stories, laughing nervously, the kind of forced humor that hides unease. But as midnight drew closer, the laughter dwindled. The forest had grown silent in a way that made every small sound, a snapping twig, the rustle of leaves, feel like a signal. Around 1 a.m., I woke to the sound of something dragging along the forest floor near our campsite. My flashlight cut through the dark, illuminating nothing but trees and shadows. I shook Jess awake. She squinted at me. "Probably an animal," she murmured, but her voice lacked conviction. The dragging sound came again, closer this time. It wasn't rhythmic, but staggered, uneven, deliberate. We peeked out of the tent, and that's when we saw it, a figure at the tree line. Tall, impossibly thin, limbs elongated in unnatural angles. It didn't move toward us or run. It just stood, watching. Its head tilted unnaturally, and we could see dim orange glimmers where its eyes should have been. I froze. Mike muttered something about a prank, but his voice shook. Tara, the brave one, lifted her camera slowly, snapping pictures, but the figure vanished in an instant, leaving the forest eerily silent again. The next day, our plan was to hike to a waterfall several miles away. The trail was faint and overgrown, and as we walked deeper into the forest, the sense of being watched intensified. At one point, Jess stopped abruptly. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. A low, raspy sound echoed through the trees, like breath over leaves. We continued, trying to rationalize it as wind or wildlife, but then we found the cabin, an old abandoned structure, rotting wood, boards sagging. Inside, scattered on a dusty table, was a journal. Mike, curiosity overpowering fear, opened it. The pages contained crude sketches, twisted, gaunt humanoid figures, limbs elongated, faces blank, eyes glowing. The entries described someone hearing whispers at night, feeling watched, seeing eyes in the dark. A chill ran through us. That night, around our campfire, we sat in tense silence. The forest seemed alive. Every shadow flickered, every breeze felt like movement. Tara wanted to photograph the stars alone, insisting she'd be safe for 10 minutes. We let her go. Minutes later, we heard her voice, trembling. "Guys, help!" We ran toward the sound. She appeared briefly under her headlamp, but behind her, a dark, towering figure emerged. Limbs bent in impossible ways, eyes glowing faintly orange. It moved unnaturally fast, and in a blink it was gone. We fled back to the campsite, hearts pounding, lungs burning. The fire had died down. Exhausted, terrified, we huddled together, listening to the forest. Branches snapped around us, whispering as though alive. That night, none of us slept. By dawn, we resolved to leave. The forest, however, seemed determined to confuse us. Trails twisted, landmarks repeated themselves, our compasses spun without settling. Panic grew as the sun climbed, but we eventually stumbled onto a logging road. We were lucky. A woman in a pickup stopped, helped us contact the authorities. They searched for Tara, but found nothing. Just her headlamp, her camera bag on a rock, no footprints leading to or from the site. Weeks of searching yielded no results. The forest had claimed her. The rangers spoke of legends, of creatures, spirits, or ancient entities lurking in those woods, preying on those who wandered too far. To this day, I can't go near the Adirondacks. Every time I hear a twig snap or a branch sway in the wind, I think of those glowing eyes, that the figure watching us from the trees, and of Tara gone without a trace. Story the end. The day we left for the mountains, the sky was a bruised gray, heavy with the kind of clouds that promise snow by nightfall. I was with my friends Luke and Aaron, two guys I'd known since high school, and we were chasing one last weekend adventure before the first real cold of late October set in. The plan was simple. A 2-night trip deep into the Gila National Forest in New Mexico, off a service road that Mark, our mutual friend who couldn't join this trip, had told us about. He said it was abandoned, remote, and perfect for camping without anyone else around. We drove in Luke's beat-up Subaru, packed tight with backpacks, a couple of small tents, cooking gear, and far too many flashlights. The road to the trailhead was a mix of gravel and mud, winding past thick stands of juniper and ponderosa pine. We joked about the isolation, teasing each other with stories of forest monsters and desert spirits. At the time, it felt like harmless fun. The moment we parked at the trailhead, something about the place made the jokes die. The pull-off was small, overgrown with grasses and weeds. A faded wooden post marked the old service road, but its letters were barely legible. The air was unnaturally still, carrying a damp chill that seeped into our bones. "This is quiet," Aaron said, shivering. "Quiet is good," Luke replied, trying to sound confident, though his hands were trembling as he checked the straps on his pack. We hiked along the road for a few miles until we reached a clearing about the size of a basketball court. It was perfect. Flat, enough space for our tents, and protected from the wind by a ring of pines. An old fire ring sat in the center, moss covering most of the stones, indicating no one had camped here in years. We set up quickly. The first night was normal. Fires crackling, food cooking, the occasional laugh over a story or a song. But as the night deepened, the forest changed. Aaron was the first to notice it. "Do you guys hear that?" he asked. At first, we didn't. Then we did, a slow, deliberate crunch of footsteps through the dry pine needles circling the clearing. Not close, but near enough to make us freeze. "Probably a deer," I said. "No deer moves like that," Aaron said, his voice tight. Luke laughed nervously, but I could see the tension in his eyes. The forest seemed to grow heavier, the shadows longer, the cold seeping faster. Hours later, I woke to a sound I can't explain. A wet, rasping breath, ragged and gurgling, coming from just outside my tent. I froze, then something brushed the nylon wall, a faint, deliberate touch. "Luke?" I whispered. "Who's there?" Aaron shouted from his tent. The footsteps scattered instantly, leaving only the echo of the forest. We didn't sleep the rest of the night. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves, made our hearts race. By morning, the first thing we saw were footprints. They circled our tents, bare, human-shaped, but wrong. Too wide, too flat, toes splayed in an unnatural arc. Some prints were smeared, like the creature had dragged its feet. We packed in silence and tried to follow the road back. But soon the trail vanished. Trees grew thicker, shadows darker, and every turn brought us back to the same clearing, or something like it. By late afternoon, we spotted a figure. Pale, emaciated, unnaturally tall, hairless. Its limbs were long and thin, moving with a glide that seemed wrong. We froze. It didn't move fast, but its gaze seemed to pierce through us, and we felt it measuring us, waiting. We ran. Branches tore at our clothing, roots tripped us, the terrain fought us at every step. Behind us, we sometimes heard a dragging step, a wet exhale, but every time we glanced back, the figure stood still, watching, waiting. Night fell again. We stumbled into a shallow cave for shelter. No fire, no food. Just silence, save for the occasional brush against rock or the faint sound of movement outside. By dawn, we escaped onto a small maintenance road. Relief washed over us, but the road twisted oddly, ending in a cliff that fell into dense forest below. We didn't look back. We ran until the forest finally gave way to a familiar trail and then to the highway. Even now, I can't shake it. That dragging step, that wet, rasping breath. I can close my eyes anywhere and I feel it in the corner of my awareness. And I know it's still out there in the forest, waiting for the next people who wander too far, too deep, and too carelessly. Story the end. The plan was simple. A weekend camping trip in the remote forests of northern Minnesota. My friends Ethan, Claire, and Liam were all eager to get away from the city's noise. We rented a small cabin near a lake that was known for being isolated. When we arrived late Friday afternoon, the sky was gray and heavy with clouds, the kind that makes the forest feel more like a cathedral than a place you'd hike. The first night was calm enough. We built a fire outside, roasted hot dogs, and drank cheap beer. The cabin had no Wi-Fi, no cell signal, just the creaking of the wooden floor and the occasional hoot of an owl. Around midnight, I noticed the forest was too quiet. Even the usual night sounds, the crickets, the frogs, the rustle of small animals, had vanished. Ethan laughed it off. "It's just one of those creepy quiet nights. Don't overthink it." We all went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. Around 2 a.m., I woke to a sound outside. Soft, deliberate footsteps on the dirt path leading to the cabin. I froze, listening. They stopped near the cabin door. I thought maybe it was an animal. The steps retreated. I finally drifted back to an uneasy sleep. The next morning, Liam suggested we hike around the lake. The forest was dense, fog clinging to the ground like a living thing. The lake itself was still, gray, reflecting nothing but the clouded sky. We found a small trail on the far side, barely noticeable, but curiosity got the better of us. The further we went, the narrower the trail became. Roots snaked across it like veins, and low-hanging branches scratched at our jackets. Then we saw them, carvings on the trees. Simple at first, strange symbols, circles with lines radiating out. But as we walked further, the carvings became faces, grotesque and twisted, etched as if screaming silently. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe campers from years ago had done it, but the intensity, the sheer number of them, didn't feel human. By mid-afternoon, we reached a clearing. The fog thickened. A dilapidated cabin appeared in the distance. Its windows were dark, its wood rotting. We shouldn't, Claire started, but Ethan was already moving toward it. Something about him changed then, a tense excitement. Liam and I followed reluctantly. Inside, it was dark, musty, the air thick with decay. And then we saw the wall. Hundreds of small dolls, like all hanging by strings from the ceiling and walls. Their eyes were hollowed out, some burned, some smeared with dirt. The smell was overpowering, something between rot and burned sugar. One of the dolls fell, landing near my foot. Its head was twisted at a grotesque angle. Suddenly, the door slammed shut. A low, guttural growl echoed from the corners of the room. The dolls swayed, though no wind entered. Then we heard whispers, faint, overlapping. They didn't sound like voices from outside. They came from inside the room, inside our heads. Panic set in. Ethan tried to open the door. It wouldn't budge. The dolls seemed to lean toward us, their strings taut, moving in unison. One by one, their heads snapped to face us. Claire screamed, and Liam hit a window with a chair. Glass shattered, the dolls shrieking in unholy tones. We scrambled through the broken window, cutting ourselves on the glass. The forest outside felt different, closer, denser. Shadows moved where they shouldn't, stretching across the fog. Behind us, footsteps followed, quick and deliberate. When we ran, the ground seemed alive, the roots tangling around our feet, tripping us. Hours, or maybe minutes later, we found a dirt road. We didn't stop to look back. We drove without headlights, the engines screaming, until we reached the nearest town. The locals listened to our story with wary eyes. One elderly man shook his head. "You got lucky," he said. "That forest, it doesn't let people leave. Not all of them." We never returned. Years later, I read about hikers disappearing in that area. Their last known coordinates were near a small lake in the middle of dense forest, surrounded by carved trees. Some said the forest claimed them. Others whispered about a cabin, dolls, and shadows that moved like living things. I can't sleep sometimes. Even now, I see shapes in the corner of my eyes, hear faint whispers when the wind is still. The forest left something behind with us, a memory, a piece of fear that never fades, and I know if we ever go back, the forest will be waiting. Story the end. We had been planning this trip for months, 4 of us, me, my brother Luke, our friend Sarah, and her boyfriend David. College was over, work was starting, and we wanted one last adventure together. The plan was simple: 2 nights camping in the White Mountains of New Hampshire, far from the trails most tourists used, deep into the forest where cell service vanished and the roads became dirt tracks. We arrived late afternoon, the sun low and the shadows long, driving a narrow gravel road that wound between towering pines. The air smelled like damp earth and pine needles. The campsite was a small clearing beside a slow-moving creek with enough flat ground to pitch 2 tents. David insisted on carrying extra firewood. Luke set up the tents. Sarah wandered to photograph the reflections on the water. I started gathering kindling for the fire, trying to ignore the uneasy sensation creeping over me. That first night was quiet. We made a fire, roasted hot dogs, and told ghost stories. Everything felt normal. But as the hours passed, the forest seemed to close in. The night air grew colder, the shadows longer, and even the wind sounded different, like whispered voices among the pines. Around midnight, I thought I heard something moving in the woods, crunching leaves, subtle but deliberate. I shook Luke awake. He groaned, dismissing it as an animal. Sarah and David stayed in their tent, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I grabbed my flashlight and swept it over the trees. For a brief second, I saw 2 orange glimmers among the trunks, then they vanished. My heart started racing. The next morning, we decided to hike a trail that supposedly led to a hidden waterfall. The trail was overgrown, muddy, and barely discernible. As we walked, I felt like the forest was guiding us in circles, Trees repeated themselves, rocks looked familiar, and our compasses spun erratically. Sarah paused suddenly. "Do you hear that?" she asked. A low, rasping sound seemed to ripple through the forest, not constant but measured, like someone or something was pacing. We pressed on, eventually coming across an old abandoned cabin. The roof sagged, windows were broken, and the door hung crooked on its hinges. Dust and decay filled the air. On a table, we found a tattered journal with yellowed pages covered in crude sketches of humanoid figures with elongated limbs, hollow eyes, and branches instead of fingers. The entries described being watched, hearing whispers in the dark, and shadows that moved on their own. That night, tension filled the campsite. Sarah, eager for night photography, wandered a few meters into the forest alone. Minutes later, she called for help, her voice trembling. I grabbed my flashlight and ran toward her. There she was, but behind her, a tall, gaunt figure with impossibly long limbs stood in the shadows. Its head tilted unnaturally, and faint orange light glimmered where its eyes should have been. Before we could react, it vanished. We bolted back to the tents, hearts hammering. The fire was nearly out, leaving us shivering in the cold. Branches cracked in the distance, whispers of movement, but nothing concrete. We huddled together, staring into the darkness, too afraid to sleep. At dawn, we decided to leave. The forest, however, seemed unwilling to let us go. Trails looped, landmarks repeated, and our compasses spun endlessly. Fear turned to panic as the sun climbed. Eventually, exhausted and disoriented, we stumbled onto a logging road. A passing hiker stopped to help, driving us back to civilization. Weeks later, we reported what happened. Rangers searched the area but found nothing unusual. No footprints, no signs of struggle, no trace of the figure. They shrugged it off as folklore or hallucination. But the memory of glowing orange eyes in the shadows, the elongated, unnatural limbs, and the whispering forest has never left me. I haven't returned to the White Mountains. I never will. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind rustles leaves outside my window, I swear I can hear it. The same pacing, low, deliberate, waiting. Story, the end. We had planned the trip for months, 5 college friends looking to escape the city for the mountains of North Carolina. There was me, Daniel, and my friends, Katie, Ryan, and Mia. The goal was simple. Spend 4 days camping near an isolated creek deep in the Pisgah National Forest. Hike, fish, maybe catch some sunrise over the ridge. None of us expected the forest to change the way it did once we arrived. We arrived late afternoon. The sun was low, casting long, crooked shadows across the dirt trail leading to the clearing we'd picked for camp. Our car rattled over uneven ground as we navigated the last mile. When we finally parked, the forest was silent in a way that felt unnatural. No wind in the pines, no birds calling. Even the creek, a gentle stream on the map, was eerily quiet. We unpacked in a tense electric silence. Katie and Mia set up the tents while Ryan and I gathered firewood. The smell of wet pine filled the air, sharp and almost metallic. By the time the fire was lit, the sky had bled into dark purple and orange streaks, the kind that make the world feel unreal. Dinner was simple, canned chili and bread eaten over the fire. Shadows stretched unnaturally long under the canopy, twisting over each of us. I joked to break the tension, but even I felt the weight of the forest pressing in. That night, as we lay in our tents, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Branches cracked and rustled, but not in the usual rhythm of wildlife. They felt deliberate, precise. The next morning, we decided to hike the trail leading toward the old ranger cabin the map marked as abandoned. The path quickly became overgrown, roots and thorny bushes clawing at our ankles. We moved cautiously, using sticks to push vegetation aside. The deeper we went, the quieter it became. No birds, no wind, just our breathing and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. We reached the cabin by early afternoon. It was worse than we expected. Roof sagging, windows smashed, walls scratched and blackened with age. A pungent, metallic smell wafted from inside. Ryan pushed the door open, and it groaned, revealing darkness filled with dust and decay. Inside, footprints led from the far corner to the doorway. Barefoot, mud-caked, and fresh. Nobody had entered recently, at least not as far as we could tell. But the prints didn't lead out. Katie picked up a damp, tattered notebook wedged under a floorboard. Its pages were smeared with water and dirt, filled with frantic handwriting. "They are watching from the trees. I can hear them breathing. I shouldn't have come." The last few pages were torn out. We debated leaving immediately, but curiosity got the better of Ryan. He suggested exploring a nearby shed. Inside, we found old, torn clothing and a collection of rusty tools. The air reeked of decay. We didn't touch much, just shone our flashlights. As we hiked back to camp, shadows flickered between trees. Every rustle made our hearts jump. At one point, I swear I saw someone standing at the edge of the woods, tall, thin, watching. But when I blinked, there was nothing. That night, around the fire, things escalated. A breeze picked up, but it carried whispers. Branches scraped against the tents as if circling us. Katie and Mia huddled together, crying quietly. Ryan tried to joke, but his voice trembled. At 2 a.m, footsteps circled our campfire. Crunching leaves, deliberate, methodical. I froze in my sleeping bag, flashlight in hand. The sounds came closer, then stopped. Nobody else stirred. In the morning, the notebook was gone. Ryan insisted he had put it in his backpack the night before. The forest had claimed it. We decided then and there to leave immediately. Packing was silent. Every sound, the scrape of a tent pole, the crunch of leaves underfoot, felt magnified. The hike back was tense. Every tree seemed to lean in, shadows stretching unnaturally, figures flickering at the edge of vision. By the time we reached the car, the sun had risen fully, casting harsh light over the forest, but the sense of being watched didn't leave. Weeks later, I read an article online about a hiker who vanished in the Pisgah Forest, near the creek where we camped. The details matched eerily. An abandoned cabin, strange footprints, a missing notebook, and the forest swallowing all trace of the person. Even now, years later, I can't forget the footprints in the cabin, the whispers in the wind, or the figure I thought I saw in the trees. Camping in the remote mountains isn't the same anymore. Every creak, every rustle in the forest makes my stomach tighten. I know the forest is alive in ways most people can't understand, and I know someone or something is still out there watching. Story the end. The dirt road that led into the forest was almost invisible under the overgrowth, the edges of the path swallowed by weeds and fallen leaves. My old Jeep rattled as we drove slowly, headlights cutting through the thick evening mist. My friends, Tyler, Sam, and I, had been planning this weekend for months, excited to get off the grid, far away from phones, responsibilities, and anyone who might ruin a good camping trip. We were somewhere in the Ozarks, in northern Arkansas, an area my grandfather used to talk about when I was a kid. He'd always said, "Some parts of the woods aren't meant for people." We laughed it off back then. Now, as the Jeep creaked over roots and rocks, I started to remember his warning in a way that made my stomach tighten. We finally arrived at a small clearing just as the last rays of sun disappeared behind the hills. The trees loomed tall and oppressive, their tops vanishing into the fog. The clearing was barely large enough for 2 tents, but Tyler was already unloading gear like a man possessed. Sam muttered about how remote the place felt, but neither of them seemed uneasy. We set up the tents quickly, stacked some firewood, and started a small campfire. The first night was quiet, almost too quiet. There were no birds, no insects, not even the rustle of leaves. The air felt thick, damp, and the shadows cast by the fire seemed to stretch unnaturally far into the darkness. Around midnight, I woke to a noise. At first, I thought it was the wind, but the sound was deliberate, a slow, dragging scrape across the dirt. My heart thumped. I nudged Tyler awake, whispering. He listened for a moment, then shook his head. Probably just an animal. Go back to sleep. I didn't sleep. Every so often, the dragging would resume, followed by faint whispers. Not words, but soft, guttural hissing noises, like something speaking just behind a thin veil of darkness. Sam eventually woke up too, whispering, "Do you hear that?" Tyler grunted and rolled over, trying to ignore us. By morning, we decided to hike a little, thinking daylight would make things feel safer. We followed a narrow trail leading deeper into the woods. The further we went, the more the forest seemed to close in on us. Trees grew impossibly close together. The air smelled metallic, and the soil was soft and churned as if something had moved through it recently. We stumbled across a clearing with an old abandoned cabin. The door hung on one hinge, swinging slightly in the breeze. Inside, everything was rotted, broken, and covered in dark stains. Symbols had been scratched into the walls, rough and jagged, some forming strange, spiraling patterns that made my stomach turn. Tyler, trying to make light of it, joked that we should spend the night here, but Sam and I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. That night, the forest became alive. Around 2 a.m., the whispers returned, louder, closer. This time, we could hear footsteps circling our tents, light at first, then heavier. Something brushed against the tent walls, and I saw shadows moving too quickly, jerking unnaturally in the beam of my flashlight. We huddled together in Tyler's tent, too afraid to move, praying it would pass. But the whispers grew sharper, like voices speaking directly into our minds. One word repeated over and over, unintelligible yet terrifying, a hissed name that sounded like mine. Suddenly, the tent flap was ripped open. I saw a figure crouched at the edge of the firelight, impossibly thin, limbs bent in wrong angles, its head tilted sideways, watching us, then vanished before Tyler could scream. We didn't sleep the rest of the night. At dawn, we found our camp destroyed, tents slashed, fire pit overturned, and our backpacks gone through. Small trinkets and food had been arranged in patterns on the ground, almost like a ritual. The tracks around our camp weren't human. They were long, dragging, claw-like marks leading into the dense forest. We debated leaving immediately, but the trail out felt like it shifted every time we tried to follow it. It was as if the forest itself was guiding us, keeping us trapped. That second night, the dragging returned, closer and more deliberate. This time the whispers came from everywhere at once. Our flashlights barely penetrated the darkness before we saw them. Tall, thin figures moving through the trees, jerking unnaturally, gliding closer to our camp with impossible speed. We ran blindly into the woods, trying to find the jeep, but the forest had transformed. Every path we thought we knew led us back to the same clearing, the same destroyed campsite. Panic took hold. Sam screamed as a shadow lunged from the brush, catching her sleeve. She barely broke free before we bolted again. By the third morning, we were exhausted, bleeding from scratches, our clothes torn. Finally, we stumbled onto an old logging road. The jeep was parked exactly where we left it, as if nothing had happened. We didn't speak as we drove away, glancing nervously into the rearview mirror, expecting the impossible. When we returned home, we learned that part of the forest had been off limits for years due to missing persons reports. Hikers vanished without a trace. Hunters swore they'd seen thin, inhuman shapes moving between the trees at night. I don't know what we encountered, but I do know this. Whenever I'm in a forest, I hear whispers in the wind. Whenever the trees bend strangely in the fog, I remember those figures. And sometimes at night, I can feel them watching me, waiting. I will never, ever go back. Story the end.